There you go. I've just got to do it to the rest of these. Having these guys in the freezer makes a big, big difference to what's for dinner, honey. Honey, what's for dinner? I don't know. We got ice cream in the freezer and ice. Oh, how about this? We got ice cream in the freezer and ice, and we got those shrimp that Sam told us to get. Let's use the shrimp. We'll put them out in the barbecue and make some right. Suddenly, there's a whole world at your feet that you can go to. So you see, you see how easy this is. Peel, drop the shell, you got the shrimp. Peel, drop the shell, you got the shrimp, right? Now what am I gonna do with these? You're gonna like this. Come on over here. This is corn chowder, fully store-bought. I'm just heating it up. Now I'm gonna take the shrimp, drop them in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, corn and shrimp chowder. Thank you very much. It's now a whole new thing. They're already starting. Look it, you can see them going pink. They've been in there 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds, 11 seconds, and they're already starting. A couple of minutes and we're done. And we're there. Check.
Ooh, that looks good.
Fully cooked. Less than 5 minutes. A little foggy? Yeah. Somebody's gonna think I'm a genius. That's gonna be me to start. I mean, generally, it's what I think. But check that out. I mean, really. What did I do? I opened a can, and I threw some shrimp in. It's pretty genius, I know. It's a small thing, but, so now we taste it. Come on, a little soup and a little shrimp. Could you do this to potato soup? Oh, yes, you could. Could you do it to cheddar broccoli? Which I happen to not like very much. Mrs. Cooking Guy loves cheddar broccoli. Shrimp and corn chowder. Now. Last 5 minutes cooking time, perfect. Or as they say in Canada, perfect, eh? Really perfect, eh? Remember the bread from the olive oil deal? Now you do this. And now you're talking. Cook some chicken, put it on top. Have a chicken Caesar salad, shrimp and corn chowder, and some bread with olive oil. There you are. Today's been a ball. Have we learned a lot or what? But I'm out of here. You know, I'd like to stay here and chat with you, but hey, I'm Sam the Cooking Guy. I got places to go, people to see, yada, yada, yada. You know how it is. I will see you next time. Thanks for hanging with me today. Shrimpy, see ya. If you want any of the recipes we made today, check the website, qtune.org. Mean dog, mean dog. Oh, nice try. That's the plainest thing on the planet. How good is that? I didn't put anything on it. You think she could have been a little more, wow, this is good. It's very good. First I gotta get this off my hands so I don't die later.
Okay,
trying to do that with this table salt.
You gotta say it again, you're talking over me.
Sorry. But I'm supposed to be talking, you're not. Ready? Tell me when you're done talking. I've been ready since 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Now look, I'm the first guy that likes to make a martini from, do that again. Come try this. We've got some good Bloody Maria. Sorry. Bloody Maria.
That sounds gross.
Right. I'm just gonna drop the shrimp that I peeled. You didn't like that. I can see your face in the background. That's good. All right, ready?
I'm just looking out for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so what have I got? I've got fully cooked. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm tired.
Okay.
There's 4 Emmys in there, you know. Like this. Do we want any of these recipes we make today?
I can really see bread in your mouth. I know.
Oh.
Okay.
No. I know, I'm sorry.
He's cute.
Cute? Yeah, right. All us pets are cute. That's why 5 out of 10 dogs and 7 out of 10 cats in shelters are euthanized. And what do people do? They play the blame game. They blame the shelters. They blame animal control. They even blame each other. Who does that help? The fact is, there just aren't enough homes for us all. And even new, larger shelters can't outpace pet overpopulation. If you buy a pet, you keep puppy mills and illegal backyard breeders in business. While dogs and cats that could have been saved die senselessly. And it's not their fault. Picture that when you buy your next best friend. Adoption makes sense for all of us. And friendship doesn't require a pedigree. Visit your local shelter, satellite centers, and adoption sites. Or call a breed rescue group. Think about it. And stop complaining. Be part of the solution. Not part of the problem.
Erasing the pain. It costs taxpayers like you millions of dollars. Up to $30 million in public and private property damage. Vandals, criminals, gang members, taggers, they are defacing our neighborhoods, reducing the value of your home. But we can fight back. Call 455-4509 to report graffiti and 911 if you see it happening. Together, we are targeting area graffiti.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. On today's episode, we will look at the history and development of the most popular passenger jet plane ever produced, the Boeing 737. Some designs start out to fill a specific need and go on to become the standard of their type. One such aircraft is the Boeing 737, first flown on April 9, 1967. Since that time, over 5,000 of the aircraft have been delivered to the world's airlines, with about 2,000 more on order. More 737s have been ordered and delivered than any other commercial jet in history. The 737 was designed to be a short and medium-range aircraft. It is considered a narrow body, with just one center aisle. It has been widely modified over its long history, with new engines, longer bodies, winglets, and many other changes to keep it a functioning part of the commercial airline industry. The first 737 is owned by NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and is on display at the Museum of Flight in Seattle, Washington. However, one of the largest users of 737s is McCarran's own Southwest Airlines, which flies over 500 of the aircraft, having started with the 737-200 version and now using the 737-500 and 737-700 versions. The original aircraft was not an immediate success. Only 30 of the first version, the 737-100, were produced. It carried 118 passengers. Lufthansa ordered these, but when United ordered the next aircraft, they wanted to carry more passengers. The 737-200 was born, which was slightly stretched and carried 130 passengers. Today, 40 years after the 737-100, the new 737-900ER version can carry 215 passengers. Sales of the 737 slowed significantly in the early 1970s, and Boeing almost stopped production. The fuel crisis and competition forced the company to significantly review the viability of its design. However, with the easing of the fuel crisis in the later 1970s, sales of the 737 grew, with no end in sight today. As the years have gone by, the plane has kept up with new engines, avionics, and other changes to allow the design to compete with other aircraft companies. The 737 accounts for almost 90% of the fleets of discount airlines in the world. On average, there are over 1,200 737s in the air flying worldwide. Over 12 billion passengers have been carried by 737s. While there have been many changes over the years, The original low-wing twin-engine design has stayed the same, proving the vision of the original designers. If you fly out of McCarran International Airport, or nearly any other commercial airport in the world, you may very well fly on a 737. At McCarran, you can see versions as different as the venerable 737-200 and as new as the latest technology 737-900ER, and you will be able to for many years to come.
Clark County parks are family-friendly places to have fun doing a wide variety of activities. As such, possession and consumption of alcohol without a use permit is prohibited. Remember, no alcohol in any county park without a permit. Just a friendly reminder from your Clark County Park Police.
Good morning. I would like to call today's meeting for Wednesday, December 5th, 2018 of the Board of County Commissioners to order. Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comments.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on today's agenda, items on the agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone here for the Gypsum Ridge item? Okay. If there is, that item has been held till next year. Yes?
On public comment.
Okay.
You ready for me?
Yes, I am. If you speak now, you cannot speak when we get to the item.
Okay, I was not told that. I was advised at the table that if I mark both boxes, I would not be told to shut up and sit down.
Okay. I don't know what they told you at the table, but I'm telling you, this is public comment. If you speak now, you cannot speak when we get to the item.
Okay, I've been forewarned. I accept that terms.
Okay. I can't hear you. Go ahead.
I accept the terms of your offer to speak now and to not speak later.
Right. So you want to speak now?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
Okay. Do I still only get 3 minutes?
Yes, you do.
Okay, let's do this.
Could I ask someone to shut the back door, please? Because it's bringing in a lot of noise. Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah, would you start the clock at 3 minutes? Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm here to discuss 2244.
You've got to identify yourself for the record.
Okay, you betcha. My name is Danny Keir. I live at 9738 Henson Street.
Okay.
District F. All right.
Okay.
So items 22, 44, 45 through 48 all involve, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All involve changes to existing land use area. And the comment I have today is that as citizens, and this is probably the 6th time I've been before the commission in this chamber, the consistent problem that I see is we have this dog and pony show where citizens get notified in an archaic, inefficient manner. We show up to the town board meetings, the town board shuts it down, then we show up to the hearing, and regardless of whatever comments are made, the commission still hits the green button and passes these things, and people walk out of here upset and angry and feel like they're not being represented. So the comment I want to make about it is, as a general rule, the citizens that are sitting in here that take the time out of their schedules to come and talk to you all, we have lives, we're busy, we don't do this for a living. And so it's taken me 2 years to figure out how the process works and how to actually defend myself properly as a property owner in the city who's paid taxes duly for 21 years. And so you have these land use changes that occurred without notifying us in 2004, primarily in my area of Silverado Ranch and Arville. Commissioner Brager and some of the staff have met with us privately to discuss what happened at that time, and it's been confirmed that there is no confirmation that we did receive notices to attend those land use meetings. The commission has the authority, the board has the authority to do an amendment every year, not just every 5 years. We weren't notified of that until just recently, which I found on your website. And different sections of the city or districts are allowed to be monitored and highlighted for those different purposes. We had RE, which is rural estates, for at least 10 years of our property ownership, and then it was converted in 2004 to R2 and R3. Last year we fought with Lennar, and we were able to come to a conclusion of about 5 to 6 homes per acre, which we relented to with other minor conditions. Now we're facing Part E homes, and they've been very gracious in the negotiations. The problem is we still don't agree with 14 homes, townhomes per acre in our neighborhood. We feel like this is the last big land grab in the area of District F. We live in a vacuum because it was protected for several years by cooperative management area, Clark County Aviation. Then somewhere arbitrarily, without us as property owners being advised, it was converted to these various high density zonings. And so for what you're going to hear today, and why, bottom line is, I know I'm running out of time, bottom line is, what we want is a comprehensive review of our area. We don't want hodgepodge developments with 20 acres here and 40 acres there bringing in 200 homes. We just want it to be consistent with what's currently already there. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Anyone else? Okay. Okay, I can tell it's starting out already. I'm going to ask you to please refrain from any applause or catcalling or any commentary when anyone gets up and speaks. We want to be respectful of every speaker that comes to the podium, and I would request that the audience not make any comments while someone is speaking or after they speak, please. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dan Pansick. I live at 4390 West Torino Avenue. I'm here to contest item 44 on your docket, and I guess the ZC 18-0660 PY Properties. Our area was designated as a rural preservation area, and we are essentially fighting the development of an industrial warehouse. The only access from our area that is convenient is Blue Diamond Highway or Silverado Ranch Road. These are very congested streets already, and 18-wheelers running up and down here trying to make a left over the I-15 at Silverado Ranch. Right now, only 3 cars can make that turn. A tractor trailer is going to tie up one whole complete signal. If you increase the signal time, it's going to back up the traffic on Silverado Ranch. And the local paper said there was over 40,000 cars a day that traveled on Blue Diamond Highway. I can't imagine tractor trailers making a right-hand turn off of Dean Martin Boulevard onto that and not causing further traffic congestion. Our road out there isn't built to heavy traffic. It was built for residential purposes. It's a thin veneer asphalt road. In fact, DOT comes out there and checks our road whenever we have an infrequent rainstorm for damage. So heavy traffic is going to destroy our property values, our road, plus that's a rural area. My neighbors like to ride their horses. I like to walk my dogs in peace. We have families with school buses, and I don't feel sorry for the people on the land. The land is valuable enough to be sold as what it was intended for, private residents. Just like the airport, who owns most of the property, keeps it as undeveloped, residential, rural area. That's its designated purpose, and that's how it should be remained. These people knew what they were buying when they bought the property. It's residential, rural preservation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during the first section of public comment? Okay, anybody else wishing to speak, can you line up along the rail, please? Yes, sir. Come on down.
Good morning. My name is Rick Mesa. I live at 7858 West Patrick Lane. I would like to speak about item number 42, which is the property that's being built on Buffalo and Patrick Lane area.
Do you understand you can't speak when we get to the item, right?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm speaking now. Thank you. I talked to the developer and saw their plans, and they're planning on building, or the city wants to have a raised medium put between Buffalo and Miller Lane. That is going to affect my property by being able to get in and out of my house because I live right there on Patrick. I also own a 40-foot trailer that I was able to park on my property. If that raised medium goes into that area, I will no longer be able to put my camper in and out of that area. As it is, if I want to leave, I would have to go west on Patrick to make a U-turn to be able to go east on Patrick. So I would appreciate it if you kindly reconsider the idea of having a raised medium put on that street.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Amundson.
The second item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has received the following requests. Item 9, UC 18631, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 24, UC 180147, hold to the February 6, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 25, UC 18753, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. This is an addition to the list. It's item 27, WS 180783. Hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 29, BS 18825, hold to the January 9, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 30, WS 18824, hold to the January 9, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31, TM 18500-197, hold to the January 9, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 32, WC 18400-194, UC 171096, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per staff. Item 33, UC 18651, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per staff. Two additions to the list that I previously gave you. Item 34, WC 18400-224, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 35, WS 180794, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 38, WS 18643, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 43, ZC 18621, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 52, ZC 18819, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 53, VS 18820, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 59, ZC 18841, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 61, BS 18696, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 62, WS 18697, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 63, TM 18500-167, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 66, WS 18698, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 67, TM 18500-168, hold to the December 19, 2018 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 68, WC 18400-232, MP 31311, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 69, MPP 11469, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting for the applicant. Item 70, MPS 11468, hold to the January 23, 2019 BCC meeting for the applicant. And item 72, WS 18623, the applicant has requested that this application be withdrawn without prejudice. The above public hearing items are going to be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated, with these deletions, which are items number 9, 24, 25, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 38, 43, 52, 53, 59, 61, 62, 63, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 72. And if there are no objections from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Nancy, did you say 27?
Yes, I said 27.
Okay, I don't don't have that one on my list. So, any commissioners want an item held? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I just want to have a question on 68, 69, and 70. They're being held till January rather than till the BLM issue?
The applicant has requested that they be held until January 23rd, 2019.
But with no disrespect, I think the commissioner made a choice to hold it pending the BLM. So I just want to make sure that we're consistent as far as what your intent was.
They believe that they're working on it, so I can't dispute that they're not going to have it at that time. So they'd like to bring it back to the board if they have it. So this board, whoever's left, and when Commissioner-elect Jones can work with them on that to determine if they should be coming back at that time. I just knew that they didn't have it now, and I had stuck to what I had shared in the motion before.
Which you said yesterday. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
Yeah, the conditions on the NOFA
right.
that was.
So that'll be determined whether they can come back or not, but right now they've asked for that date, and I can't control the date they want to come back.
And we can't just say, sorry, until you get the BLM to prove out that you got the conditions, then you can come and apply? I just don't want to make the public have to jump through all those hoops again.
The board can continue it when it comes back in January 23rd if they don't have that. But I mean, that's the essence of their waiver application, is to waive that right-of-way grant. So if we're just going to hold it indefinitely, then basically essentially denying their waiver.
Well, the condition of approval, though, when the last vote was taken, was whether or not they could come forward and apply if and they got the BLM approval. They've been applying and waiting for months. So I just am trying to understand so that the public doesn't have to go through the thousands of emails that we all got and the angst that's there by putting another calendar date on until they come up and prove that they've actually got the approval.
And then there's actually two waivers, too. It's not just the waiver for the right-of-way grant. There's the waiver to clarify that other condition about access to 159. So there's two waivers, and then there's a specific plan after that. But, I mean, in my opinion, I think we hold it, see what the status is then, and if the board's not satisfied with going forward in January, then the board can hold it then.
I think it's just disingenuous, in my opinion, just regarding how the public perceives what we're doing. That the applicant was not supposed to be able to come back and do an application for the waivers unless they got the BLM access. They don't have the BLM access, so I don't understand, regardless of what two waivers there are, why we're giving them a date specific to be able to hold. Why can't they just come in and apply, which they're entitled to, once and if they get the BLM application?
Again, that's the essence of their waiver application, and I think the idea is that we're going to hold it till January, see what the status is, and then make a decision then.
Okay. I will note for the record I object to the hold on that. Thank you.
Okay, may the record reflect Commissioner Giuliani's objection. Any other commissioners want an item held? Anyone in the gallery want an item held?
No, we're going to take something off consent. I'm going to make
That's
sure they understand it. That's
later.
next.
Yeah.
It's next.
No one else. Okay. Do I have a motion, excuse me, to approve the excuse me, agenda with items number 9, 24, 25, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 38, 43, 52, 53, 59, 61, 62, 63, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, and 72 being held.
And 34 and 35. I read
And
those.
34 and 35.
Question, Commissioner? Is Southern Hills, I lost track of what numbers, what Southern Hills on consent? It's on consent. So do you want that off consent just to make your other comments? Southern Hills item, do you want it off consent?
Well, no. You can't speak
I
from
was
that.
just
We're
trying to
not
help.
to that point yet. If you could wait just 1 minute, okay? Can we do the agenda? And then
Yes, go ahead.
Commissioner Brown moves approval. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. The minutes of the October 17th, 2018 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
I move approval.
Commissioner Gibson has made a motion for approval. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing seeing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 23, except those items that have previously been deleted, and items 22 and 23, which we are going to take off consent, and they will be heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. In addition, we have the following amendments and/or comments. Item 6, AR 184002226, DR 56415. Staff recommends adding the following condition under current planning. A 6-month review is a public hearing. Item 10, UC 180780, staff recommends adding the following condition under current planning. Generator testing limited to between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. except when an emergency exists, which would have no limitations. Item 16, WS 18798, the applicant has agreed to the following conditions and staff recommends the following be added. All homes to be single story. Adjacent to Penny Lane, no visible retaining wall, only 6-foot maximum screen wall. Retaining walls adjacent to Belcastro Street will not exceed 2 feet high with 6-foot maximum screen walls on top. Visible retaining walls adjacent to the street shall not exceed 3 feet in height for the retaining portion, and retaining walls to be decorative. Item 18, WS 18822, we'd like to add a note that the developer will continue to coordinate the location of the sign with Public Works, and so it is outside the existing easement. Item 20, ZC 180843, we'd like to add a condition. Superstructure permits may be issued prior to off-site permit. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff should request that an item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing is open. Additionally, items that are recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on an item on the routine action agenda, you must come forward and request the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and have the item heard separately. With these amendments and with no objection from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval. And again, for the audience's information, items 22 and 23 have already been pulled to be heard separately.
Okay, do any commissioners want to have an item heard separately? Anyone in the audience wishing to have one of the routine action items heard separately? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Pruitt, 9309 Gracious Lady Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'd like to thank Ms. Brager for the time last Friday that she gave on the review of item number 10 on the agenda, the Southern Hills Hospital emergency land over in Blue Diamond. And the issues that we were having is the grade increase that you're allowing.
Did you want to hear 10 separately?
Pardon me?
Did you want me to take number 10 off consent so you could make your comments in here separately?
I don't believe we have to take it off consent. I just, since the meeting, I was the only one at the meeting for the community. So I just wanted it on the record that they did consent to go ahead and continue to work with us on the grade issues that we were having when it came time for landscaping and some of the other reviews. So I just wanted to get that on the record.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else have another item? Thank you. Another item they would like to hear separately? Do I have a motion to approve routine action items which are 4 through 23 with 22 and 23 being heard separately? Commissioner Giuliani moves approval. Any discussion? Hearing seeing none, please cast your votes.
I want to clarify with the additional conditions that I read into the record.
With the additional conditions, of course, that Ms. Amundsen read.
Thank you.
The motion reflects the additional conditions, correct?
That was my motion, Ms. Amundsen's conditions and the gentleman that stepped forward on item 10.
Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
I'm back
22.
Well, we need to go into for the audience's information. Anyone who wishes to speak on an item should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak on each item as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it's suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next items are items 22 and 23, which will be heard together. Item 22, ZC 18853, zone change to reclassify 22.3 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone, RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 Zone, H2 General Highway Frontage Zone, and H2 General Highway Frontage RMP1 Zone to C2 General Commercial Zone with a portion of the site within the Mud 4 Overlay District. Use permit for a mixed-use development, waivers of development standards for the following. Allow commercial access to a residential local street, reduce throat depth. Design review for a proposed mixed-use development, generally located between Blue Diamond Road and Raven Avenue, 300 feet west of Rainbow Boulevard within Enterprise. Item 23, VS 170049, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Raven Avenue and Blue Diamond Road and between Rainbow Boulevard and Montessori Street alignment, and a portion of the right-of-way being Rosanna Street located between Raven Avenue and Agate Avenue alignment, and a portion of the right-of-way being Agate Avenue located between Rosanna Street alignment and Montessori Street alignment within Enterprise.
Mr. Kempfer, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Chris Kempfer and Chip Maxfield here on behalf of the owner and applicant.
Commissioner Maxfield, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Also in the audience is Martin Egbert of Nevada West, should you have any questions appropriate for his consideration. I would ask that you bear with me for just a second as I create a reality of my own, which I don't generally like to do, but I'd like you to see what's in front of you now and allow me to explain what this is. I want you to assume this is our site. The red represents the commercial in our site, and the yellow represents the residential portion of our site. As you can see, there are zonings here, commercial zonings. Those are C2. This is the property here that's being requested for C2. The fire department site is located right here. And under this plan here, shown in the black outline, is 42% commercial. We have access not just on Blue Diamond Road, but we have access on Rainbow, including left in and left out on Rainbow. We have pedestrian interconnectivity throughout the whole process. There is probably more commercial proposed here than in any other mixed use you've ever seen in Clark County. And we have full access, and as I indicate, 42% commercial, 18 units an acre allowed, 10.4 dwelling units an acre provided. Now, if this were our site plan, there is no question in my mind that no one would ever suggest that that is not an appropriate mixed use project. 42% commercial and all of that. Now, the reality is, I'll get back to the reality. This is our site. The property here along Rainbow is not something we own, control, or can buy. As a consequence of that, our commercial consists of the area down here on Blue Diamond Road. It is 29 over 29% commercial. The residential density on this is 12.8 dwelling units per acre. And it has interconnectivity that I'm going to show you throughout. Now, why did I just do that little exercise? Here is why, and why it's important. Without this property on Rainbow, we cannot do what is being requested of us. We cannot have a large commercial center on this property here. We have spoken with commercial developers. I've spoken personally with Hank Gordon, who develops Lorish Properties. He sent me an email saying that without this Rainbow frontage, this does not look appealing to him for commercial. We've spoken to the Becker folks who own that property along Rainbow. We said, what is your intention? Can you sell that property? And they said, no, we're not going to sell the property. We keep our property and we lease it. So no matter how hard we try, we cannot get this access and this property on Rainbow. And without that, this is not an appropriate site for large commercial development. And anybody who says it is has not talked to the people that we've talked to who say, with right in and right out only on Blue Diamond, and no access and no visibility on Rainbow, and no right to put pads along Rainbow to help offset the cost of a large commercial development, you cannot build large commercial there. So what we have done is effectively, and you'll see on the plan in just a second, we have effectively done this. We've used this property and we have access to it, and we'll show how we have done that. Now, The next map I want to show you is our site with the mud 4. Everything here in green is in mud 4. The only portion of our property that is not in mud 4 are these 4 parcels here, which we own and are requesting to be developed as part of this mixed-use plan. You'll notice, as I put here from the county code, the requirements in a mud 4, or the provisions allowed in a mud 4, are up to 18 dwelling units an acre, heights to 35 feet, and heights up to 55 feet with a use permit. Now, why is that important? Because under mud 4, you can develop 18 units an acre on that 14 acres, which is 255 residential developments in conjunction with a UV zoning. And it's not that UV zoning isn't appropriate in the area. These 2 parcels right next to us are already zoned UV and under resolution of intent to C1. So when this property was purchased, it was purchased with the idea in mind at the BLM auction that this is mud 4. The property that was added is north of Agate in this area here. But when you consider 255 units, you're talking about, we're requesting 286. That's 31 more units on these additional 8 acres, essentially. So what we have done is we have created a plan that acknowledges, recognizes, and takes into consideration the realities of the situation, which is we don't have the frontage on Rainbow, and we cannot get it. And without that, we are doing what we believe to be the next best thing, and we're going to go through the plan in just a second. I also want to show you the existing zonings, not planned, but already approved. This is the UV I was telling you about, zoned to C1. This is the C2 immediately adjacent to us. Across the street is also zoned to C2, and none of this includes the property south of Blue Diamond that is either zoned or planned commercial. So with regard to north of Blue Diamond Road and east and west of Rainbow and this site here, there are plenty of properties already zoned for commercial use. Now, you will hear that's true, but they'll say you can't put a big box on any of those parcels that I just showed you. And that's absolutely correct. You cannot. But there's no difference between the practical reality of you cannot do it because nobody wants to do it and the reality that you don't have the acreage for it. So let's take a look at what we have provided here. This is the plan that we have submitted, and it's been modified from what we originally submitted. Originally, we had just over 4 acres of commercial property and 320 units. We were told in no uncertain terms by Commissioner Breger, increase the commercial, reduce the apartments. We reduced the number of apartments from 320 to 286. We increased the commercial from 21% of the site to 29% of the site. And what we have here, and it's taken a long time to create something that not just recognizes the surrounding zonings and meets all of the county's requirements of a mixed-use development. We have to remember staff is recommending approval of this because it meets your requirements. This is not, there's a zone change to C2 and a use permit for a mixed-use development. Now, let's describe some of the things that makes this, in our minds, and I think anybody who looks at it, a pretty special site. First of all, with regard to Raven here, there's RNP across the street. It's the only RNP in the area, is right here. So we have placed a 30-foot wide landscape buffer and single-story buildings all along Raven at a height of 17 feet. That's lower than the height of many of the buildings in this area. We've also put a 30-foot wide landscape buffer all the way along Montessori.
even though this particular property is master planned public facility and was purchased in the auction by American West Homes for development of some density, we would assume. Now, in order to provide the connectivity that the county requires, we have pedestrian connectivity not just through the site, but all the way through this commercial property here. We have a 20-foot wide pedestrian realm and plaza area here with additional 10-foot landscaping. These buildings don't back up to the property. They have 4 fronts. So when you're in this residential area, you don't look at the back of a building. You look at the front of a building so that the architecture is maintained throughout. We have access that we were talking about with pedestrian gates. Both on this side here, we have a 3-foot pedestrian gate here. We have a 3-foot pedestrian gate here. We have pedestrian gates here, pedestrian gates here, pedestrian gate there, all allowing access to the commercial property immediately adjacent to us as if it were our property. If we owned that property and you said, well, you have to have access to it, that's exactly what we would have to do. That's exactly what we are doing. We have provided, as you can see down here, although there's gates in between, the residential development essentially doesn't begin until after the commercial. This pad here, or this property here, is shown as outdoor dining cabanas, but the reality is if we get a big enough user, he can use all of this property for some kind of development. Now, the pads we've created are not small pads for fast food restaurants. These are pads designed for a BJ's, a Olive Garden, a place of some kind of substance, a national chain, or a sit-down restaurant, very nice sit-down restaurant, or retail. We have a retail buildings that you can put here and here, or you can combine them both. The palette is still blank and can be filled in with whatever commercial is desired to go there. So we have in fact done everything that we possibly can, working with the constraints under which we find ourselves of not owning the adjacent property and not being able to acquire it, to create a plan that staff recommends approval on, as you saw, was on the routine action portion of the agenda because it did meet all of those considerations. And we respectfully ask for your approval. Now, Chip, you may have some additional comments as well.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to add a couple of points because there are some uniqueness, as Chris pointed out, to this site. One thing I think that is important to really understand is this property, as large as it may appear, has one access. It's allowed one access onto Blue Diamond. When we first started this project, the State Highway Department, NDOT, they didn't want us to have a direct access from our property onto Blue Diamond. They wanted us to use a side street and come in off the side to use access, or to use that as access for whatever happened on this property. We were able to, after long and hard days and weeks, convince them that we have to have an access other than a side street for this property. Otherwise, it deems it pretty much unusable to the extent that it would not have convenient access. They granted us one driveway with a right in and right out only, and there's no way, as much as we tried and would even prefer, to get any more access than that. I think that's an important note. Could something work there? This will work there. All traffic will come and go out of there for all intents and purposes, but it's not as in a normal circumstance, say as the Walmart across the street, where they have multiple access points on Blue Diamond and multiple access points on the Rainbow. That's what's preferred when you're talking about commercial. That's what's preferred when you're talking about any type of convenience for consumers coming in. I think that's a valid and very important point. The other aspect that I think we want to talk about is traffic loading. And there's been some concerns about traffic loading. We know Blue Diamond is it's a highway, it's a state highway, and it has a lot of traffic. And currently, the average daily traffic flow on Blue Diamond is around 40,000 vehicles a day, right? The Blue Diamond is going to grow as the development grows in the area, but to date, that's what's going on. And my conversations with NDOT, they don't have any plans in the foreseeable future to widen Blue Diamond out anymore. They're finishing their last project that's going to go over Mountain Springs into Prump, and after that, they don't have any plans for doing anything more on Blue Diamond. So we won't get an opportunity to do anything more. We have to live with what exists there. I think another important part was this is a residential aspect of 286 homes or apartments. And one of the next things that comes up is like, what are you going to do with schools, which is an important question and an important topic. What I can tell you is for Nevada West, what is typical for all their projects today, of their residents, there's usually about 5% that are students, okay? Overall average 5%. That means that in a location like this, there would probably be up to 15 students. So that is not an overwhelming amount of students that would occupy the middle schools or the high schools or elementary schools. And we all know they're overcrowded, and there's no dispute about that. But we do know that there is and perhaps you know more, but there's a middle school, a high school, and an elementary school that the school district says is planned and should be open by 2020, 2021. This project has to move forward. It won't even be open until the end of 2020, beginning of 2021. So I don't think we contribute as maybe other multifamily developments do to schools, but that's what the trend is for this project. Typically 55 to 60% of the residents in a Nevada West community are millennials, and they're single. Okay? That's the majority of it. They hold in this area here, they always have a family section, if you will, and they usually run 10 to 11% of their units as a family unit. So there's about 32 units here that are set aside, which are typically 3 bedrooms to house families. But their demographic is majority baby boomers and millennials, so they don't have the same demographics as maybe other properties would. Thank you.
I have one more comment I forgot to mention, Mr. Chairman, if I might. We did not fail to hear the neighbors when they spoke. That's why we have the single story here, but probably more importantly, the neighbors were concerned that when they would leave right off of Blue Diamond, in order to get to Rainbow, they would go through the existing, which was then some RMP up here, through the RMP over here and out. So what we created was an exit only here, so that when you exit here, you can get right to Rainbow, and you don't pass any RMP. This is the fire station, and across from it is approved R2. So I just want to let you know, with regard to these borders here, the single story, the access out onto Rainbow, the increased commercial, we have tried in every way we can to listen to and incorporate neighbors' concerns. Thank you.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
sir.
we'll take some neighbors. This time, excuse me, I'm going to open up the public hearing on item number 22. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 22 and or 23, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 22 and or 23.
They also have these distributed among the commissioners. Good morning. My name is Teller, 7570 Gary Avenue. I'm here to oppose this project. I want to remind you commissioners that this is the first time I've ever appeared before you, because our neighborhood groups have always been able to settle our differences with developers. Commissioner Breger has been a very great help in all of that over these years.
We've seen you before, but not here. You're right.
Yes, thank you.
Usually you're upside down, but that's another
Sometimes
story.
I am.
Haven't heard him. That's right. We haven't heard him. I'm taking 30 seconds. Give him.
You are taking 30 seconds. Thank you very much, sir. We would like to work with Nevada West on this project. And the only meetings that we've had with them have been 6 months ago when the project was entirely different. We asked them, please, to send us the current design so that we could schedule a neighborhood meeting and begin to work on this project. But this failed. We asked on the 21st, the 24th, and the 26th of November to get the information about what this project was. It didn't arrive until the night before the town board. So in the middle of a holiday season, this has kind of thwarted our attempts to be just good cooperative people. So here's the best outcome we could get for today. If you guys would be willing to hold this item for 120 days so that we can really take time to meet. And if that can't work, we'd like you to deny the zone change and start the process again in a less rushed and last-minute kind of way. That's what this is right now. It's important for you to know what the history of this item is. In 2014, the BCC came to us and said, we'd like to take some area out of this RNP up here so that we can make you a big commercial center. The catch was we'd have to lose that RNP, and but here's what the applicant said at the time. The applicant said, this is a truly unique parcel. Large commercial developers like that type of size. It's an opportunity to potentially create an employment center at this location. The property is also at the intersection of a state highway and a 120-foot wide right-of-way with Rainbow, which is a rare occurrence in itself. The policy also supports Policy 7.5, which encourages commercial development at major nodes like this. This is an opportunity to create a good economic driver and employment center. And you made the right decision, even though some of us were a little uncomfortable at the time because of the removal of the RNP. Planning agreed, staff agreed, everybody was very happy with this parcel. All the alternative sites, all the alternative sites in the area are 9 acres or less and don't have depth for an anchor store. This is the unique place where we could have a substantial and successful commercial center. Thank you.
Go ahead. Keep going. I took some of your time at the beginning.
Okay, I'll just finish up.
If you wrap it up.
Here's what's really important to notice. In 2017, at Commissioner Breger's request, we took a survey of 1,890 residents in the 5 adjoining zip codes. 98.6 responses favored large commercial. There is a market there. The lack of such a center forces more traffic onto Blue Diamond and makes people drive a long distance up to the Home Depot at 215. Let me see if there's one other thing I want to say. I just want to point out that this site has 900 feet of frontage on Blue Diamond, facing Walmart, and right along the route that people are coming home to get to Mountain's Edge. There is an enormous market for a developer that's actually motivated. We believe in the land use plan. We believe in this idea as a great commercial center, and we believe that if a special use permit is granted, it needs to be granted with the idea of something that will be of value to the community, not just to the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Selby. I reside at 7672 Corvina, which is roughly a half a mile from the proposed development.
Excuse a second. Yes. If I could get somebody in the booth to turn up the volume a little bit, because all of it is a little soft, please. Is there anybody back in the booth? Can you wave to me? Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Test. Better?
Better. Yep.
Okay. Yes, sir. I will be covering parts of the justification letter and the commercial aspects of the proposed project. In the justification letter, Nevada West claimed that the site is impractical for a large commercial development. Chris also covered that today, because of the lack of Rainbow frontage right along here. However, reality contradicts this claim. This is a large commercial development that would have a large destination store, similar to Home Depot. If you look at Home Depot on Arroyo, there's no frontage on Rainbow, there's no frontage on 215, and it does just fine. These stores people go to because they have what they need. This parcel was created because of the depth required for large commercial, and further is the last remaining parcel for a large-scale commercial in the area that we desperately need. Nevada West further claims that they cannot obtain cross-access through Rainbow frontage owned by the Becker family. This again is simply not correct. When the undeveloped portion of the strip comes before this very board, you will require cross-access, commercial to commercial. It will be required. The applicant claims that the commercial strip of the adjacent property to the east, that same exact parcel, should be weighed as part of the Nevada West mixed-use project. This is simply illogical and wrong. It's like selling your home and counting your neighbor's yard as part of your property. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. This project is fatally flawed. Looking at something here, this outdoor sitting area, it's impractical. It's useless. It brings nothing of value to the community. It's a weak attempt to comply with the spirit of true mixed use, where people live, work, and play in the same area. You know us. We're a reasonable, rational group. We welcome development. We've worked with many developers who brought projects to this very board that were approved and are under construction or are already completed. They're requesting a special use permit where the design should be special and complete, not flawed beyond belief. We request the applicant be granted C2 zoning, but denied the special use permit and all waivers. We ask that you tell them to build what they bought and stick with the land use plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Anyone else?
Yep. That'd be me.
Okay.
I'm good. My name is JP Lalonde, 9038 Palacio Street. I'd like to bring to your attention 4 items related to traffic. And it's not because we don't know that there will be more traffic in the area. We know that. Whatever is going to be built there will bring more traffic. The problem with this design is it has significant traffic issues. The first one is if you count the parking spots in the area, in the community, there are about 650. So imagine that every vehicle in there gets in and out twice per day, which is a reasonable estimate. There will be about 2,500 vehicles going through that main entrance right here. And actually exiting on a 55-mile-per-hour Blue Diamond Road at a very specific point where the Blue Diamond goes from 3 lanes to 2, which is already a problem today. So you're just adding 2,500 vehicles, plus the traffic we have today, plus the commercial traffic, which seems to be insane in my view. The waiver for reduction of the throat depth is not a good plan. I live in a 55-home community which is gated, and often we see 2 or 3 cars waiting at the gate because somebody pushes the button and calls a resident to get in. So if you look at this design, cars will be, the gates are here, and I'm assuming the call box in this area, and people will come in. There's probably room for 4 cars here, and this is 5 times the size of my community. So I can imagine 8, 9, 10 cars backing up all the way to Blue Diamond when people want to get into this area. Exiting the site is also a real issue. Let's imagine for a second that we all live in there. Where do we go in the morning? We all want to go either east or we want to go north. There's no way to go east or north from this location. Everybody comes out here and is forced to turn west. There's no way to cross Blue Diamond on the other side to go east, and there's no way to go north. So this is a very poor plan, and I feel sorry for the people living there because they're going to have a hard time getting to where they need to be. 4th issue is the design of the commercial strip is definitely incomplete. I call that a half-baked design because if you look at the business areas, there's no indication of where they're going to receive their material. There's no indication of where the trash is going to come out from. Plus, if you look at the traffic flow here, imagine a trash truck coming into this area and trying to make these turns to get to somewhere around this area. It's near impossible. I can't even think of a fire truck getting in the area. So these are significant safety and traffic issues. So I would like to request the denial of the project based on incomplete traffic flow design and safety issues.
Thank you for your time.
I'd like to introduce Eric, talking about cycling issues.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners, Chairman.
Morning.
My name is Eric Hilbrecht. I live at 95 North 27th Street. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, the resident at 7050 West Gary Avenue. I'm a member of an active family. As an avid cyclist, I have serious concerns regarding traffic design for this development. Blue Diamond, known as State Route 160, has a marked bike lane commonly used by cyclists to reach the Red Rock Canyon. State Route 160 is already becoming a dangerous route for cycling. As my colleague has pointed out, I have serious concerns regarding the exit and entrance leaving this development. Along this marked bike path, the road does constrict, creating a big concern. My other concern also is with the exit at Raven. And for that, I'd like to turn this over to my colleague, Sandra. Thank you.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Sandra Stahl. I live at 7315 West Wigwam, within a mile of this project. I also oppose to this project because of the systemic issues with the traffic design and safety. Today, I'd like to talk about 3 specific safety issues. The first issue is the access to the property on the north end, on the exit of the property. Specifically, when cars are exiting the property and turning towards Rainbow, they can only head south, which means that there's no north access except for going to the Blue Diamond and Rainbow interchange and making a U-turn in the dangerous intersection. This is more likely than not going to cause each of the residents that leave this property to turn into the Rural Neighborhood Preserve and our equestrian trails. On afternoons, you are more likely than not to see children and adults riding their horses on these protected and preserved equestrian trails. My second item is the schooling for the students in this area. The schooling is actually across the street for the existing schools, Mark Fine Elementary, and with lack of zoning or lack of busing, how will these students cross the street, crossing Rainbow? I disagree with the proposal on the new school that's going to be opening in 2021 because it's a charter school, and charter schools, as we know, have a lottery system. It's never guaranteed, even if you live nearby. The third item is the applicant has stated that they will have an easy and safe access for pedestrians to the commercial project and the commercial access to the south side of Blue Diamond. Let me tell you a little bit about my personal history with the intersection of Rainbow and Blue Diamond. I have 2 children in my house. Both of those children have almost been hit in traffic crossing that street. One of them had to, and he was walking his bike across the street, had to jump out of the crosswalk as a car came down the bike lane. Again, I disagree with this project, and on the basis of the systemic traffic and safety issues with the project, especially the special use permit and the waiver of development standards. But I would greatly, greatly support the C2 commercial zoning. Thank you. Jeffrey.
Thank you for your comments.
Honorable members of the Clark County Board of Commissioners, my name is Jeffrey Peters. I live at 7325 West Agate Avenue, Las Vegas 89113. I'm here to reiterate the main concerns and conclusions at our recent town board meeting held just last week. At that meeting, at that public hearing, it was clarified this design is essentially 2 different projects. We're looking at an apartment complex adjacent to a strip mall. There is no mixed use in this design whatsoever. There are even gates between the commercial and the apartment areas, and this violates the very intention of what a mixed-use development is supposed to be. Nevada West is an apartment developer. That's what they do. They build apartments. They bought this commercial property and immediately applied for a non-conforming zone change. They show no expertise nor serious commitment in developing this as the county has planned. Additionally, these apartments are directly across the street from an RNP with no transition to single-family homes. Now, although the buildings next to the RNP are one story, the density of that is still apartments. Only 63% of this property is actually within the mixed-use overlay, which means 37% of the site is not. The applicant presents this as if it's proof the entire site must be entitled to a mixed-use development. In conclusion, this divided design in MUD history has a long history of very bad results. In the Mountains Edge mixed-use, apartments were built in 2004, but the commercial did not follow until 2017. That's 13 years. 13 years later, they finally got their commercial. The commercial part of Warmington Homes' mixed-use commercial area has been nothing but dirt since 2006. That's 12 years and counting. Here at the gallery, nearby at Blue Diamond in Buffalo, is yet another apartment complex with an empty, undeveloped commercial site, a fenced eyesore blighting the neighborhood. Thank you for your time. I'd like to introduce our counsel, Bill Curran.
Good morning, Mr. Curran.
Good morning. I'm Bill Curran, for the record, appearing on behalf of the neighborhood who are in opposition to this. A number of important points have been made, and I'm not going to try to reiterate them all, but let me just focus on a central issue. I remember well when this commission adopted the idea of mixed use. I can tell you that the concept of an apartment complex next to a strip mall of, respectfully, I'd say unbuildable commercial units was the furthest thing from your mind. Whether staff concludes that this meets the technical requirements or not, nobody can seriously argue that this complies with what was intended as a mixed-use project. Let me just address some of the technical items. The waivers, they seem fairly innocuous when stated, but having traffic coming down Blue Diamond, which is already a raceway, we have ample evidence of how dangerous it is to pedestrians and drivers. This is at a point at which the roadway narrows from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, creating a special challenge. And then the throat, where the cars are supposed to turn in, if they're going to access the commercial sites, they would have to make a U-turn, come through an area where there is parking, where people will be backing out. I mean, this is just about an impossible thing. If deliveries or people were coming in on motorbikes or something, maybe it'd be different. But in the world we live in, where people drive trucks, where delivery trucks have to access this, it's almost impossible. It's just an accident asking and waiting to happen. The fact that this is blocked off up here with a gate just aggravates the problem, and it just accentuates the fact that the reality is you've got a traditional, although poorly designed, residential component for apartments, but then along Blue Diamond you have what's designated as commercial, but it's going to be a failed commercial. How can that possibly be developed where people are going to come in, make a U-turn, including service vehicles, trash trucks, emergency vehicles, people who drive big trucks like I do? It pales beyond belief. So this is not a true mixed use. Thinking that putting gates here divides it, solves the problem, it aggravates the problem. The design that the people are then going to go exit up to the north through an alleyway. If this was ever to be developed, this should be a crash gate for emergency vehicles only. Let me just wrap up by saying that because of timing and the holidays, we've reduced the presence of people who would like to be heard on this. At the town board meeting, there were 46 citizens appeared in opposition. Additionally, there were 108 people who submitted emails, and 60 additional letters of opposition are here today to be submitted for your record. So the neighborhood that has worked very hard with this commission to try to do something that serves the needs of the neighborhood and is realistic for developers, we respectfully ask that you give us 120 days in which we can work with the developer to see if there's something that is viable and could achieve the goals of your mixed use and still serve the needs of the community. Absent that, we recommend that this be just denied and that they start from scratch. But at the minimum, we request that we have an appropriate time to try to work with them. Getting the new design the night before the town board meeting in the middle of the holiday season just was not realistic. So,
thank you, Mr.
anyhow,
Kern.
thank you.
Thank you.
And here are the letters for the record, if I can give those to the clerk.
Mario, can you grab those? Or Sammy, or somebody? They got them. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public hearing? Hearing and seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. Kempfer, do you want to briefly respond to this?
Yes, sir.
Briefly being the definitive word.
Yes, sir, but it's appropriate to respond. I love the fact that now they say we weren't willing to meet. We met numerous times. Yes, was a meeting several months ago. Yes, we did provide the design. During the period of time that we were attempting to discuss this, we get notice or see a notice that goes out to the neighbors telling them to come to the town board and come to the county commission, because now they're back with a slippery alternative. And I appreciate the fact that Mr. Curran doesn't believe this is an appropriate apartment design. I'm sure he will evidence to us, should we ask, his experience in that regard. The reason that we're talking about the amended map is because we added commercial. We added that small area along. I say small, but it's that area along commercial. That's the only way it changed. Several things, and very briefly. First of all, there is no cross-access allowed. I looked at the approval that were given at the time of the C2 zoning on the property adjacent to us. There was no cross-access required. Do you honestly believe that Becker is going to give up his property right now for a cross-access that would allow access to our site? The answer is absolutely no. Nobody does that unless it's imposed on them at the time, or they have some involvement or interest in the property adjacent to it. They talk about the traffic on Blue Diamond. Commercial generates 3 times. You have Mr. Denman here. He can confirm. Commercial generates multiple times more traffic than this project ever would. And now they're saying, well, we don't want you to have the one access that you're only allowed on Blue Diamond's going to create too much traffic through the residential. Comparing 215, that Arroyo Center, I represented that center. I got it approved at 215 and Rainbow. Comparing that to this site is just inappropriate and certainly inapplicable. Secondly, I love this. Stick with what we bought. I just showed you that we bought MUD 4. We bought MUD 4, 255 potential units. That's what was bought. So, except for the additional 8 acres that was added. The Raven Gate was added as a consideration to the neighbors. If they don't want it, we don't care. We'll make it a crash gate. We did that because we thought that's what the neighbors preferred. So the bottom line is we have worked with these neighbors. They want what they want. What they want cannot be developed there. And in fairness to Commissioner Brager, when they were talking about making this property developable as a commercial site, there was no determination as to how many exits or entrances you could have on Blue Diamond. There was no consideration as to what the adjacent property owner to the east would do or not do. That's not fair to say this, this is something that was agreed to. Yeah, okay, that's what people wanted, but they can't get it. And there's no way that we can massage this or change facts or whatever. This property will not be developed with a big commercial site. This is an appropriate use. Staff recommends it. And again, with all due respect to Mr. Curran, there are more than a couple of ways that you can do a mixed use. And staff's comment was the project incorporates a balanced level of horizontal integration that appears safe and convenient with an overall site design that is highlighted by well-connected pedestrian corridors. Staff finds that the project meets the purpose and expectations of the mixed-use overlay district and is in conformance with the intent and purposes of Title 30 and the comprehensive master plan. That's what your staff finds. And candidly, I go along with your staff in terms of what's right and what's not right. And I'd respectfully ask for your approval. Chip, if you have anything else.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Briefly.
Thank you, Chris. Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, just a couple more points. First, I sat where you sat, and I know you know that. And I, as you, asked the applicants all the time to go and meet with the neighbors, to find out what their concerns are, what their interests are, and do your best to compromise, do your best to incorporate the things that are important to them into your designs. I lived that my entire life, my career, when I was a county commissioner. So I want you to know that has not changed, and it's been done. And we have met with the neighbors very respectfully on both sides and put forth ideas and suggestions. And a lot of what you see today has come from those meetings. Notwithstanding, they have always said what they really want on this corner is a large commercial for a big box commercial to serve the area. We can't get there, right? But the effort has been made, and anytime we have information to share and ask for meetings, it was promoted as soon as absolutely possible. I think that's very important. The second part, there's some concern about throat depth. I want to point out that this here for you is not a gate. The residential is gated. The residential gates are right here and right here. The throat depth for the residential aspect of this exceeds the requirement. It's over 200 feet in depth. The throat depth for the commercial is right here. Currently it's 130 feet. The requirement is 150 feet. So we're asking for the current condition to waive the 20 foot to allow that to happen. In the future, if and when Blue Diamond is built out to its full capacity, the throat depth for the commercial would reduce to 100. The mitigating factor for there would be to put in a right turn lane parallel to Blue Diamond to add to the queuing that would be required for any stacking that would happen. So this, in my opinion, as an engineer, as a former commissioner, as someone who's done this for a long time, that would satisfy and mitigate any concerns that happens. Chris has mentioned everything else that's occurred that we've been trying to do to make this work. This is a mixed use in the fact that the staff is very adamant, as was Susan, that you will integrate the residential aspect with the commercial. Okay? This residential aspect is integrated fully with the commercial, with pedestrian access, a pedestrian plaza across the entire length between the commercial and the residential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate all the comments. And I will say that District F is abundant with neighbors and community members that really do their homework and that they come prepared for what they have to say. They are normally, once we get to this point, not always before this point, kind in their remarks, and before that sometimes it gets a little heated until we get to what we can really do. I still have, and we have chatted many times, and I've chatted with the neighbors many times, that I think the problem here lies in the county, some of it. I really feel very strong about that. And the problem is that we don't have a good concept of what mixed use is. And that's been for a long time. I even think Commissioner G and I early on tried to work on that, and then you just get, I have like 40 items a meeting, so I don't want to call it getting on task on those things, but I'm working with neighbors and doing those things. So I think that in the future, there needs to be a better percentage description per the acreage that is there. And I hope that this commission that's left will continue to do that, because that's what causes part of the problems, is people come in feeling that they have a quasi-conforming, but mixed, to me, and I have said this to the applicants, doesn't seem like mixed is, and when they did share at one time, what if we put some apartments above mixed use? Well, the district has failed at that, I think, and from what I've seen. So that is not a good example. And so I did say I didn't think that was something to do. I don't think that's the mixed use that represents what we need in the county. So do I think we have a little ways to go on this? I do. I don't like that I have one meeting left, because there's a few things that I would like to continue. So that makes it a little bit frustrating in having to not give up, but I've spent 12 years of being very diligent. I probably met with, and I'll call it Teller's Group. I bet if it's been 12 times, it's been 15. Just, even probably more through the years. With the other groups, try to get out to all of them throughout the years. So I'm a little frustrated that some of the things, having the gated, even though you say you would get rid of the gates, really it looks like a commercial aspect with an apartment complex. And I know that you said the justification on the gated was for the residents that live there, but if it's truly a mixed use, and none of them have really come to, when we were having the downturn and there was going to be that great mixed use at Durango and, what was that? I can't think of the gentleman's name that was going to do it. It was like exciting. Not that you might want a pub, but it had from a pub where you could live, work, play, have dinner in a supper club. It was everything that you could possibly want, and some conveniences also. So it had conveniences, it had a pub or a couple of them within the 1,500 feet for how big it was. So normally I absolutely know what I want to do. I'm a little conflicted today, so I wouldn't mind, and I don't always throw this out there because sometimes I don't want to know what they think. But I'm going to see if there are some comments from the commissioners, just because I feel like it's still not enough mixed use, which we discussed, and especially the mixed. It might have some commercial, but it's not a mixed factor. I think that that we can't change the throat. I think it needs more distance in the depth. And I went over it again last night. I went to bed very late, so I brought the map home with me and had studied it some more and what could really be done to make this viable. I like the single stories on the far end. Yes, they're still apartments, but they are single stories. I think that's a plus to what can be there. So normally I don't do this, but I'm not certain where this would go, so I think it would be equitable for the developer to kind of hear. I don't want to be surprised, so I'll just throw that out there a little bit.
Okay. Do you have any comments? We're going to start. Start with Commissioner Kirkpatrick and come back this way. How's that?
Briefly. I guess we'll just go all the way down the line. So I guess I just, because there's a couple of things that I see. I mean, I have a lot of mixed use in the Northwest, and I think Commissioner Brown would agree that we have some pretty nice ones, right, where young families can live and then walk to the store and be pretty engaged. So I got to believe that NDOT would require a de-acceleration lane as you're coming into that commercial for one. So that I don't think conflicts with the bicycle piece of it. So I guess I'm just wondering, Commissioner Brager, what is the expectation for them to come back if they technically, as Mr. Kern said, meet all the requirements today on a mixed use? What would you rather see? Because I have seen some crazy stuff in the Southwest that I hope I never have to deal with in the Northwest on mixed use. And it's funny because Mr. Kearns, I think you represented one of them at one time with the big old signage off of like the cactus area, which I thought, oh my gosh, that was crazy. So I guess what is the expectation, because you're trying to have the mixed use where people can live, work, and play, and one of the constraints we have now is the housing crisis, where you can't buy a house and then you're forced to live on one piece. So I'm trying to, for me, I would be like asking for cameras within those areas to meet some lighting requirements, because that's what I find for the long term. I mean, you know, and I bet Commissioner Weekly and Commissioner G could tell you the drama we have with the big box commercial areas that are vacant. We have more issues with those Albertson shopping centers than I care to address. So I guess I'm just looking for some direction on what the expectation is, because some of the things that I'm reading here, I know you got to have rooftops, and I think it kind of changed when the RE folks sold their property and moved on. So I'm open to hear.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I think just overall, we've encroached on a lot of our RNPs, and that's been part of the problem. The buffers aren't there statutorily. We were just talking about, we tried to protect it back in the 90s, and still haven't gotten far enough. So I would just suggest if anybody wants to talk to their state legislature, there may be some, or the governor-elect, there might be some ways to better protect RNPs in and of themselves. I know it's being called a mixed use, and I've been a proponent of that, but I don't see this as it more looks like a plop. Let's plop this here, plop this here, plop this here, and then call it something. And I don't really think it rises to the level of the connectivity, the ability for amenities to be there, for people to be able to live without impacting the RMP. I know you've tried to minimize some of that, but to me, I think if I look at what and I know you met with folks, but it hasn't been that recent. And I think that, and normally this group comes, they don't come often, but when they do, they've always been very thoughtful. Don't turn down projects. And in fact, their last ask was, we ask you to hold the item for 120 days to allow us to meet and collaborate, do more research, and see if we can work out a compromise that would allow a version of this project to go forward. So it wasn't a no slam dunk, you can't do it, but it was a version recognizing that there's some methodology that might make sense to both parties to get a win-win. And they ask also to deny the special use permit, the waiver standards of the street, but approve the zone change. So I think that might get us at least moving to where they can then turn around and spend the time to actually look at this. By then, maybe NDOT will weigh in. Chris, was the access points for the Walmart there originally? Or Chip, you mentioned, I'm sorry, former commissioner, you had mentioned that Walmart had 3 or 4 different access points in and out of their project.
You're asking me if they have access? Yes, they have 2 access points, I believe, on off of Blue Diamond into.
And that was there originally, so it wasn't something that NDOT granted after the fact. Do you know?
That I couldn't tell you. I just know.
I was just curious because it didn't say.
Yeah, I can answer that. I'm looking at the picture. Walmart only got 1 access point off Blue Diamond. There's an existing access point with shared access over to the gas station and McDonald's property that's already there. And then they also have the frontage on Rainbow, which has additional access points.
Okay. So it wasn't something created, because they told you no, and I was just curious what was allowed or what had been previously proven.
Commissioner G, if I might. Something that has changed as well, too. NDOT is trying to, in their view, keep up with the time, so to speak, but we think maybe they're not, maybe they're going backwards. I can just say that because I work with them a lot.
Right.
They, as of January of 2017, they put out a new program. Their focus on their highways is not to allow anybody onto the highways that aren't already on there.
We're fighting that, I think, on Boulder Highway, in fact, that Commissioner Gibson and I are working on safety and pedestrian access and roads. So yeah, they've been kind of consistent.
So they're very, very restrictive on driveways, very restrictive on left turns, and it is near impossible to get more than 1 access point.
Thank you. So to me, I think that the neighbors have asked for more time to help you make this into a project that might be acceptable to them. To me, it makes sense. There's no rush at this point to see what might work out better for everybody in that community, and I think that might be a direction, but that's up to Susan on how she wants to recommend that. Thank you. It's to the leftovers, but I like leftovers. So.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Commissioner, we are now being referred to as the leftovers, who will be here.
You are the leftovers.
I concur that I think, and certainly thank the residents for their presentation. Very very professional, very rational. On a couple of their points, though, I think they're off base a little bit. And first and foremost, if it's the same Chris Armstrong that was quoted in 214 saying this is perfect, the company he works for does these. So if it was perfect, it would be built right now. So that scenario of the big boxes, the Home Depots, the Walmarts, if this was truly the ripe spot, it would be done. Understanding the Becker family owns that on the Rainbow frontage, and they won't sell. They lease, and so the idea of the perfect location for a big box is here. I don't quite agree with that. Could be a different type of commercial. And a couple of the other things that the neighbors brought up, legitimate, but for instance, the traffic, the pedestrians, the bicyclists, the kids going to school, that is going to be an issue along this corridor for the next couple decades. So to ask this applicant or the ultimate developer of this property to address what is going to be an ongoing challenge for a long time, I don't think it's fair. I don't think they can control some of the issues that were put in the concerns from the neighbors other than what their project will have impacting. And then on the flip side of the coin, I think what strikes me, Mr. Kempfer and Mr. Maxfield, is certainly perhaps the vagueness in what different people interpret our mud to be. But this is, by design, a residential complex abutting a commercial complex with pedestrian access. There seems to be, and I think this was brought up by a couple of neighbors, the ability to be a little more creative. I don't think, unless this is the final product that the applicant needs to make it work, I would concur with the commissioner that maybe we give them some time to have, maybe one last shot, understanding that both sides are going to have to, from my perspective, both sides are going to have to give a little bit. That would be my thought.
And I'll just add, since we're going down the line here, if you own the parcels to the east that you originally have on there, the Becker pieces, then I think it's a more viable project, but you don't. And I don't think you can include it in this because we don't know when, if ever, when those properties would be developed, and then they get the cross access and whatnot. There is a vagueness as it relates to our MUD designation, clearly. Maybe there should be a defined percentage, and the group left should, not the leftovers, I'm not calling you the bad news bears or leftovers, should define that more clearly so you understand, but this might meet the legalities, but I don't know if it meets the intent. So, Commissioner Weekly, Gibson?
Thank you. Mr. Kemper, I had an opportunity to meet with both you and Commissioner Maxfield on this project here, and just kind of listening to a lot of the comments here, you know, in terms of how this board operates, and wanting to make sure that we've given the residents a great opportunity to have their voices heard and just take the best possible stab at it as we possibly can. I think you all are almost there. I think based on some of the changes that you all had made where you first started, I think you've come a long way, but I think maybe there might still be a little bit more ways just based on what we're hearing here today from some of the comments that we may need to go back to the table one more time, and prayerfully we can get there. So, Commissioner, I was initially inclined to just say I'm okay with it, but I don't live in the neighborhood, and I've always been a big advocate and proponent of who am I to say what's best for someone who have to live right next to it. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more from what the residents would like to see happen in their neighborhoods. So that'd be my comment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson.
Really, everyone's covered the things that had occurred to me. The one thing I would say, though, is if we're going to continue this for some period of time, I think someone needs to say against, well, I'll do it. This can't be a big box project. It just can't be. So if the neighbors are interested in further discussion, at least I think they need to acknowledge that we have to start there. There is just no way. We don't control NDOT. We don't control access to a state highway. We surely don't have any influence over what the Beckers decide to do and when they deem it good for them to do development there. So I'm supportive of continuing the item for some period of time. I think that a 60 to 120 day period, 120 days is a long time, but if the fundamental movement in order to get a solution that everyone agrees to includes right today that we understand there cannot be a big box there, then in short order you come back. And if that is not the understanding, then it doesn't matter how much time we give you, because you'll never be able to get there. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I just want to add, when you say 120 days, the reason I'm more inclined for a little longer is we've got a holiday here and we've got 3 new commissioners going to be coming on. They're going to have to get up to speed on some pretty big projects pretty quickly. And it's going to take some time to get those briefings. And frankly, I don't think you're going to be able to explain this to somebody that hasn't had this history in 30 minutes. It's going to take a little bit more time than that. So that's why I'd be a little more inclined to give for those 3 folks, because it's not just this one project. We've got several that they're going to have to come up to speed with. So that was just my thought. Commissioner Brager.
And I appreciate what everyone's saying. I respect the projects that Mr. Kemfer and past Commissioner Maxfield has that has sat here during these times that you feel like you're almost there, but you're not quite there. I would love to have 3 more months to finish a few things that I'm working on. Unfortunately, term limits create that you're going to have some projects that you just can't get to where they need to go. So I think in the best interest of the other commissioners, and I do not enjoy saying this or doing it because I'm very stubborn on wanting to get things done, but I respect that you have moved this much further than it was in the beginning when you first started the project. You have taken out complexes, 24 plus maybe 48. I'm trying to think about how many different units that were there, just so that in the audience and the commissioners that will be remaining, I won't even call you leftovers either, right, give you a new term, that will be sitting here would take this serious and know that it has the justification and ability to be here, but is it ready today to be here? And I think that staff does need to look at mixed use a little bit more intently. Not that they have a lot on their plate there. I think they're amazing. Everyone that sits here before us does a very hard job. They care. We have major discussions, sometimes up on the 6th floor, of what we think and why their justifications are, from roads vacating to roads not vacating, to what the public needs, to what the developer builder needs. So I think you're close. I wish we could do it in 2 weeks, but because of everything that's going on and the holidays coming, it would probably be very impossible. What, you want me to get to that point? I can't. I'm just taking all the time I can here because no, I'm kidding. Go ahead if you want to say something. I'll let you.
Well, it's obvious that this particular design is not going to get approved by this particular commission. All right, so you don't have to hit a good mule twice. What I would ask is that the zone change be approved, the vacation be approved, because whatever you're talking about, you're going to, whatever it's commercial, whatever, you're going to need the vacation of agate and working that out. And then if the use permit was approved but the design review was denied, then we'd have to come back with a new design.
That would do it, wouldn't it?
So I don't know if that would work.
Oh, very good. You know I'm going to ask you.
Right. On the zone change and a vacation, yeah, that'd be fine. But on the use permit, I think we should wait to see what design we have before we approve the use permit.
203 gets you in the Hall of Fame, Mr. Kemper.
Can I, if the board so pleases, I would recommend that if you would like to approve the zone change and the vacation, I would recommend that the applicant withdraw without prejudice the use permit, the waivers, and the design review, and then come back with a new, after working with neighbors, come back with a new design.
We will at the suggestion of Ms. Edmondson, we will withdraw the use permit without prejudice, the design review without prejudice. I don't know why the waivers would have to be. Staff's recommending approval of the waivers, but we would withdraw those without prejudice as well, unless staff says they'll be needed no matter what. So, anyway.
I think she's shaking her head. She wants all three withdrawn. Commissioner
Then
Reagan?
we'll withdraw all three without prejudice, approval of the zone change, approval of the vacation, and withdrawal without prejudice of the other three.
Okay, and I would have loved to finish this with the neighbors. They really are, they're fun to work with, and we go out there and spend, hours. So I appreciate that. I'm sorry that I can't finish this one. It could be, and I think it will be, an amazing project. And I would suggest that, which I know you will and that you do, so I want to make sure I say that correctly, that you would meet with them. They are, they can be a valuable asset, because I believe there's a project that can come out of this that would be more mixed and have the ability to give the developer what he needs and the neighbors what they need. And sometimes you can't get to that point. Sometimes the neighbors are really, I'm going to say it this way, and I apologize, not correct. And there are legal aspects to everything. So as long as we stay within the realm of the law on this in the future, and now, which I've done for my whole 12 years, sometimes there's things that have to go, or maybe we don't want them. But at least given the opportunity to be able to prove that, I think we'll make a nice transition for you in, if it's February or March or whatever you're going to do. I'm not going to put a time frame, because
Yeah, there's no time frame necessary now. The one thing I would recommend, though, is that we delete the first condition of current planning, because to put a resolution of intent to complete in 3 years when we don't even know what the design is makes
would
no
not be
sense. And it is a conforming zone change to C2, and the neighbors had said they want it to be C2. So that does not seem to be contentious.
Okay. That would be, I'm not going to enjoy this meeting and my last meeting. That would be my motion.
So to clarify, the motion is to approve the zone change, and they're withdrawing everything else.
No.
No.
The vacation is approved.
Can I? Right.
What
So
did you make the?
Item 22, they would withdraw without prejudice the use permit, the waivers, and the design review, and the zone change would be approved, deleting the current planning condition number 1, and then item 23 would be approved.
That would be the motion.
We have a motion from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion? You understand the motion, Mr. Kempfer, Mr. Maxfield?
Yes. Yes.
Neighbors
Yes, sir.
understand the motion?
We understand the motion. Thank
Okay,
you.
we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. I'll see you, too, on the 19th, so I'll say goodbye then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is item 26.
We're on our second item, and hope everybody.
Wait a minute. I have
For
saved.
those of you who don't know, we have a cafeteria a little bit down the hall here. We're going to be here for a while.
But I am just going to say that I did save 6 hours sticking to my
Good.
other commitment.
26?
26 is the next item. You see 18787, holdover use permits for the following: on-premise consumption of alcohol, a tavern, reduces separation to a residential use for proposed tavern in conjunction with a shopping center on a 4.8 acre portion of an 8.6 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment
Nancy,
zone.
could you speak? You're not going to the microphone.
I think it's not working, is what.
Okay, could I have somebody in the booth again come on down here? We can't hear the microphone, so you've got to please turn up the audio. Okay.
Let's try again. Can you hear that?
Try again. Now I can.
Item 26, UC 18787, holdover use permits for the following: on-premise consumption of alcohol, a tavern, reduces separation to a residential use for proposed tavern in conjunction with a shopping center on 4.8 acre portion of 8.6 acres in the H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mudwin Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Flamingo Road and Hugh Hefner Drive within Paradise.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Richard Surface, 2129 Stonecroft Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134. I'm here with Chris Bavor, the developer of the project. We respectfully have met per your direction at the November 28th BCC meeting with our neighbors, the folks from Stations over here at the Palm facility, and also the Boyd Group. They do not oppose our request for a tavern at the Wahoo site here.
Okay, but before you go too far, you didn't meet with Public Works, and they've got a problem with the driveway.
That's item 27.
27
They held that. This is-
that's going to come next. Okay.
That one was
sorry.
held.
Okay,
Yes,
that one's going to be
Commissioner.
held.
That one was held, and we have had a very productive meeting with our good friends at the fire department. They were excellent in working with us and giving us some great suggestions to make this project, item 27, better.
27.
And we
I
are
apologize.
continuing to
Let's go
work
to
with
26. Okay.
Public Works and our good friends in comprehensive planning to bring that one back in a more amiable fashion.
Okay.
Chris Bevor, 60 Chapman Heights, Las Vegas, Nevada. Here's the developer. Believe we're in full support with our neighborhood and community and our gaming neighbors here for, or they're aware of it, not opposing our request at this time.
Got it. Okay, good. Okay. This is a public hearing. You're good? You done? Can I
Yes.
open the
Oh,
public
yes, I'm
hearing
sorry.
now? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Yes.
This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 26. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 26, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 26. A lot of people moving around. Is anybody coming down? No. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing on 26. Eric, you're fine. Public Works is fine with this, right? We've got no problem?
No issues on 26.
Good. I'm going to move approval per staff if approved conditions. That is the motion. Any discussion on my motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. And if you could make sure you go through Eric on 27 so we got the driveway thing. That's, appreciate it, Chris. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Moving right along, Nance. That was good. Okay.
Item 28. Can you hear me this time? Because it seems like I
can
can't
hear
hear
you
myself.
now. You're doing a Verizon commercial.
All
Okay.
right, UC 18793, holdover use permits for the following. Permit an accessory use retail booth to not have primary access through a resort hotel and deviations per plans on file. Deviations for the following. Permit retail sales of gelato stand to be conducted outside and not within an enclosed building, and all other deviations per plans on file. Design reviews for the following. A retail booth gelato stand, modifications to an approved comprehensive sign package in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, Planet Hollywood, on a portion of 37.4 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the east side of Las Vegas Boulevard South and the north side of Harmon Avenue within Paradise. The Paradise Town Board approved adding a 2-year review as a public hearing. And for the commissioners' information, staff has worked with them, and we feel that the way they have designed the queuing meets our concerns about impacts to the pedestrian realm.
Thank you. Ms. Warren, we're all reminiscing of when you were a journalist at Channel 3 for so many years.
I don't have to hold the microphone anymore. It just
No.
is here. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Mackenzie Warren for the record, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1600, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. We hope to keep this moving this morning. We represent the applicant, that is PHV LV LLC. And along with me this morning is Zach Broyles. Zach is the architect that designed the project. He's with IZ Design Studios. And we also have the Jabanis in the audience. That's Alba and Andy, husband and wife team. They are the owners of this proposed Coccolini gelato stand. They're
Did
also
they bring samples?
no samples, Mr. Chair. We're hoping after today that those will be available. And they are here if any of you commissioners have any questions of them. This application consists of both a use permit and a design review. TAB is recommending approval today. As you heard, staff is recommending denial based on the proximity to that pedestrian easement and also the design. I'm going to turn it over to Zach. He's the technical guy, and he's going to walk you through the revised plans as well as the incorporated changes that we have included since working with staff and TAB.
Yeah, we've been working with staff and the town
You've
board.
got to identify yourself for
several
the
months.
record,
Okay,
sir.
sorry, I thought she did.
See, if you
Zach
go to law
Broyles.
school, they teach you all this stuff, but now you got to identify yourself for the record. Go ahead.
Zach Broyles, IZ Design Studio, 7229 West Sahara, Suite 120. So as she stated, we've been working on this for several months to address the concerns that staff had brought up during planning and then also with the town board and their various concerns because of the adjacency to the pedestrian easement. As you can see here on the plan, the hatched area is the 15-foot wide pedestrian easement. We're not encroaching into that in any way. Actually, we've pushed back so that we're exceeding the minimum standards. We're 6 feet at the minimum. Additionally, we've added a railing, which was one of the suggestions that came up during our town board, that is 3 feet beyond that 3 foot, which is called a shy zone, to make sure that we don't have people piling out into that easement. And then additionally, we've modified this to flow. We've got ample area at the south end of the areas, so if we do have a large amount of people queuing here, they can gather far from that shy zone and from the pedestrian easement, and then flow organized behind that railing to the north, where they'll actually pay.
And so as we hope the plans reflect, we have heard staff's concerns, and the plans definitely show that. We ultimately understand their concerns and their duty to safeguard the pedestrian access easement. But to add on to the queuing discussion that Zach touched on, this is a grab-and-go service. This is quick. It's scoop and serve. Money is time. Certainly, the Giovanni's don't want to line queuing. They have several other gelato stands up and down the strip. It's just coffee and gelato. There's no food prep. So that's been taken into consideration. We also had the opportunity to make a site visit, a little field trip with Commissioner Gibson's staff along with Metro. Commissioner Gibson has a practice anytime a project touches Las Vegas Boulevard, he brings Metro into the fold to get the women and men who walk that road and really see the issues and have really good insight with what's going on down there. So currently, around the corner, just to the north of this proposed gelato stand, is a small daiquiri bar. And when you walk around the corner, there's nothing. It's this unused, vacant space. I don't want to call it blighted, but in our conversations with Metro, they explained very simply that when there's nothing going on, people tend to hang out, loitering, pandering, sleeping, up to no good. And so Metro sees a huge benefit in getting a legitimate business there, lights, vitality, employees, an extra set of eyes to help kind of clean up this little corner. This will employ 15 to 20 people. The proposed hours are from 10 a.m. to midnight, so especially in those late hours when, some of the I don't know a better phrase than riffraff starts to pick up, there's going to be a business there, and Metro sees that as a positive. We thank Commissioner Gibson and his staff and Metro on what turned out to be a fairly busy night for our policewomen and men to take that time and look at it with their own eyes. Just lastly, TAB has suggested a 2-year review period. The Giovanni's accept that wholeheartedly, and that concludes our presentation, and we're standing by and willing to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 28. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 28, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Did you fill out a card, Zach? Is this you?
Yes, that's me.
You don't have to fill out a card if you want
He's
to
very
present.
official. We appreciate him. He comes with the plans and he fills out the forms.
You got it. We'll put that card aside. Anyone else wishing to testify during the public hearing besides Zach, who turned in a card? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicant here has worked very hard. I think that when they first submitted the set of drawings that were originally designed, no one could have conceived of the kind of fine detail that needed to be attended to. But your clients have been more than willing to work with the staff, respond to what the town board has said. We appreciate them going out with Ms. Vasquez and Metro. We appreciate the Metro cooperation. I think we finally got something that will really be an asset and a deterrent to some of the loitering and other issues that are common out along the Las Vegas Strip. So with all of that, I move approval with the staff, according to the staff, the TAB recommendations, which included both the 2-year review and extending, as you can see in the design, the railing further to the south to curve to the east away from the pedestrian access easement.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Gibson. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner June Kiliani.
Sorry, I'm just trying to, is there a shy space then? Because that's what we've been very consistent on.
Yes, they're putting up a rail and
The
keeping
rail
the
is
sidewalk.
Consistent with the 3-foot shy space,
Got it.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Ms. Warren, would your client like to come up? They can have 60 seconds. We have a huge world. Millions of people are watching this. Really, a couple dozen are watching this on the web. If you'd like to tell us about your gelato stand, or
They do it like at Rome?
I think they'd say just come for the sample, and we're going to invite all the commissioners to the grand opening. We look forward to that. They're going to get
Nice.
started sometime in January and hoping for a spring opening. So
Good.
thank you
So
again.
all the commissioners that are currently will
groups
then
of
be sitting
commissioners
will
are
be
just
invited.
They're
The
left.
leftovers. I personally still have a Thanksgiving ham that I'm still eating. I'm a huge fan of leftovers and leftovers and incoming commissioners. And we appreciate your time and good luck with your very busy day.
I have a question though. Which style? In Rome, there's a Teatro de Gelato, which does it with fresh herbs as well as with your chocolates, which would be an awesome little idea. Just saying.
What is the style? Artisan, so it's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on. Next item.
Next are items 36 and 37, which can be heard together. Item 36, WC 1840231, ZC 125299, waiver of conditions of a zone change requiring full offsites to include paved legal access in conjunction with an approved shopping center on 1.9 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Jones Boulevard and Arby Avenue within Enterprise. Item 37, VS 18799, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Jones Boulevard and Lindell Road and between Warm Springs Road and Arby Avenue within Enterprise.
Mr. Gronauer, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing Mr. Joel Lobb. We've worked with your Public Works Department with respect to an understanding that we'll be putting in the offsites when we have a development that comes in. The only reason why we're asking to put this off is because coming through the parcel map, this is just dealing with the telecommunications facility that we will be cutting out in this area. So with that being said, we'd ask you to approve both of these applications, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. This time I'm going to open the public hearing items number 36 and or 37. Anyone wishing to address the board on either or both of those items, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 36 and or 37. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on. We'll make sure it wasn't coming down. I'm going to close the public hearing on 36 and or 37. This is in Commission District A. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. In discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and have a good day.
Is that it for you today?
Oh, I'm going to Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. I got a long
Okay.
day, so I start at the best place first, though.
Oh, he's good. He doesn't miss a
Have a
trick,
good one.
this guy.
Next is item 39, WS 18812, waiver of development standards for full offsites, partial paving, curb gutter, sidewalk, and streetlights. A design review for a grocery store and a gas station on a portion of 9.3 acres in a C2 general commercial zone, generally located on the east side of Lewis Ranch Road and the south side of I-15 within Moapa.
Good morning.
Good morning. Jemmy Nisley, GK3 Architecture, 2111 Edgewood Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. This is a Terrible Hurt station. This is a grocery store with a fueling station, and we have fueling station for standard vehicles and separated by the building, and truck fueling station to the east of the store behind it, separating the traffic. And I'll happily answer any questions, and we respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 39. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 39, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Item 39. 39. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Item number 39, turn this one over to Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe that Eric has a condition that we spoke about on the offsites to be read into the record so that you only develop the offsites that you need today, and moving forward, if 5-year review or until you get a development plan.
This is agreeable, and we appreciate your time. Thank you.
You want to read the record?
Yes, so we'll add the condition that full offsites along the developed portion of Lewis Ranch Road, and 5-year review on the remaining offsites, or construct offsites with future development, whichever comes first.
Are you agreeable to that?
Yes, we are agreeable. Thank you.
So I just want to put on your radar, and I forgot to ask you, and I'm not going to tie you to it today, but the residents said if you could put a sewer place for RV stops to go, that you would be even more wonderful than you are today. So just on your radar, that if that comes along,
that's great.
you could do it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion for approval with the condition, the additional condition that Public Works read into the record.
Do you understand the motion?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing, seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask her, can you get with our office and tell us when development will start? The residents are kind of anxious to see you actually come in, so thanks. Okay, great.
Next is item 40, WS 18816, waivers of development standards for the following: increased average letter height, alternative standards for an animated sign, design review for wall signs in conjunction with an approved office warehouse showroom and distribution building on 2.3 acres in an MD Design Manufacturing AE60 zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located 1,800 feet east of Jones Boulevard and north of Rafael Rivera Way within an enterprise. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval per staff if approved conditions.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mark Whitehouse, 820 Wigwam Parkway, Henderson, Nevada, representing the applicant. We have a sunburst shutter new facility being built off of the 215 on the north side near Jones Boulevard. We have 3 signs on the building. I'll start backwards and move to 1. Sign number 3 is a standard sign, non-illuminated, no issues there. Sign number 2 is the sign that we're asking for the larger channel letters on. Staff has supported this part of the application, and we concur with that. The point of contention here where staff did not support is sign number 1. This is an electronic message display. It does fall within code for the square footage size. However, in the CMA, there is a note that says that electronic message displays must be a part of a freestanding sign. So what we're asking for is to not build a freestanding sign and simply have that electronic message display on the wall facing the 215. So this would eliminate, in essence, one side of that sign by putting it on the wall. And again, Town Board did recommend approval. Thank you.
Does that complete your presentation?
It does.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 40. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 40, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. 40. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 40. This one is also in Commission District A. I'm going to recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. Any discussion on the motion?
I do. I have a question.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Nancy, as far as with all the sign stuff that's coming over the next couple months, so if this was a freestanding sign, it would be allowed by code.
Right.
The fact that putting into the building. Now, is there restrictions on what this sign? It's digital, did you say?
It is.
There's always going to be restrictions that whatever they put on there has to advertise on-premise activities.
Okay. And they're aware of that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's a pleasure to have your question. Thank you. Any further questions? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next is item 41, WS 18832, waivers of development standards for the following: reduced interior side setback, reduced separation between existing structures, increased height of existing gate in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 0.1 acre in an R2 medium-density residential zone, generally located on the west side of Airview Court, 105 feet south of Egerton Drive within Spring Valley, and the Spring Valley Town Board approved per staff conditions.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, you've got to either stand on one of the sides or take the handheld microphone. There's a handheld one in the corner if you'd rather be in the middle.
This is fine. It's not an
Okay.
issue. We built a barbecue for my aunt's house. As you can see from the photo, there's 3 photos. The issue is with it being attached to the wall of the house. It's very sturdy. We did a good job building. Unfortunately, we didn't. It's not that's supposed to be far from the wall, about 3 feet, but it is attached. That's the way we built it. And then our second issue was with the gate. There's a 12-inch on top of the gate, 12-inch bars. That's the decoration that I came with, basically, and we're just trying to see if we can improve it and not have to take everything down. That's all.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 41. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 41, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 41. This is in District 8. You got to turn it sideways now on the dot, okay? Just out of curiosity, what's on the top of that gate? That gate come that way? Is that way?
Yes, that's how it came.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not something we did or anything like that. Just a regular gate. We didn't know it was going to be an issue.
And you built this for your what? You said your aunt?
My aunt, correct. Yeah.
You're a nice nephew.
I am.
You certainly are. Thank you.
Her husband passed away recently, and he used to be very handy, and so I had some buddies of mine come and help us do it. So
good for you.
That's the situation.
Thank you.
It was, yes.
Thank you. That's very nice of you. I'm going to recommend approval per. This is in District 8. Recommend approval per staff if approved conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Hopefully she'll have you over for a barbecue.
Thank you, for sure. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
I just put a plug for you. If she's watching, she'll invite you over for barbecue.
Next is item 42, ZC 18507, holdover zone change to reclassify 42.4 acres from RE resident or rural estates residential zone to C2 general commercial zone in for a mixed-use development. Use permits for the following: a high-impact project, a mixed-use development with commercial and residential components, increased residential density, increased building height, parking reduction, design review for a mixed-use development with commercial and residential components within the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the west side of Buffalo Drive between Patrick Lane and Post Road within Spring Valley. The Spring Valley Town Board approved the zone change, design review, and the use permits 1 through 4. The previous mailing, there were 5 approvals and 160 protests.
Mr. Garcia.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Ed Garcia, 9555 Hillwood, here on behalf of the applicant. As staff indicated, this is a conforming zone change. I'll try and be brief, but I'd just like to give you a brief presentation about the property and what is being proposed, because I think it's a rather significant addition to the area. So this property, as stated, was a conforming zone change with associated use permits and design reviews for a project located at the southwest corner of Patrick and Buffalo. Now, this project, this property, this is the property we're talking about. This is not a part, this leg jotting out to here, but it consists of 40 acres. Now, when this property was purchased, this property was back before you in March of this year. At that time, give you a little history tour here. At that time, when the property was purchased, this was the existing master plan. The master plan was residential high on the western portion. Western, it's 40 acres total. Western was 20 acres residential high, commercial general to the east. At that time in March, we came before you seeking to do a consistent, make it general commercial on the entire property. And the intent of that was really to allow for a mixed-use development. As it's been the topic, we've had that conversation just here today. about kind of what's mixed use and what that is. It's important to understand that this property was always generally planned for on the west side, residential high, and general commercial to the east. This wasn't a property that was affected when the CMA changed, where folks came in and changed the general plan. As far as the records I can tell, this goes back to when the last Spring Valley plan was revised. This was what existed at that time. So back in March, we came forward, asked for the change to make it consistent to allow for a mixed-use development. At that time, there were a few neighbors that came forward. We were wanting to know, concerned with what would be coming. At that time, we actually were able to resolve those issues, and subsequently it was approved. And so what we ended up here was general commercial on the entire 40 acres. At that time in March, we let you know that we'd be back in front of you, bringing forward a detailed plan of what exactly was intended for the site, and that's what we have here before you today. So the plan is for a mixed upscale mixed-use development that is envisioned to be a true mixed-use project. It's much like a Gramercy or District, but again, I don't have to rehash. We've talked about some of the struggles with kind of really integrating live, work, play at one location. This project, I think, it comes as close to accomplishing a lot of those purposes in the code that were intended for that. So just want to highlight a few things about the development with you. The intent is that there will be a mix of neighborhood commercial along the frontage. Obviously, it makes more sense to have it out there where it does have some visibility, but these are not big box locations. These are upscale dining. There is a requirement for a neighborhood grocery store and neighborhood commercial, and that's the intent here. There's not intent this is really hopefully going to be driven by the residents on the property. So much of the residential, some of these buildings are mixed, integrating residential and commercial in one building. Now, there's obviously practical issues sometimes when you come up against that for privacy and giving people options to be separated completely from commercial and vice versa. So this is the project as it's envisioned. So again, bring your attention to the neighborhood commercial. There is a public park, a 1.5 acre public park, which is open to not only the residents, but the surrounding neighborhood and anybody who wishes to visit it. It's important to note that when we were talking about, this is the residential made up of primarily 1 and 2 bedroom units. But it's important to note that we've talked about open space and recreational amenities. This project is required to have 7.5 acres of open space. It provides 11.5. And you can see that each one of these sections of residential will have its own recreational area and dedicated and a pool, as well as the clubhouse, which is open to the general public. So when we presented this, there were some neighbors who appeared at town board. We had some conversations with some of those folks. Since then, we've had both group meetings and one-on-one meetings with those that all those that have reach out to contact us and that we've been able to contact back. And I'll let them speak for themselves if some of them are here today, but I wanted to just briefly address a couple of them. One of the primary issues we heard was traffic. These are no different than any of the issues you hear on any project like this. What I can say about the traffic is, if you're familiar with this area, you know that because of the development patterns, there's kind of a sawtooth in some of the streets out there, and that's something we've heard. What I can say is, while this project isn't going to solve every traffic issue, there is a traffic study required. There will be a development agreement required to be executed along with the county. And there will be full offsites along both Patrick and Buffalo so that those streets will now be built out as they should be. So at least you won't have that sawtooth pattern here. And what I think will happen, that will hopefully help drive development even to the south, which will allow further development of Buffalo as well. We also had heard a lot about the density and some of the height issues that were on this project that we were seeking. We are seeking the density bonuses for the grocery store, the public park, as well as the continuous street frontage and the transit stop. In doing so, as stated in the staff report, the project is complying with the goals and purposes of the urban-specific policy of the plan. This is exactly what, as an aside, what you want in a mixed use from my perspective. I think this is, there's been a lot of talk about sprawl, about the benefits of infill, and how do we address some of these issues. I think it's through the use of these type of projects, which give a level of amenities and retail at a location where the folks who live there can use it. Now, is this going to eliminate every car trip outside of the development? Absolutely not. But for every time there's somebody who uses the grocery store, every time somebody has the dining option of staying on site and dining, every time someone has the ability for a multitude of recreational facilities, is one less car on the road. So, and same thing with the height. As we talked about some of the height issues, what allows you this level of amenities and open space is by being able to go a little bit higher than your typical 35. And so we think it's entirely appropriate. IGT is directly to the south, so I wanted to show you one picture to show you that the heights really aren't that unique to the area. IGT is directly across posts from us. That is 55 feet. That's the same height we're requesting. We actually think with the grade differential, it's going to be quite a bit higher, and then we will be when our product is finished, just because it kind of slopes down, and they're built up on about a 10-foot podium, and I think that's a drainage issue or something. But for whatever reason, while they were approved for 55 to 70, I think it actually sits kind of from the grade a little bit higher than that. That being said, we in our meetings with the neighborhoods, we did have those conversations to try and address some of that, and also to provide some amenities to some of the things that we heard from the surrounding neighborhood. So one of those things we made some changes to the plan, and after dealing with the chairman's staff and hearing some of the concerns, we are withdrawing use permit number 5 for the reduction in parking, and we will provide the fully required amount of parking according to the the shared parking schedule. We were also putting a dog park, which will be open to the public, on the southwest corner of the property, so that the abutting neighbors down here will be able to utilize that. And there was also a revision to the center line of the most kind of southwest building, and really that was to hopefully, if there was an impact on views, that could be mitigated through the changing of the roof line. We went ahead and did that. So I think I just want to close with saying, I think we're trying to comply with all the standards. We're not seeking a lot of the waivers and alternative development standards that you might see of a typical project like this. We are seeking approval of the mixed-use development. Staff recommended approval, town board recommended approval, and planning commission recommended approval, and we'd respectfully request your approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. Does that complete your presentation?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 42. 42, anyone wishing to address the board on item number 42, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments, you limited to 3 minutes. I've got a couple of cards here, but I'll just let you come up in any order. Hi.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for permitting me to chat with you. My name is Jason Brent. I live at 8120 Lenox View Lane in the Ashmore development, very close to this proposed development. Things I would like to call your attention to. I sent in an email to everybody. You should have my email from the previous time. I'd like to emphasize 3 things. One, the increased density per the staff report is 77.8% for one area of density, which is population. The other increase is a density of increase of 72.9% in the height allowed. And the third thing is parking. Originally, parking, according to your laws, was 3,200 feet, 3,200 parking spots. With all the allowances, it was reduced to 2,287. And as I covered in my email to you, I disagree with all the allowances. The bus right there is not going to take away 20% of the parking. The grocery store is not going to take away 20% of the parking, et cetera. But anyway, using all the allowances you gave them, you reduced the parking to 2,287 parking spots. And I chatted with the people on Monday, and their parking is still 2,231. That's even 56 parking spaces less than the lowest 2,287. So you have three major changes. This is not a difference of 5 or 10%. This is a difference of 70% in two areas, which I think is enormous. And even an adjustment, you're off 50-some parking spaces. And you can argue the parking spaces, how many are gated in the community, how many are not gated in the community, how many cars will be in the community, what they do at night. I would argue that there'll be plenty of parking on the street, which would be horrible. And 55-foot, I live there. And it's nothing close by. Forget about the IGT. There's not one residential development apartment house within my knowledge, probably a half a mile or 3/4 of a mile. I haven't measured it exactly, or more. That's as high as 5 stories. I commend the developer for trying to satisfy the needs of the local residents. He's doing his best to try, but I can't envision this 5-story area. Forget about views. No one owns the right to a view. But 5 stories is completely out of place in this quiet residential area. And I asked the board not to approve the waivers and requests requested by the developer.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Hello, John Edwards. My wife and I live at 6135 Villa Lante Avenue, which is a single-family home on the First Street directly west of Digital Desert's site. And our main objection is concerning the parking density, the reduction in parking. And quite frankly, I'm confused now. I went to talk to the developer and his attorney, Mr. Garcia, on Monday, and I didn't have the summary that came with the agenda for today. And they explained to me that my problems with parking had been resolved. And maybe they thought they were, but I'm not sure they are, because according to what's in the background material for the meeting today, it says that the parking would be reduced from 3,200 parking spaces down to 2,059. There seems to be no change. Mr. Garcia says we're going to drop our request for parking reduction. I'm not sure if that request is for the full amount or if that request is for the 10%. There's a 10% that is part of this outline. If the parking is going to be 3,200 square parking spaces for this development, which is going to include these giant 5-story apartments, unlike anything in the area, everything in the area is 2 stories or lower, and that's the reason they have the parking problem. If it's going to be less than 3,200 square feet, we have a problem, and this is the reason we have a problem. We live in a homeowners association, but it has no gate, and I understand they can't put a gate on it, according to somebody in zoning, because it's a dead-end street, and so fire safety, et cetera, wouldn't allow us to put a gate on. So we're going to be right behind here, and if there's 1,100 square parking spaces that aren't there on the parking lot, aren't there on Digital Desert, these people's obvious option is to come back and park on our street and fill up our street with their parking. And that's a big concern for us. That would destroy it's a very quiet neighborhood. It would destroy, it would depreciate our property values. These are brand new homes over there. And that's my concern. There was some mention by Mr. Garcia and I believe Joe, the developer, that we'll share parking. The tenants of the high-rise apartments can share parking with the commercial and office building in the front because they'll be there when the people at the commercial and office buildings won't be there. I'm not sure if there's that's going to be true all the time. And secondly, I don't know how this county could enforce such a provision that the commercial and office tenants who paid leases would be required to give their parking spaces up to tenants at the apartment complex at night. I don't think that's anything the county could enforce. And for those reasons, we are still very concerned about this project.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment? Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Ming Lai at 7736 Buckhorn Island Avenue, Las Vegas. The community is a small, the KB Home Encore Buffalo community facing the Buffalo Patrick's project we discussed today, right across the Buffalo Drive. Our community is a small, gateless community with only 32 one or two floor single-family homes. The proposed project has the following. The proposed project that consists of the 9 apartment building of 5 floors, housing 2,500 people, will have the following serious impacts on our community. Number 1, heavy traffic on the Buffalo Drive will make it difficult to get in and out of our community. Number 2, the 9 huge buildings of 5 floors will block the beautiful mountain views on the northwest, like Red Rock Canyons and Mount Charleston. Number 3, the high-rise 50 feet and above high-density apartment will invade the privacy of our rooms and backyard. Number 4, the reduced parking space in the high-density apartments will cause the overflow of their cars into our gateless community. Number 5, 1,355 high-density apartments will drag the housing price down. Number 6, the heavy populations from the high-density apartment will increase the neighborhood taxes if it's available for needed extra school classrooms and firefighting equipment. We strongly urge the builder to alter the plan to lower the number of floors to 2, like all the houses in the neighborhood. This morning, when I drive from home to this meeting place along the Hacienda Avenue, west of the Strip, the only 2 buildings, the 2 places I noticed have buildings of higher than 2 floors. One is the Greek Church, that's 1 building of 4 floors, and another is the Spring Valley Hospital, which has 3 buildings of 3 floors and 1 building of 4 floors. Even the IGT building, neighboring to this project, has only 3 floors. Most importantly, all these buildings are not high-density apartments. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no one, I'm going to call Mr. Garcia back up. Mr. Garcia, you want to respond to some of those and also address the discussion that the gentleman brought up earlier about the median?
Correct. And once again, Ed Garcia for the record. We did speak with Mr. Meza, and we've talked to him and said, let's keep in touch. And we obviously know that that is a public works issue of what ends up getting built on Patrick. We conveyed that to him and said, don't have a position one way or the other, and we're happy to work with him and give him that because we want him to be able to have access, we want everybody to have access on Patrick because they are actually probably impacted more than anybody because they directly right off of Patrick. So we met with him Monday, we've exchanged information with him, and we're, as we have with all the neighbors and said, we'll continue to, they all have the developer's personal cell phone number and can call them on any of those issues to work with them. I would like to just touch on the parking real briefly and just clarify any misunderstanding if there was any.
No, please.
You come typically with a project because it's mixed use. You take your retail, you do the calculations, you come up with a number. You do the residential, you come up with the calculations, come up with a number. That gives you a base number. According to the shared parking table of the county code, it's not environmentally smart to have seas of parking if it's not being used. So the code, and this is not specific to us, this gets developed, this is a standard which is applied to all developments of this nature, and you do a calculation by people much smarter than I am to come up with a number which says, no, this is the parking you need based on the type of uses you have, and that's the type of parking that you need to match. That's the 2231 number, I believe, and that is exactly what we're matching. At one time, we were requesting a 10% reduction from that, and that is what we have withdrawn. Hopefully, right. Yes, withdrawn. Outside of that, I'm happy to answer any other specific questions.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate meeting with you on this one several times, Mr. Garcia, and with the neighbors, and your input that you brought is extremely important, and I've listened to you. The height, to me, I live in this area, so I know how busy Buffalo is in Patrick. I know how busy that is. I know how this parcel has been there for a long time, and I think it's going to bring a big asset to the neighborhood as it's developed. I really do. You look at IGT and the other buildings there, the height is not, the floors doesn't matter, it's the height that matters to me. And IGT is 55 feet, it's tall. The height, the parking restrictions, and this is something that all of us up here are very cognizant of parking. The whole idea is that the people are going to live there and walk to the grocery store and save parking spaces. That's what we're trying to get more live, work, play, shop in the same area. It's not just an arbitrary number or percentage that's given to these folks. It's part of our code. That's how it works, and staff looks at this. So I am very impressed with the project. I think it's going to be a huge asset to the community living there. I think it's going to be a big asset on Buffalo. And as it develops, I think this is something that the neighborhood's going to be proud of. I do not think you're going to have an overflow parking going into another neighborhood. I just don't see it happening. And I appreciate what the developer's done. I know they built a good product. I appreciate you addressing the concerns that my staff has had and I've had. So I'm going to recommend approval per staff, if approved, conditions as it relates. Do you understand the motion, Mr. Garcia?
I do. Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing no, oh, Commissioner Giuliani does.
Thank you. I just wanted to double check something. Are these owned or rented or
These will be
mixed?
rental.
These all rental.
Rentals.
And then it talks about a performance agreement, including a decommissioning plan, and that has been agreed to. And thirdly, as you look at your, I don't know if you're going to have children or just adults, but childcare might be something in that area that might be needed, and that might be something as a retail mix you might want to take a look at. I like the dog park.
I like it.
That was on my list. So.
There will be, and there actually will be other ones once it gets planned out. So there will be multiple, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? That is my motion. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And if I'm not here later in December, thank you all for your service, and we'll be in touch.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you.
Next is item 44, ZC 180660, amended holdover zone change to reclassify 5.7 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to MD Design Manufacturing Zone in the MUD 3 Overlay District. Waiver of development standards to reduce the throat depth for the driveway, which is no longer needed. Design reviews for the following: a proposed office warehouse facility, increased finished grade, generally located on the northeast corner of Dean Martin Drive and Agate Avenue alignment within Enterprise. In addition, Public Works has requested that that a portion of their advisory related to the Uniform Standard Drawing 222.1 be deleted.
Good morning. I apologize for my voice. I'll try to get through it. It was a late night last night. Larry Monkarsh, LM Construction.
Is that why it was a late night?
The Knights.
Oh, the night game. Okay, a late night. Okay, got it.
Larry Monkarsh, LM Construction Company, 7115 Bermuda Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89119. I'm going to go ahead and try to wrap this up in a nutshell. I have Mr. John Sullivan with me as well. Our project, as just recently described, is just under a half mile north of the Silverado Ranch interchange on Dean Martin, and it is buffered by the I-15 on the east side. The current zoning is an RE, Rural Estates, with a BDRP overlay, or BDRP, and an MUD3 overlay. Our project has been designed in accordance with other projects all up and down Dean Martin, formerly known as Industrial Road. Just north of Blue Diamond, you have three very large projects. You have Safari Park, you have Warm Springs Crossing, and you have Warm Springs Industrial. Our project is built and designed in accordance with those same types of uses. The master plan has this as a BDRP, and as I said, it is in the MUD3 overlay. We have worked with staff as well as the neighbors and have worked on a design that we are very proud of and feel that works for all parties concerned. We originally had two driveways. We eliminated the second driveway and also eliminated, as stated earlier, in the waiver of the throat depth. We have actually provided double the 100-foot required throat depth, almost a 200-foot throat depth on the north side of the project. We currently have an intense landscape buffer to the owner that fronts Blue Diamond, or that fronts Dean Martin, just north of our project. And we also have a letter of support from the church that's on the north side, as well as the other two landowners to the south. We have provided a meandering sidewalk along Dean Martin. We have provided heavily landscaping along Dean Martin. We have designed this project. We have toiled and designed and redesigned, and the inherent nature of an industrial project are truck docks. I must remind you that the original name of Dean Martin was Industrial Road, all the way down through this area, and we are meeting the Title 30 requirements for parking as well as for landscape. Some of the other items that we met with staff over had to do with the elevations. Our panel heights range in height between 34 and 36 feet, well below the MUD3 overlay allowance of 100 feet. We have added fenestrations in both height and in office entries. We've added glass. We've added 3D dimensions to the panels. We've also reduced the docks in the rear of the building in half to accommodate staff's request as well as the neighbors. We feel we've designed a beautiful project. We have a great track record in designing light industrial projects in MD zones. MD is a conforming zone change in the BDRP. We also are a little confused as to why staff would recommend that this be a CP office professional. The parking for CP is at a 4-to-1 ratio. Meanwhile, at an MD light industrial, our parking ratio is 1.5 to 1,000. So we're being asked to actually double, if almost triple, the amount of traffic counts here by going with an office professional product. We could also go multi-level office professional and increase the parking and the traffic to this area. The plan for Dean Martin right now with the RTC is to widen Dean Martin in accordance with what's north of Blue Diamond, coming from Blue Diamond south all the way to Cactus. They have plans, the RTC does, to improve this to a 4-lane road, 2 in each direction, as a way to relieve congestion on the I-15. With the Raider Stadium coming in, it has been identified that when there is a backup on I-15, that it would be conducive to go ahead and bring the traffic off of the I-15 and bring them up Dean Martin to also access the stadium that way. It also should be known that that traffic's going to increase with trucks. That traffic's going to increase with regular traffic count. Currently on I-15, there's 130,000 vehicles a day that pass through there. You will hear from neighbors today that would like to see this developed as half-acre rural estates that butt up to a noisy street. We believe that our project's a buffer from that noise in I-15. We believe our project is basically in accordance with what we have north of Blue Diamond. Some of the tenants that are in at Blue Diamond, north of Blue Diamond, all the way to Warm Springs, are tenants that support residential neighborhoods. You have Leslie Pool and Supplies. You have Best Mattress. You have a furniture company. You have a flooring company, ProSource Flooring. All of these types of tenants are examples of the types of tenants that will be coming to occupy this space. We believe that we're good neighbors. We have a good conscience. We plan this accordingly. We plan this with everybody's best interests at heart. We are here and respectfully request your approval of our zone change from RE to MD, which is a conforming zone change, and we are also here asking for your approval for the design review as well. Design review number 2 was already recommended for approval by staff. We have worked and spoken with staff, and we feel that this project is exactly what Industrial Road was intended to be. That completes my presentation. I'd like to hand it over to John.
Thanks, Larry. John Sullivan, 9275 West Flamingo, on behalf of the landowner and developer. Just as a quick start, there was a discussion this morning by somebody who spoke before saying she bought the property, she knew what she bought, she should develop it as bought. This is what she bought. This was CT commercial with a gaming and hotel overlay. So the use is nowhere close. She would love to have that use back. The current zoning right now, as was mentioned, here's within the master plan. This is all along the industrial corridor, renamed Dean Martin like we've done in Las Vegas with a lot of our streets for people that mattered in our past. But along this industrial corridor, the heart of it is industrial. With that, that's warehouse and loading docks. That's what industrial is intended to be. The project sits right in between the busiest freeway in Nevada. 140,000 cars is actually the number per day right now, with an 80-foot right-of-way to the other side of it, buffering between the freeway and the RNP. It's a conforming use. The valley's growing. I think we're at 2.2 million in the county right now. The estimates from RTC will be 3 million at the end of their 2035 study. I mean, we're almost at 219. That's only 16 years away. We're going to add 800,000 more people to the valley. For those of you that haven't been here as long as in 1990, we only had 750,000 in the whole valley, right? So we're going to add more people than we had in 1990 over the next 16 years, according to the RTC estimates. There already are some basic commercial uses. Might look better this way. Some basic commercial uses in the area. This isn't all large rural estates that are just acting in that manner. Across the street, this is Secret Garden. It's been there forever. A large event venue, weddings, private parties, corporate events. It's a great use, but it's certainly a commercial use. There's trucks that pull up there and deliver party goods and stages for bands and the other things that go on. You've got Little Baja also has been operating with outdoor furniture and accessories and fountains for a long time. Outdoor storage facilities. On this property here, with a discussion of trucks, this person runs a small trucking business. He's got 2 semis that park right on Dean Martin, right in front of the property every single day. Here, this one, in addition, has another semi parked there every day. So will there be some trucks that come to this? Of course, but it's a light industrial use. It's structured to deal with that. We're talking about minor deliveries, and then the smaller trucks, when you're talking about a furniture or a bedding company, you end up taking the smaller trucks to the customers' houses. So the only time you're dealing with any form of a larger truck are the deliveries coming in that are being stored in the warehouse. And one thing with the light industrial, it avoids outside storage. So everything here is being stored within the buildings as opposed to what you would see in a lot of the rest of the neighborhood where you can see all the storage left out. So that's all I wanted to add. That's the packet that was provided electronically to all the commissioners, just making sure that the hard copy's there.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 44. I've got a couple dozen cards here. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 44, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Senator Bryan, you and Mr. Brown are going to go first, and just, you representing the neighbors, or are they all speaking on their own? Or
the neighbors.
All of these neighbors?
All of the neighbors, to the best of our ability.
Okay. Well, your ability's fine. It's just I didn't know if there was factions
That's a
of neighbors.
qualifying language, Mr. Chairman, just in case there's 1 or 2 who have not seen the light at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name, for the record, is Richard Bryan, office at 300 South 4th Street in downtown Las Vegas. I'm joined by my colleague who will formally introduce himself later, Mr. Joe Brown. And we are here to represent the neighbors who are strongly opposed to this proposed applicant's project. Suffice it to say, I don't think your attention was called by the presenters to the fact that the town board unanimously opposed this project. Staff has opposed this project, and I will discuss that in more detail. And to supplement the record this morning, if I may, I have some 129 letters of correspondence by neighbors who actually live in the area. Those are the operative words. And this morning, 9 additional neighbors have signed on, and that's a new project that's just been completed in the last year. Mr. Chairman, I would ask your permission to have these made a part of the record.
Please. Thanks, Henry.
Let me respond briefly, if I can, before getting into the staff report in terms of what the applicant have had to say. I guess the fact that there are more people moving into the valley and the fact that there's more traffic on the interstate does not in any way suggest that we should, in effect, destroy a neighborhood. The people who live in this area, and I'm going to point out in more detail in just a moment, have been for more than a decade trying to preserve the quality of life that they enjoy and continue to enjoy. For the record, here again is the map that shows the... Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission? This is the freeway. This is the project right here. We're going to have in a minute one neighbor who lives right here. This is the only means of ingress and egress into the project, and he will speak to the impact that it has upon him personally. It has been suggested that somehow this is a neighborhood in transition. We agree. We agree. More than a decade ago, some 20 years ago, if you go back to the Secret Gardens, which was at one time the Las Vegas Racquet Club, none of you here are old enough to remember that, but I do. But we go back to the early 60s. This neighborhood continues to thrive as a residential community. Okay. We have several new homes that are built in this area here. We have a number of developers who have expressed an interest on the east side of Dean Martin to build there. And we have a couple who have actually filed permits. There is a school, an elementary school, that's being proposed for this location here. My point being is that this is not a neighborhood that is declining as a residential area. This is a neighborhood that is expanding. And to give you some idea of the quality of homes that we're talking about, let me just provide at least a view.
Okay, Senator, I'd love to give you more time, but if you were, I've got 24 neighbors that are all going to want more time too then. So I don't know if, this is a little unusual, Rob. I mean, they've got 2 representatives here that they've retained. If you could hold the clock up, please. They've got 2 representatives they've retained, but they've got 24 cards too, so.
Right, well, we should hold them to something close to the time limit, and if the senator could start wrapping up his comments.
Okay. Is that good?
I didn't hear what the comment was.
He said if you could, I've got to hold you something close to the time because I've got all these cards that also are going to be entitled to the same amount of time. So if you could.
And I appreciate that. Let me just, I'll try to be as brief as I can. Let me say that the document that I would urge you to look at, and that's your own staff. That staff has a strong record of denial. And here are the reasons, and I'll conclude my remarks after that. And the proposed zoning and use is not compatible with the existing and proposed development in this area, and it is contrary to and conflicts with the provisions of the master plan, specifically urban specific policy number 99. I respectfully submit that's a pretty strong comment. The staff actually finds the request is inconsistent with the existing land use. The staff also points out that there's a traffic issue here, which one of the neighbors will speak to, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, and greater, a dedicated 60-foot. Now, if this project is approved, you're going to have an enormous amount of traffic, and Mr. McGoy will speak to that. Furthermore, the staff indicates the proposed use is too intense for the area. We agree with that project analysis as well. So the staff is strongly opposed. Now, let me just point out a couple things, if I may. The school, new homes are being built along here. As you know, further to the south here, you have Southern Highlands. It's been suggested that no residential development would be appropriate. That's a pretty high-powered neighborhood, and there are a lot of homes in that area as well. And then finally, an example, if I may, this is an example of the kind of homes that are being built here. I would say, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, those of you on the dais, Mr. Brown and I, whatever decision you make will not affect our lives. Mr. Chairman, you're about to embark upon the great adventure of life as our governor. 3 commissioners will continue to remain on, and those who are leaving the commission will have an opportunity to new challenges. Your life will not be affected. If you vote to support this project, you irrevocably change, alter, and damage the lifestyle of people who have been fighting for more than a decade to protect that. I would urge you to follow the recommendations of staff, and we'll be happy to respond to any of your questions at this point.
Mr. Brown, did you have additional comments?
No, sir, not at this point.
Thank you. So you're going to get good.
I'll bat cleanup, possibly.
Okay. I've got, like I say, an abundance of cards. If you want to just line up along the rail and folks come on down, I'm not going to call people in order, so come on down any way you'd like to come down.
Susan Ross, 4140 Raven Avenue, Las Vegas, 89139. I would like to ask that this request be denied. We built our home some 30 years ago in this area for its rural and open lifestyle. The area is zoned RE and is also part of the RNP. Having a massive warehouse along Blue Diamond is not within the rural lifestyle. In addition, having a zero setback for the driveway would do nothing but cause road blockage and traffic jams. Dean Martin is already busy with cars coming and going on a 2-lane road. Having semis on the road continuously would not only create congestion, but would be a danger. Living in a quiet rural area would be impacted by an increase of traffic trying to use the side streets. And what is to stop semis from using our neighborhood streets for access? There are areas north of Blue Diamond that are already zoned industrial, and that is where this project should be built. In closing, the developer mentioned Dean Martin used to be called industrial. For those of you who have been here for a long time, remember, Tropicana used to be called Bond Road. Names change.
Hi, Cheryl Wilson, 3240 West Richmar, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89139. I've lived in this area for 25 years and am very familiar with the land use plan. This is the area of conflict. It is 660 feet wide and is approximately 2.5 miles. This land use controversy isn't really an accident. It goes back 20 years, 1998. I won't drag you through all of that. However, the homes that are in that east side corridor are built to RMP standards. They're on lots that are half acre and up to 1.25 acres. Back in 1998, that strip was taken out of the land use, or out of our RMP. Originally, it was part of the RMP to the west. And it was given some type of an office professional use at that time. Nothing evolved, nothing happened. 2004, the economy was booming, and the county thought it would be good to put a commercial tourist overlay on it, and that's what the applicant is referring to. 2009, the economy was not thriving, and the neighbors that reside in that corridor were upset because they had a commercial tourist on it. 2009 land use update was coming up. They went to the Silverton, and they were complaining about commercial tourists. And they met Walter Carnes, who is with Comprehensive Planning. He said, you can't complain if you don't get involved. You need to get involved with the process, engage with the county, do something about this. So these residents suddenly became, they went from victims to activists. So they spoke with Walter, figured out how to get all of this going, and they figured out how to basically get their land back. They applied for the next land use plan, 2009, for it to go a mixture of BDRP and office professional, which it did. 2014 came along. They saw, well, it worked the last time. Let's do it again. Let's ask for residential low. At that point, you can see here where the residents physically asked. All of those little dots are correspondence to comprehensive planning, asking that land get the appropriate land use. The vote went through. The commission approved it at residential low. Hallelujah. We finally have a land use. We think we can build houses. Life is good. So that's what it looked like. 90 days later, 90 days later, we have a re-examination of the area, and this 5.64 acres is given the BDRP land use. Again, it's still surrounded by residential low, so it's created a stalemate in the area. This applicant, I think it's important to note, has had an 8-year resolution of intent on this 5.64 acres. And, oh darn, And
Jessica, just wrap it up if you could.
I
too.
will. And anyway, she didn't perform. She's had 10 and a half years to do something. It's not compatible. It's not comparable. And the residents need to have something they can rely on as a land use that's complementary to what they have. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Jimmy McGoy. I live at 3333 Vicky, Las Vegas, Nevada. I live about 600 feet, maybe 700 feet from this project. I want to thank the commission. I don't want to give you guys a diatribe of Title 30, just very briefly, land use planning. It says it should contribute to the general prosperity, health, safety, and welfare of the community, minimize impacts on adjacent property, and minimizing negative impacts on traffic. So I'd like to thank the applicant for doing most of my work for me with his plans on putting all the traffic in Las Vegas right down the street in front of my house. But this is Dean Martin Drive. It's about 26 feet wide, paved. That's a view from one side. Here's a view facing south, I believe. Frankly, the road's not large enough for this. They've got a huge warehouse. They intend on having lots of inventory that's going to come in on lots of semis from all over the country. They are going to distribute that inventory throughout the valley via lots and lots of smaller delivery trucks. They're all going to be driving down this street. So to give you an idea what that street looks like with a semi on it, there's a guy trying to turn around. He came down the street, didn't know where he was going, trying to turn around. You can see the truck is much larger than the road. So, consistent with Title 30, Enterprise Town Board have got their findings here. They recommended denial of this unanimously. The staff, first time this was submitted, they recommended denial. The second submittal of the drawings, they recommended denial. One of the things that a lot of people are not aware of, there's a school being proposed to go about, 4 or 5 blocks to the south. The neighborhood that we live in, our RMP, is not going to bus the students to a school 4 or 5 blocks away. All the children are going to walk to school. So you're going to have big trucks driving through there. What is more important than that, this is Valley View right here. I don't know if you can see that. Valley View is slated to be the main thoroughfare for the neighborhood. And it is about 100 feet wide there. Contrast that with Dean Martin Drive, which is 26 feet wide paved. You're going to force most of the traffic that's going to voluntarily come down Valley View is going to come down Raven, a residential street, Agate, residential street, Serene, residential street to access this. So you're going to force big trucks and lots of traffic to drive right through residential neighborhoods. But I have the plan to solve this, since the developer wants to send us lots and lots of traffic. This is an overlay. The county can condemn 38 houses along Dean Martin so that they can widen the road.
Good day. My name's Rob Goodale. I represent my family at 9020 Dean Martin Drive. We are the ones who are closest to this project. Our property attaches to it. Best of my knowledge, all of the enthusiasm for this project has come externally. I don't know of anyone in our neighborhood that has supported this. And I've been there for just under 20 years. I've gone to all of these meetings, all of these hearings. I've been in this room many times on supporting, preserving this. I'd like to thank you very much for the history lesson that it used to be called Industrial Road, but the name was changed for a reason. It's not industrial. The entire region has been slowly evolving into residential, leading all the way up to Southern Highlands, so I fail to see how that's relevant. I find it interesting that the comment was being made that Dean Martin is now going to be a supplement to I-15 in order to deal with traffic. That's news to us, and I'm not sure how that evolved, but gosh, thanks for the information about what's going to go through our neighborhood. I can assure you, you're not going to get I-15 traffic on a 2-lane road. as I said, we live directly next to it, and this is going to completely invade everything that we've moved there for. We enjoy a lot of quiet. We enjoy a lot of ambient light at night instead of the typical city lights, neighborhood lights. We're concerned about our security suddenly being invaded. Everything that made us choose to live there will be gone. Now, it has been argued that because we are in the vicinity of a freeway, that somehow that gives the green light, it makes it okay to do this, and that we should just tolerate it. There's a freeway there, so it must be okay. There's houses that butt up close to a freeway, way closer than we are, all over the valley. So I fail to see how that's irrelevant at all. Furthermore, inevitably, whatever's built there, there'll inevitably be a sound wall there that will even separate us further from the freeway. Now admittedly, our neighborhood is a little bit unusual. We got some older houses, we got some brand new houses, we got a lot of very nice custom houses, but we like it that way. If we wanted to have homes all the same, all next to each other, and there's plenty of places in Las Vegas Valley for us to go and live. We could have gone there easily. We came there for this. We don't want to live in an HOA. We like the neighborhood just as it is. Now, no one, of course, is protesting any development there, but we want it done appropriately, and obviously I'm running out of time.
No, you ran out of time.
Oh,
but if you could wrap it up very, and yes. I know we got a lot of speakers. You're not compelled to use the whole 3 minutes, okay? So if you could wrap it up quickly, please.
Well, anyway, I guess that's kind of the point, but we're going to be the victims of this, and we respectfully request that you save our rural area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. I will make this brief, I promise. My name is Dr. Tracy Stewart. I live at 3140 West Moranto. I'm here to speak in opposition of the warehouse, apparently. It's improper use for land in this neighborhood. I'm one of the newer people to the neighborhood. I got married in 2014, and my husband and I were looking for property that we could eventually retire in. I've lived in Las Vegas Valley since 1994, and I've lived all over the valley, every part of it, Henderson, everywhere. And I decided on this area because we don't have a homeowners association. I did research. I looked at the land use plan. I knew that I was buying a half-acre home and that I was also surrounded by residential low areas so that I would not have a warehouse right next to me. I believe that there has to be some sort of predictability when purchasing a home that isn't in a master plan community. And I think that that's why we need to enforce the land use plan. These types of large rural lots that we live in are generally not available in most master plan communities. So I ask that you do not change the land use plan. The warehouse certainly is not proper use of land in this rural neighborhood, and it's in complete opposition to the values that the people who live in our neighborhood share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Barry Yost, 3760 West Richmar. That's directly across the street from the proposed elementary school. Before I start, can I just have a show of hands of those that live in the neighborhood that are here opposing this project? Thank you. So these are people that have moved into a neighborhood for a specific reason and a specific
Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. Not to have people showing hands unless a commissioner asks, or applauding, or catcalling, or please be respectful, okay? Go ahead.
Taken. As you've heard, this was denied by the county staff. It was denied by the Enterprise Town Board. It was brought up again. It was again denied. The applicant met with the residents, more residents than we have here today, who gave them our concerns, our problems, what our issues with this. They went back and revised it and actually intensified the project from what we were already having issues. The proposed zoning and use is not compatible with the existing and proposed development in the area west of I-15, which is residential low and rural neighborhood preservation. We bought into the RNP as families because we wanted a little more space for our families. In some cases, we wanted areas for our horses. There's a lot of equestrian activities out there. We bought into an area that we thought was protected. Now, staff finds that the requesting zoning conflicts with the Urban Specific Policy 99, which states business and design research park development should be complementary, not neutral, complementary with abutting uses. Semi-trucks, warehouses, children, horses, R&P, nice homes. It's not complementary. It's exactly the opposite. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Jacqueline Zapula. I live at 9122 Valerie Lane Street. My home is a half mile within this proposed project, and Agate is a side street of mine. So I have a warehouse comparison, pictures. Typically, warehouses have quick access to highway frontage and arterials, not a destination of 1 mile from the closest highway. Warehouse is currently under construction in the immediate area, I-215 and the 15. This is a huge development with several buildings. And this is the other picture. Please note there are no residential in the immediate area. Or at I-215 and Decatur, access to the interchange, no residential in the immediate area. Where we live, this is a neighborhood where people walk with their children, their dogs. With this warehouse development, we'll also bring homeless people, which means drugs, mental illness, harassment, and property crime. Studies have been shown that warehouses bring incidents of asthma and other health problems in children. Semi-trucks in the area will bring more pollution, and it'll break down the road. This warehouse development does not belong in a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Diane Kaiser, and I live at 3591 Frank Derrick Avenue. And I'm just wanting to say that the Dean Martin RMP is a thriving neighborhood. It boasts about 340 homes, all built to RMP standards. Lots ranging from a half an acre to 7.5 acres. Our neighborhood is a tight-knit community. We enjoy outdoor recreation, horses, gardens, and lots of kids. We walk our pets, our dogs. We watch out for each other. And we do have new construction going on as well. Pinnacle Homes just built 7 beautiful homes called Skyline. And from what I understand, all of those homes were sold out immediately. Custom homes in the area, there are 5 custom homes that are currently under construction or just wrapping up construction. And there are also 2 properties that are with active building permits, just starting construction. And we do have vacant land in the RMP, but it's either BLM or CMA land. The commercial traffic from this warehouse development and the uses would be a safety hazard for our RMP residents and our rural roads. The cutting through traffic would lead to an unraveling of our RMP. So we ask you to please preserve our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. How are you? My name is Summer Cho. My home is located at 9107 Dean Martin Drive, not Industrial Road. Well, anyway, I'm sure my neighbors, they already cover and will cover most of my concerns. So I'm not going to take the time, at this point, there's still a lot of people who would like to talk. I just want to say a little bit something about myself and my husband, Daniel. We're new to the neighborhood. We moved from New York, where we spent about like 30 years of our life there, to here, to Vegas, in the summer of 2015. So it's just only like 3.5 years ago. I have to say that it made me stupidly happy when I saw horses, hummingbirds in my backyards, and I could afford a swimming pool in my backyard. I have big tall palm trees in my backyard. So if you ever have been to New York, you will know how big a difference that is. And I really appreciate that. And I feel really lucky that we found our home, which we really love. Just so sad that I hardly ever see horses anymore, rabbits, even lizards. So I really would appreciate if all of you would put yourself in our shoes and think about it. If somebody built a big building, warehouse with a lot of traffic right at the corner of your home, how would you feel? My husband and I, we don't have children, but a lot of our neighbors, they do. So anyway, I'm not going to waste any more time because I'm sure most of the concerns will be repeatedly here. Now, the only thing I do want to say is they're trying to build something in the flood zone. We went to the flood control office. Is he in the okay position? Okay. This is where we are, and here is where they try to build the warehouse. And it's right in the flood zone. So we went to the flood zone control office, and basically we were told, oh, okay, because we do have flood issue every time when it rains, and nothing had been done. But it's okay. We'll deal with it. We'll wait. We were told, okay, they won't make it worse.
That buzzer means it's been 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, so if you could wrap it up.
I just want to point out.
You could wrap it up quickly?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Flood zone. What's going to happen? If they have a big, tall building in the flood zone, what they plan to do? Okay, is it going to make it worse? Or is it making it better? I don't know. And they told us that they're selling their property to individuals. So once everything is sold, they're gone. And who are we going to talk to if there's a problem? And our home is right at the corner across the street from this project. So I strongly opposed to this project, and I hope that you will help us to save our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Suzanne Valencia. I live at 9275 Polaris Ave, corner of Polaris and Serene. I am a mom and do have 2 small boys, 5 and 7. We live right here. And my concern is, thanks. And my concern is the added traffic, because we are outdoor people. We walk our dogs, kids ride our bikes, and I'm just strongly opposed to this because obviously we live in a great neighborhood, and based on everyone that's here and showing support, it's an excellent neighborhood, and I'm very proud to have neighbors that are here speaking on behalf of all of us. I also want to point out that there are 2 bus stops. One is right in front of, on Dean Martin, right in front of where this warehouse is proposed, and the other one is right at the corner of Serene and Polaris. So again, please consider our children, my children, when you're making this decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Pam Kaiser. I live at 3485 Vicky Avenue. I've met with Mrs. Sprager, and thank you very much for meeting with us. I'm about 800 feet from where this proposed project is. It has been mentioned that people do not want to live next to a freeway. I'm probably going to get these messed up, but here you go. Here's one project. It's right next to the freeway in Southern
Could you
Highlands.
turn that sideways because it's not, there you go.
Okay. Here's one project right next to the freeway. Here's another project right next to the freeway.
You either got to stand on one side or take that handheld microphone. Then you can stand in the middle.
There's another project right there that's right next to the freeway. This is a very nice home that is right next to the freeway, and please notice where the freeway sign is. I mean, they're building very nice homes there. So to say that that area is not compatible for housing, I would have to strongly disagree, because all up and down Southern Highlands on Dean Martin, they are putting it there. And he mentioned Leslie Pool Supply and the mattress company. Well, by coincidence, and luckily coincidence,
Turn sideways. There you go.
this is the backside of Leslie Pool and the mattress company. All these trucks in here. That's right on Dean Martin.
No, she wasn't asking you. That's okay. Go ahead.
Here's another view of the Leslie Pool Supply and the mattress company. I think this one is particularly interesting. This is the nighttime version of it. So that means there are going to be people in there at all hours of the night. This is a view of the loading docks that are being proposed. This is the same area over on Dean Martin, the warehouses. These warehouses are about 10 feet shorter than the proposed warehouse that they're proposing in our neighborhood. And if they were to delete the loading docks, they can still bring in the semi-trucks by using a loading ramp. So even if they did delete the loading docks, it's not going to help us. And I want you to note, please, this is the roll-up doors, and this is where they load and unload things. So for them to say that this is compatible in a rural neighborhood with really no buffer zone, I would have to really strongly argue that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mr. Chair, Mike Valencia, 9275 Polaris Avenue. I just want to speak on behalf of my family, and I did have some comments on all the same concerns that all my fellow neighbors have with regards to the traffic and the trucks, and I think you're very aware of that now. I'm a Nevadan, been a Nevadan since 1979, was raised in Tonopah, Nevada, so I truly understand the value of rural Nevada. I knowingly moved my family there 3 years ago, and it's really upsetting to understand that we potentially are going to be giving up this rural preservation for business. Like my wife said, we have 2 boys that want to raise in this particular neighborhood. We grew up country, I grew up country, and that's exactly what I want for my boys. Everything in my house I build with my own hands, and I want them to enjoy that for the entire time that they'll be living there. So please, we're in opposition of this, and please help us preserve rural Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Thomas Lopresti, 3285 West Serene Avenue. Again, about a football field from where this proposed project is going to place. I just thought that it was important to be here today. I'm new. I'm probably the newest in that area. My wife and I sunk our life savings into this house a few months ago that we've remodeled. I've been in a track home for the last 15 years and couldn't tell you my neighbors' names. And since I've moved to this area, I've been put in charge of our community water well. I've spent time inside the homes of all of my 8 neighbors that are on our little cul-de-sac, and it's like another way of life right next door to the big city. And I thought there's certainly such a thing as strength in numbers. So I thought, again, being so new, I got these emails. I've attended all of the library meetings they've had. This is interesting to me, and I'd like to I just wanted to voice my opinion as part of this group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
James J. Brown, 9450 Polaris Avenue. I live on an acre about 4 blocks from this project. I've lived there 30 years, well, over 25 years. I plan on living there till I die. I've practiced law here in Nevada for 50 years, here in Las Vegas. It's been my experience practicing law that most legislation, most laws, most judicial decisions, most decisions of right and wrong are based on common sense. And I'm asking you to use your common sense as to whether this project is appropriate in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Kettering, and I live 3180 West Moranto Avenue. My husband and I live in a home where the back of our yard and wall faces Dean Martin. Okay, I'm not going to go over what everyone else has gone over. I'm just going to tell you what's happened to us. I addressed this committee before, most of you, I remember everybody. My dog was out, 2 dogs. I had a beautiful golden retriever and a white, I want you to picture this. I could have brought a picture, but I decided not to do that. My white golden retriever was killed in the backyard by a Toyota Tundra truck that came through the wall. Right there. Approximately 6 years prior to that, a car came through my wall. Approximately 4.5, 5 years prior to that, a car came through the wall. Right there is a natural wash. It fills up with water when it rains. Also, if you are going more than 45 miles an hour, which is the speed on that road, you are going to become airborne. Therefore, you land up in my yard. Across the street, a year ago, somebody went through my neighbor's yard, right through the block wall. Right there, right there. So we happen to have a picture of a truck going down D. Martin, which is rare right now. It's very rare. So in the last 23 years, that's how long my husband and I have lived there, approximately every 6.5 to 7 years, somebody goes through my wall. Okay? 6.5 years, somebody goes through my wall, to the tune of $7,500 to $8,000. What's going to happen with more cars? There is no way in the world you can widen that road. You can't get rid of 4 natural washes on that road between Blue Diamond and Silverado Ranch. That's what we're dealing with here. Come on, think about it. Tractor trailers, heavy traffic, it just isn't going to work. I don't want it. When my dog was killed, I was out on the patio, 6 feet away from a cement block. I could have been killed. So we're not just talking about roads here. We're talking about life and death. Thank you very much, and I hope you object to this proposition.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Gerald Cunningham. I reside at 3620 West Pebble. I had a lot more to say, but out of respect for your time and repetitive things, I will simply echo the remarks of all of my fellow neighbors and tell you that when I chose this area, I had visited it as a very serene and quiet area. I based in part my decision to move there on the fact that you, the commission, either this or a previous commission, did zone it as a low-density residential area, and also I base it on the fact that the integrity of the commission to support and maintain that type of zoning. I had the impression, listening to these gentlemen who presented earlier, that they wanted to make Dean Martin Drive a tributary of I-15, which is absurd. And I would hope that you would deny this application because is totally unbeneficial. I would say this. I don't want it in our area, and I don't think you'd want it in yours, because it brings a lot of unnecessary, unwanted traffic, and there's much better areas. Go further south, a lot of open areas that wouldn't disturb or bother anybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Brown?
Yes.
No, that Mr. Brown.
We got a bunch of them here.
No, I recognize Mr. Joe Brown. No. We had a previous Mr. Brown. James Brown, Joe Brown, Jay Brown. We've got a lot of you here. Larry Brown,
We're like rats, we're everywhere.
Yeah, okay.
I'm here, as I said, to summarize. I think the neighbors have done such an excellent job. Of course, Senator Bryan opening remarks covered just about everything that needed to be covered, but I wanted to compliment the neighbors for their courtesy in presenting their case very well, particularly the very lovely lady, Mrs. Chu, who had moved here from New York, the gentleman from Tonopah, who talked about preserving the rural lifestyle, and the gentleman who talked about he and his wife putting their life savings into this neighborhood. This neighborhood should be preserved at every level of oversight of your staff and appointed officials. They have recommended against this. I think it's clearly a non-compatible use in this area. And I implore you, as Mrs. Chu said, to put yourself not only in her your shoes, but in the homes of these people who have invested their life savings, people who have a stake in living in this neighborhood now for years. Many of them, as you heard, lived here 20, 30 years. And this is not a moribund area. It is not dying. It is a growing residential area, and I implore you to preserve that for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And I'm going to call up the applicant to respond, but I want to let everybody in the audience know that after this item, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. We had 7.5 hours yesterday without a break, and I've got staff here and the commissioners, so we're going to take a 15-minute break after this item if anybody wants to go to the cafeteria or go get something to eat or drink. Okay.
Understood. Thank you. Again, John Stallone on behalf of the applicant. We wanted to start with a video that we had supplied. It's about a 90-second video, if they could run it. Item 44.
Did you give it to the booth?
Yes.
Okay.
This is showing traffic from the property side.
Pan over to the church. There's Rob's house.
So in addition to the traffic, you saw some of the other properties there and some of the outside storage and whatnot used. The first issue that was raised was this 26-foot right-of-way, as they want to describe Dean Martin. It is not. It's an 80-foot dedicated right-of-way. Within the packet you received, both from RTC and from GC Wallace, explaining the right-of-ways that have been fully released there. It's an 80-foot right-of-way. And right here on the RTC, it's telling you the widening existing 2-lane roadway to a 4 lanes, increased accessibility, and relieve congestion from the I-15. So the thought that people aren't...
Before you go any further, Eric, when are they planning to widen the road? Do we have a plan?
It sounds like it's an RTC project. I don't have details on when that's being widened. I could find out, but it's not showing up in any of our recent discussions.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Right, and obviously with the additional pressure that's going to come from the Raider Stadium and others, it may move up on the schedule, but I couldn't find a date for it as well. The home that Senator Bryan showed, I just wanted to add, it was just in the video as well, but this is the backyard of that home. Just so that everything's not a pristine estate. It's a normal neighborhood, just like, you know, this is also a home in the neighborhood. And this is the neighbor directly next to the property. That's from which they run a piano refurbishment and renovation.
And I appreciate you showing these photos, but I don't think you're trying to justify your approval by code violations of neighbors, right?
Correct.
So maybe you shouldn't show anymore.
Move on. Just as a start, there's a reference to the neighborhood all the time. This is not in the RMP, right? This is adjacent to it. Dean Martin divides the RMP. This is adjacent to the I-15, adjacent to Dean Martin, and this is a fully conforming request. Each of these businesses that we pointed out earlier, they're all being run without restrictions, and then you hear a discussion about restrictions on this and the things it's going to cause for the neighborhood. Trucks are already running up and down that street. The project, with staff's request, has been added additional landscaping. The lighting has been turned inward. The outside docks have been used for roll-ups instead of the normal docks. But this is a light industrial use. It's in a light industrial approved part of the master plan, and we're requesting your approval.
Thank you. A couple of points that were made from the neighbors. This is Dean Martin, north of Warm Springs, or actually, sorry, just south of Warm Springs. And as you can see, right across Dean Martin is the residential neighborhood. This occurs in a multitude of locations. There's another housing development right across the street from those developments that I mentioned. And also, there is, again, another industrial project, very similar to ours, although much larger and much more of a distribution facility than what we're intending, with residential directly to the north. I believe if you will go up and down Valley View in the industrial areas, homes have encroached on the industrial area. So it seems like there are many homeowners on South Valley View that don't mind being in close proximity to industrial. I believe our light industrial project is compatible with the neighborhood. Therefore, it does meet Title 30 requirements. I also do believe that this isn't a BDRP and an MUD3 overlay. There could be a much more high intense use. There could be a multi-story office building. There could be up to 100 foot allowed in the MUD3. We are well below that at 34 to 36 feet. I also wanted to address the flood issues. That flood map is an old flood map. That does no longer apply to this property. In addition, when you do your improvements, it's up to us to handle that water. So therefore, we will be improving the neighborhood by dealing with the discharge of floodwaters and handling it properly, and therefore alleviating the flooding of Dean Martin in the future. I believe that Saia truck that you saw in the neighborhood that was on the video and that the other neighbor brought up, that truck wasn't lost. We followed that truck. That truck did a delivery into one of the neighborhoods. I, too, live in an RMP in the northwest part of this county, and I, too, would support a project that would buffer the noise from a highway into an RMP. There doesn't seem to be some sort of common sense, as everyone's been saying, in that this is something that is needed for the neighborhood, will support the neighborhood, and by all means, we will improve the street. We will provide a sidewalk for you to walk your dogs and trees to provide shade while you walk your dogs, and provide a safe area for people to actually walk up and down, which will eventually will be a 4-lane road that will actually help alleviate the congestion on I-15. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
I'm just trying to think of where to begin. I appreciate all the neighbors, and they have been well-spoken and didn't laugh at comments and things as you did. So I really didn't like that. And I'm sorry, I don't usually say that, but I found it just, you know, this is their homes. This is their personal issues, and I think we need to take it that way. And I know that sometimes when you're representing someone and you feel the way you do and you're vested in only this project, then I get it. I've done this for 12 years, and I did on the school board with 140 campuses. But this is personal to these people, right or wrong, conforming or not conforming, it's personal. So forgive me. There's some things that I think, and I will ask Rob a question when I'm done speaking. That even made myself have a headache. I don't usually do that, but I tried not to even look, but I couldn't help it. When this project first came in, and there was a different gentleman that came in, a younger gentleman, sorry, but he was a younger gentleman. I would call him a kid because of where I am in life. And this appeared to start out when I first had the conversations of small mom and pop's businesses, right? That would work from, you know, maybe 7 in the morning to 6 at night, and it would be closed down, and there wouldn't be, I never had heard the semis until you came in, and I did not hear, it was not the loading docks and things like that that create the semi availability. So, and in a second I will ask Rob a question. If this were to move forward, do some legalities, and I'll have that in a moment. I would like to see how we mitigate. Your building seems larger than the first time I saw it. I feel like it came in at 37 before, and then all of a sudden it turned into 39. That's what I remember from the first pictures I saw, and I can ask staff about that. So I don't think it became smaller. It seemed like it got larger from when I first saw it. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. You in my office said that if there was no...
Let me try to get control. What is the height of the building?
The height of the buildings vary between 34 foot and 36 foot. That has not changed.
39,000 square foot property versus 37 or 36. I'm sorry, the warehouses got larger.
There are two 39,000 square foot buildings. When we redesigned the project and eliminated the one driveway and provided the one driveway, we did increase the overall project by 3,000 square feet.
Okay.
That was to provide for the 100-foot
Nope.
road.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I didn't think that there needed to be a larger warehouses just because you had to get rid of or do something with a driveway. That's just how I feel in doing this for many years. So now I lost my train of thought when you did that.
That's my fault. Sir.
That's okay. So when I discussed it in the beginning, before you got involved, because you have not been to my office to discuss this, which would have been helpful, because that's how I like to work. So the loading docks and the semis, when we were there, you said if it can't have loading docks and semis, then I can't do the project. Do you still feel the same way?
I do feel that way. That's
Okay.
inherent to this type of use.
Okay, because I think from the project that I heard about, where it was going to be mom and pops, maybe a little plumbing company, or maybe a little this, or maybe a little that, could have and was explained to me, the panel trucks and the smaller type trucks that would not cause the havoc that the neighbors are speaking about. So, in saying all of that, I'm going to ask how far I can push on this and how much you're willing to do what you can, or if you want to walk away from the project. That's your choice, to walk away. Let me finish. To walk away, because I didn't speak when you spoke, to walk away from the project. So I'm going to ask legal a question, because I have, in my whole 12 years, respected. I didn't want to ask this question, but I'm going to. I respect what our obligations are and what we can and cannot do, but then I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to see how far I can push it with legal, if this needs to do anything, to how much you're willing to work with neighbors that have come out en masse, that have lived in an RNP. And I understand about the Secret Garden. My daughter got married there like 20, I want to say they're in their 29th year, which is really dating me. 29 years ago, had a family reunion there many years ago. Didn't bring semis or loading docks. But Rob, the question I did not want to ask, and I know we had not an approval from the town board, which I respect. Staff had not done an approval, then they did an approval, and they had some conditions, if I recall correctly. I don't have it in front of me. I'll go to Nancy first on that one then.
Staff originally had, as was noted, we had recommended a lesser zoning district. However, with the new plans and the modifications, we recommended denial of the zone change at this time.
Okay, so you do. So now, for everyone here, I'm going to let Rob state whatever he thinks he needs to state in regards to the legal aspect and how far, if this is something that we have to be tied to, what can we do to mitigate it and make it better or hold it over or whatever. I'm not trying to, I don't like to pass anything on, but I just want to make sure we're doing the right things.
Well, first of all, we're in a tough spot. It's a tough case to defend if it's denied. First of all, the request conforms to the master plan, the land use plans, BDRP. They're coming in with an MD use that conforms. It's in the MUD 3 overlay district, which allows up to 32 units per acre. That's without incentives. So they can have, I can't really go to court and argue it should be low density residential if it's in the MUD 3 because MUD 3 allows very intense uses. It's difficult for me to argue that CP is appropriate because the land use plan says there's an excess of CP in the area. And also with the MUD 3, you can have a mixture of commercial uses that are more intense than CP, like grocery stores, restaurants, that type of thing. And if you have a grocery store, then you can have trucks delivering goods to the grocery store. So I think we're in a tough spot here. As far as to what extent can we do it, I think part of their design is kind of self-limiting. If you saw the entrance, I don't think, and I talked to Eric about this, an 18-wheeler cannot make that curve into their property. If you can look at the design, I think put the design back up there. So I think it would probably limit it to smaller trucks, like box trucks and everything, because I don't think an 18-wheeler, because we had issues with the fire department having radiuses and being able to make turns and stuff, and I think we even had a case with that, and I can just look at their entrance to their design. I don't think an 18-wheeler can make that curve. So it's kind of self-limiting in a way. Sure, box trucks would go in there, and sure, you're going to have some additional traffic, but, I think as far as having big trucks go in there, I think that with this design, I don't think they can have the big 18-wheelers go in there. But
So can I actually legally state no semis, no loading docks, and they can have the garage doors because that's a legal aspect of even next door to where they could come up to those and put their product in and do what they do. Hours of operation, lighting, were you doing? One quick question back to the developer. Is someone controlling the whole project? Are you selling or doing it? Is it something that if we had to, and I know this is not enough people and not other than asking the neighbors to please send in pictures and videos and anything that were to happen if this moves forward, which is against what I would like to do, but I have some legal situations here. Who's going to oversee that certain things don't happen? Hours of operation, lighting. I don't think there needs to be any Sunday work there at all, ever. I don't think there needs to be Sunday operations. I don't actually think it needs to be Saturday operations. How far can I go on that, Rob?
Well, on the lighting, I think, first of all, I think they have restrictions on lighting already that they're proposing, so we can add that as a condition. On semis, I would like to know exactly what you mean by semis. Are you talking about a truck with a cab, but how big of a trailer? We're talking about 18-wheelers?
Like if it's a 60-foot, whatever. What's a semi? A regular semi is 60 feet. I don't know. My dad owned a trucking company.
No 18-wheelers?
Yeah, one of those. Yes, none of those. Okay. Can I do that?
Yes, you can do that. And I think, like I said, I think this design limits the type of trucks that go in there anyway.
So
on hours of operation, yes, you can do that.
Okay.
You can do hours of operation. I have a concern about saying you can't have any business on Sundays. I do have a concern about that. I do, yes.
Does that matter? Yeah, the dealerships are closed on Sundays.
Well, I guess
I think these businesses really don't have a reason to be. I mean, if you're a mattress company and you're only the distribution part of it, you're not a showroom, you're not any of that, or you're putting plumbing fixtures together or whatever you might be doing. A lot of this is going to depend on how much these gentlemen today quickly want to work with this as to, I've already said I want to push as far as I can legally. If this is something that can be there, how do if I can say no semis, and I'm meaning we all know it, they know the Sala or whatever that truck is a semi. And I'm not saying I can't always watch with Pro that somebody doesn't have something delivered to their house, but as far as a business, then I don't think we need to have 20 and 30 semis or however many could come into a business. And the throat of that, I don't see how they would do that unless they backed up, stopped there, and walked their stuff into the facility.
Yeah, I don't see how they could do that. So on the no Sundays, it'd be better to say not open for business on Sundays. So if someone is a proprietor of the store, they want to go in there and work.
Well, yeah, I would say not open for business on Sunday.
So then hours of operation, no semis, the lighting restrictions, all that.
And I'm not saying that's what I'm doing yet. I'm just
okay. But all of that would be appropriate.
Okay. There's some questions down there.
Before we go down the road.
Can I answer the one question regarding ownership?
Yes, sir.
We have no intention of condoing this. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, I
we
just wanted to
plan
make
on
sure.
building and holding, and we will manage the property.
Okay, I like that.
Before I take all the questions, the conditions that she previously mentioned, are you acceptable to those, or before I start taking all the commissioner comments?
I believe the lighting conditions we are amenable to.
That's easy.
Okay. The no 18-wheelers, I don't know if I can guarantee that. I don't think we want that condition on this property regarding the 18-wheelers. I think if somebody brings it in,
I can't approve it.
that's their business. If that's their deliveries, that's what they receive.
And understand, I'm not telling you what to do here, but she's saying that she can go one way, not the other way. So if you're saying no, then tell her no, and that's what you're going to get as a...
Unfortunately not.
Okay, and I'm not, it's just how I really feel like I can legally do. So I want to see, and I've said this before, I want to see Page be successful in a project, but I also need to meet the standards of an area. I think the semis to the capacity that could happen here would not be necessary. I've said it from the beginning. I'm not tricking anybody or doing anything, and I'm going to stand by that. So you'll have to make a decision if you want to listen to, I don't know the vote on that. They could vote against me if they wanted, but that's really, I have to stand on that.
Can I offer up a condition that we would be amenable to with regarding no outside storage? We would allow for no outside storage, so you won't have that. So we're okay with that as well.
I think that was assumed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the hours of operation?
I would probably do 7 to 7.
I think we can work on something.
But you
that
can't
would,
do the no semis.
I can't do the no semis.
Yeah, that kind of kills it for my motion.
Okay, let me take commissioner comments.
As long as
Commissioner
I'm legal.
Kirkpatrick can come in this way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And at least for me, I can't support this particular project for a variety of reasons. And I know we talked about the Secret Garden, and we talked about Little Baja that's out there, but those things have been out there forever. That's like me saying that John Mull's can exist because it's in a ranch of states, and that is what they've come to know and work around. So I do think that just because they have it a little bit farther down, both north and south, quite frankly, doesn't mean that we should continue that, because the impact of those vehicles and those trucks make it pretty hard. And Commissioner Brager, I know at least for you that you already have the truck parking problem, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And honestly, I'm glad that you're looking out for the Raiders, not so much for me. I'm looking out for the neighbors that are going to be impacted for the long haul, because that's exactly what it will become, is a parking. I don't have a problem with outside storage. We have a lot of outside storage in my district, and that's a way of life. I mean, that's a quality of life that they ask for, so that stuff doesn't bother me, and this commission knows that I even like Connex boxes for my neighbors, so my constituents. So I just can't support it regardless, because I just think it's too intense, and I understand what zoning is saying, but I don't know how you would enforce no 18-wheelers. I don't know how you would enforce that it's not open on Sundays, right? We can barely enforce Airbnbs and vacation rentals, let alone, I don't know how you could do any of that. So I'm just straight out a no. So I'll take my consequences.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you very much. I actually saved my stuff from the last meeting, whatever that was. And I still can't support this project. And here are a couple of reasons why. And I'm still curious why Rob is saying what he's saying, but sometimes I don't always get that either. But even under current planning analysis, staff finds that the requested zoning conflicts with the urban-specific policy 99 of the Comprehensive Master Plan. That states in part, business and research development should be complementary to the abutting uses. So even though it's BDRP, it's not complementary to the abutting uses that are there. So that's part one that I have a concern on. In addition to that, staff recommended denial of the zone change. So I'm not seeing what the problem is if they don't think that they can use their property for something. They knew what they got when they bought it. And I get so tired after 12 years of sitting here when people buy property and then they expect us to fix the problems for them. To make sure that they're compatible. In some cases, you can do that. You want to make sure that you're reasonable, though, on development. This is not reasonable. It is so intense in that area. I actually redrove it just to kind of see it, and I was amazed at how much construction's gone on, especially on further south. It's crazy. But this is a quality of life issue, and too often we don't have little jewels like this as a neighborhood. I have a few still up in my district on the east side of town. Maryland has some. Lawrence probably has a few up in our Sunrise area. I think we have to do what we can to make sure that we protect the quality of life and the compatibility, regardless of whether somebody has a parcel on a certain area. I can't support this even with any of the resolutions of intent. I don't think we, if we just deny the zone change, which is what staff has recommended, then I think the project's dead anyways. So I think that that's just where I would like to personally see us go. Thank you very much.
Anybody? No?
I do have a comment. I think that the applicant has gone to extraordinary means to attempt to make this work in the area. It's obvious that the design has changed over time, and you've responded to the things that you can respond to in the area. The difficulty that I've had with this application is that we have an RMP across the street, and I think all the jurisdictions have the same problem, so I'm not just casting aspersions on people who were here before I was here, but I think that we've had a heck of a time protecting the rural neighborhoods. And this is one of them that has been developing maybe even more rapidly in recent years. And it seems to me that there's good reason why we should work really hard to do what we can to strengthen the residential component of this neighborhood and to help them everywhere we can. That includes some of the issues we've heard about and seen today. Maybe code enforcement needs to get out into the area. Maybe we need to take a look at the washes and how those affect people in the area. But I think that it turns on the very thing that the staff pointed to, which is the intensity. It's not that this all by itself is going to triple or quadruple the truck traffic in the area, but this and then what would follow, consistent with this kind of an approval, seems to me to be so impactful that it really would be too intense for this rural neighborhood. So those are my feelings and thoughts about it. I think that I don't pretend to be a land use lawyer. I know I act like it every now and again, but I don't pretend to be. But I think that the courts will allow us, Rob can correct me if I'm wrong, but the courts would look at this record and say, you heard all the evidence, and the things that you concluded and relied upon are the things that you should have relied upon, and we don't see any error in that, and that outweighed in your mind what you felt about the compatibility of the project, and we're not going to jump into your head and say you made a mistake. That's kind of how I've understood the way that this looks. We have to be careful. We have to receive evidence, but I think that there is a lot of evidence in the record. So I feel conflicted in some measure because I think that this applicant has done everything possible to try and address the concerns that have come up to this point. But I'm wondering if the use just the project as proposed just isn't going to work, and because of the intensity of it.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just maybe ask, or just say for those of us that's considered as the leftovers, that in 2019, I understand that we're having another land use plan update session, and this should be used as an example as to why residents have to get involved and come and get your voices and your concerns on the record. The lady who spoke earlier, and she was told she couldn't speak when the item came up, she made a very valid point, but unfortunately, you have to inconvenience yourself to make sure that you have spokespersons to come and speak on behalf of your neighborhood. I agree. I heard a lot of great things that have been said here today, but I so sympathize for the gentleman who spoke earlier. I was in the back just kind of watching the meeting and listening to your testimony, to know that you live 400, 500, 600 feet away from something that's going to have such a huge impact on your life and change the entire trajectory of your quality of life. It's concerning to me. I'm listening to these gentlemen here. I believe that they've tried to do the best they could, but this is going to be tough. That video that you played, I probably would not have played that video. So, because that one right there just showed me that, wow. So now we're going to add on to that, what's currently in that neighborhood. So, that just really kind of concerned me. So, Commissioner Brager, I know you have some really, really, really tough items, and I hope that as a leftover, Justin doesn't sit next to me. He sits somewhere else, because it's painful to sit next to these districts that have items like this, to watch you all agonize over this. But when you have residents like this who have to come out and fight for their quality of life and their investment, their lifelong investment, you have to make a decision one way or the other. So I just want to once again encourage all neighbors to use this item as an example. When you all hear or see the postings, talk to your commissioners, and you hear of the land use plan update, please come, or please contact your commissioners and get your voice on the record so that at least you're heard and at least commissioners know where you're coming from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to make did you want to say anything, Larry? No. This is tough. I think Senator Bryan and Mr. Brown did a great job representing the neighbors in a thought, and I think that the applicant has a valid position. This used to be in my commission district. It was in District A. And I remember when this was CT, and now it's BDRP, and this is conforming, but we want houses there. I'm really troubled by that. I don't know, Rob, if this is challenged judicially, how we're going to defend a total denial. And you're the one that's going to have to face it and go into court. We don't have to do that. We talk about semi-trucks, and I asked Commissioner Brager, those little semi-trucks, I've got delivering my UPS packages now. They come down this way, because people get so much stuff, UPS, they use those little short ones. So, and I don't know how you can, we put all kinds of restrictions on stuff, open 7 to 7 and 10 and not on Fridays and, trucks. And, we don't have code enforcement to enforce this stuff. And I think everybody realizes that. And we rely on the neighbors to bring us videos of somebody violating. I guess I'm asking, and I can understand where the neighbors are coming from. I am so familiar with this area, but my concern is, Rob, legally, where do you stand in court? Where do you think we can go? Staff's recommending denial of a zone change, which, Nancy, I've got so much respect, but I don't know how we can deny a zone change. I don't know what you can. You made a recommendation, I guess, but.
I can tell you, I can't go into court and argue this is an area that's appropriate for residential low. It's next to I-15, it's in the MUD 3, it's master plan, BDRP. There's no way I can defend that. I can guarantee that. Now, if you drop it down to CP, it's still not a good case. I don't think I can defend it, but it's a better case. At least CP still conforms with the BDRP category. It's not the best case, though, because, again, if it's in the MUD 3, you could have more intense commercial in the MUD 3. And then our own land use plan says there's an excess of CP in the area. So even that's not a good case, but it's a better case than just a flat-out denial.
Commissioner Brager.
So I get it, the legalities of it. I'm not opposed if they could do a business that didn't have the semis, had hours of operation. I get it that it can belong there. It's the intensity of how many businesses are going to be in there, 8, 10, 15, 20, I don't know that number, with 8, 10, 15, 20 different semis or larger trucks. The semis, an 18-wheeler is an 18-wheeler. The UPS is a 10 to a 12-wheeler. It's probably just an 8 most of the time, the small ones. That's a distinct difference in that. So I want to know how far legally that if this can be a project, this gentleman says without semis he can't do it. He's kind of put that out there. I've said what I'd like to do. So if he wants to walk away without prejudice to come back with a project that can have the kind of trucks that we want to have, it's not a true denial. It's like, okay, then work on it. What businesses can come there that have panel trucks, or even I could go for a UPS or, that size of the regular, not the semis that come from the airport to go to the UPS main place. I would throw out a motion for that. But I feel very strong about the throat depth and everything that they can do, that why even try it? Commissioner, I've worked for years trying to get the trucks taken care of in District F, and we don't have a place for them to park, then where do they, I just feel strong about that. So,
well, I agree that the condition of no semis is a reasonable condition. You can attach that, you can prove it. If that doesn't work for them, I guess that's their problem. I can tell you that there's no way an 18-wheeler can make that turn that they have. I know that. And so it's a completely reasonable condition, and I can defend that condition.
Okay, then I'm good with that. We have, okay.
Commissioner Brown has a comment.
Thank you. And, this is one of those flip of coins if it ever gets in court, because I think, Nancy, you've done a real good job with the staff report. And certainly, Rob, I respect your opinion. I just want to get on the record for us leftovers.
Don't call me back.
That I'm not good at technology, but one thing I do have here is Google Maps, which is great. And looking at, and I'll just use this, these aren't exact, but Cactus to the south, Blue Diamond to the north, Decatur to the west, and I-15 to the east. I look at that on the map, and it is almost identical to the area I represent in the Northwest, where you have the Beltway on the west, the Beltway on the north, Alexandria on the south, and Durango on the east. And that is an RNP area. And rural preservation, it's easy to be consistent and defend the half-acre homes or larger inside the RNP. But this is a classic example of where the borders, not only this project, but I'm sure over the next decade, this corridor in particular between Dean Martin and I-15, there's going to be a lot of pressure to do something other than half-acre homes. I'll go on the record now saying that the Dean Martin will be built out to a 4-lane road. And that's regardless of what's built on Dean Martin to the east or what happens to the west in the RNP. That is on the plan. It will be built. If anybody in the audience is familiar with the Northwest, we're under construction on Lone Mountain and Ann Road, which were more rural than Dean Martin, if you can imagine that. But they're being built out as arterials, simply because of the half-acre development that's occurred over the last decade. It makes it safer, and traffic certainly was a concern that was raised by many, because right now that is a speedway, a very uneven speedway. So I would anticipate, and I don't think it's on the 5-year plan, but it is on the overall plan, but this is a project that would probably be accelerated, not to encourage development or discourage development, just out of a necessity. That's going to happen. So I would just, again, it was mentioned earlier, when the land use update, I don't know when we're updating this land use.
The 5-year cycle we'd be starting at the end of 2019. Right now we're starting, actually at the next meeting you're going to be initiating the 1-year update for Enterprise in Spring Valley, and then the next one will be coming in for the 5 years. So you'll be here for that.
Well, with the commissioner-elect coming in, I would encourage the neighbors, as unified as you have been today, to start working towards that date and identify on the front end what the expectations will be on these buffer areas, on the cactuses, Blue Diamonds, Decaturs, and Dean Martins in this area, with the goal to protect what's inside and acknowledge that you may not have half acres on the perimeter. And I speak from experience in the Northwest. Having the neighbors engaged in the front of that has eliminated 99% of the conflict that had been there in years past. Thank you.
Commissioner Brager, could you restate those conditions again? We may have had a change of heart.
I haven't. It's not, I'm not trying to kill your project. I'm just telling you what I think is best, and legal gave me that opportunity. So it would be, I know you're fine with the lighting, and we can always work on lighting. I know you're fine with the hours of operation. I know you're fine with no Sunday business being done, but if somebody wanted to go to their shop, then so be it. But I cannot, in good conscience, say that you could do the semis. And that's through the way that the design is. They cannot fit there no matter what. And I feel like they're just not appropriate to encourage that use there. A U-Haul, the small U-Hauls, the UPS, the whatever other flight type things like that would be fine. And I think there are businesses that would come there to be able to get to Blue Diamond Road or the other accesses to do their business. So the type of motion I would make would be including that, and not out of disrespect, not of anything. I just feel strong that it could be represented in a legal aspect where we would be safe. I don't do things I've not ever created or had to be in a lawsuit in my 12 years, and I plan to continue that, whether I'm sitting here or not, because it would be my item.
Understood.
That's the best I can do.
Understood, and we agree to those conditions.
You do?
Yes.
Okay. You changed your tune. I don't know if Chris wants to speak.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I'm just, process-wise, I'm very concerned about us assuming that we're going to be sued, and therefore, and I appreciate, but have you threatened to sue us? Is that why we're having because it's bothersome that staff has written an excellent report of reasons why this should be denied, and yet our own legal person who represents that department is contradicting us in the public forum. So I'm very bothered by that. Secondarily, I hate designing from the podium, and I appreciate what Susan's trying to get to, is to make sure that this is understood, but you're not guaranteed anything. The motion, in my opinion, still should be that the zoning be denied, and go figure out what you want to be when you grow up, because that's not the appropriate place. This area is unique in that they're building more housing there. It's not gone to commercial and to the other. So somehow people are still wanting to preserve the RMP component of it, and that's unusual to see half acres being built in that corridor. But for what the people pointed out, that's what's happening there. So there must be some kind of need that's driving the issue that you're not compatible to them. It's too intense. It's too large a project. And I think all of those are factors that should be taken into consideration at some point by this board if we don't deny it. I mean, I still want to deny it, but that's my personal bias. But if that's the case, you're still impacting the quality of life. The zone change should not go forward, and you're not compatible. You're not guaranteed it based on BDRP. And so I'm confused about what's happening internally. So we're going down the road. We need to have a conversation about that just overall. Thank you.
Okay. Nobody else. Commissioner Brager, it's your item.
Well, I'm not saying other people don't. I'm just speaking for myself. Respect Rob. And have always done I'm just speaking for me, my best to stay within the legal boundaries of what we can and what we cannot do. And I'm not certain where this would go with anyone, but from what I'm hearing is that if there were hours of operation, no loading docks, no semis, no business on Sunday, the intense landscaping, the throat depth of the road, Eric, help me with that. Is that?
The new design basically meets the code. We haven't seen the full depth. Because of the parking spaces, it's not the 200 feet they say it is. It's only closer to 100 or less because it's to the first conflict. But it still seems to be I haven't done the calculation to see what the required spaces are to see if that should be 100 or 150, but the design is what it is.
So back to Rob, since they're agreeing to all those things and have not decided to walk away, the legal realm of that this is a conforming zone change for that area due to the reports that have been out there and the documents that are out there. And no, he has not said that he would sue. He has not said that at all. That was just, I've just always been on the legal aspects of how I have done my job here. That's
Right. The land use plan holds a presumption of validity. And so we're supposed to follow the land use plan, and BDRP is one of the choices, MD is one of the choices of the land use plan. So yes, I agree with what you're saying.
okay. It doesn't mean I like it. It just means that within the realms of the law of what they brought forward. And I have no idea what the commissioners are going to do, and I'm not happy with the motion per se, but I also try to work within what is the least restrictive and the least damaging to an area, and not doing the semis, doing the days they can't work, this, all that stuff, I think will help that area if this even moves through. If I wasn't the commissioner of record, I would possibly do something else, but I am. Did you want to say one last comment?
Yes, you briefly mentioned no docks.
No loading docks.
No
'Cause
dock
there's
heights.
semis. You can do the garage door thing, but not a loading dock.
Okay, that wasn't, we said no semis, but we would still keep the same configuration.
Yeah, no, I've always said no loading docks, so that's on you. So I'm happy to throw that out there unless that's something you can't do, and then I won't put us all through a vote.
I'm sorry, we must have some loading docks for even the UPS type tenants you were talking about?
They can back up to a garage type situation.
To a grade
They
level?
come to houses and businesses all the time. I looked at it and investigated it before this meeting, and that's why I was comfortable stating the things I stated.
I
It's a loading dock
have
that goes down.
a thought, Commissioner.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick?
Thank you. So I have a thought. Why couldn't we either, one, ask them to withdraw it and start all the way over, or two, just deny it and make them start over? Because if the concern is, we're designing at the podium, and yet 50 people came out that are super engaged within this, and now they don't get a second bite at the apple to come up here and tell us what they don't like. So maybe it only needs to be 32 feet high, right? So it's more consistent with some of that stuff is over there. So, I mean, I struggle. I'm confused because so many times we do deny stuff because that particular plan does not fit within. We're not saying that you can't come build something and that's zoned one way or another, but we're saying that this is way too intense. We do that all the time. So I just am confused on why this one is so much different. And I'm a no. But if they started over, maybe there's another way to look at this. I mean, the arguments that for me are so much different than this. And I say it in the Northwest all the time. And yes, we are a growing valley and things have changed, but it doesn't mean that we should penalize the people. Quite frankly, nobody sure the hell wanted to move way out in Timbuktu when I was a kid on what was, Aquindo and Rainbow, for heaven's sakes. My sister bought that property, Spanish Trails, for $500 an acre because nobody would take it. So I'm just saying we have changed, but the people that live out there, 90% of them bought out there because they wanted to be away from all that stuff. So, I mean, their quality of life changes. You can't ride the horses. They've already, with the increased traffic along Dean Martin, they've already been stifled on what they can do out there, right? So now, why not start all over? I'm a no, because I just think this particular project is way too intense for what it is, and I don't know why it's so different than anything else that we've ever had.
I know I've got two no's here, but I don't have a motion yet, so I'm still waiting for a motion from Commissioner
My
Brown.
motion is to deny, but...
Well, you don't get to make the motion. You don't get to make the motion. Commissioner
I'm letting
Brown.
Commissioner Brager do.
Commissioner Brown.
Just a clarification on design review number 2, the finish grade. they're going from the 18 and asking for the waiver to 40. I think we talked about it in the briefing. So that finished pad, that's going to be 40 inches over ultimately Dean Martin, which brings the building height from 36 to 40 from the visual, even though it's built at 36. Being at a one-story, is there any, from a design standpoint, is there any way you can bring that down to make it visually less impactful?
Currently, the panels are where they are is because they're also acting as equipment screens. So we could lower that, reduce the parapet, but then you would have equipment screens, which would be required by the building department and current planning.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Brager.
I think this will meet the need of what I'm hearing up here, because I think that it would do it, that I would approve, would be the zone change, but deny the design review. And then that would come back and the leftovers would determine what's going to really happen. That would be it, Rob?
Yes. Do you understand the motion?
Yes.
Gentlemen?
Would that be withdrawing design review without prejudice? So we can come back.
She might give you a chance to withdraw without prejudice. You'd have to ask her. Do you want them to have a chance to
You
withdraw
know what,
without
I think
prejudice?
that would be equitable.
Okay.
Very similar to what you just did with Mr. Kempfer.
That was the last one, yeah. Yeah.
Who has a question?
You're going to go this way and then come back this way again.
Okay, I've had
Commissioner
enough.
Gibson.
Yes,
So that was
sir.
the motion. You're allowing them to withdraw the design review without prejudice and approve the
They
zone
would have to
change.
come back and design
Right.
what would
Commissioner Gibson, I'm
make a
going to
difference.
my right.
So
Still no semis or anything.
your counsel to us is that we're at risk if we don't approve the zone change. That's where the risk lies.
Correct.
Is in the zone change.
Yes.
And the difficulty that I have, I don't want to expose us, right? But the difficulty that I have is that I don't have a concept in my head about what it could be if it's, if we change the zoning. What I would prefer to do, I know the motion's already out there, but I would prefer to, if there is going to be some thought that we're really at risk and we lose, and I will say, Rob, you're the best I know at these kinds of things. It's just that I've had it in my mind that the intensity argument is one that can fly, and this is one, if there ever were one. It's already bad, and this is going to get more traffic with the stadium, and it's going to get worse in every possible way. And so if you are adding more industrial traffic, it's one thing to, at game time, when people are moving back and forth on a Sunday or Saturday or Thursday or whatever day they're playing, it's one thing. But if we're adding to all of that, the additional industrial traffic, then it feels like there are all kinds of issues that aren't so much the zoning issue. Can you design around health and safety issues? Can you design around the traffic issues? I don't know. And that's the concern. So if the inclination were that we needed to approve the zone change, then I would prefer not to rule on this thing today, because the design review's been going to be denied, which means they're going to have a completely different project.
You withdrew the design review already.
Okay, so the design review
All we're talking about is the
isn't
zone
in
change.
front of us. It's not relevant anymore. And breaking it up like that makes it extremely difficult for these people who've come out to know what on earth now they're going to be faced with when the zoning's already been approved. If this is conforming, how much tougher is it going to be to deny it once we change the zoning? And then
It's already conforming, is what he said. That's the issue.
What's that?
Oh, boy. Okay, I've got to let my
Okay.
lawyer go. He said it's already conforming, and I really don't, and I appreciate you, Commissioner, but I don't want to litigate this whole case here that he's going to have to probably litigate in court. So maybe not, I don't know. Rob, go ahead. Do you want to add something?
Right. It's master plan BDRP, which allows the MD conforms to the BDRP land use category, On top of that, it's part of the MUD 3 overlay district, which allows very intense residential and also a commercial component that's more intense than one of the alternatives we've been talking about, the commercial professional, because with the mixed use component, you can have grocery stores, restaurants, pubs, which would allow truck traffic. The MUD 3 overlay allows, without any of the incentives, up to 32 units per acre, which would, in my understanding, create more traffic than the proposed use that's before you, than an MD use. So typically an MD use is kind of a low impact from a traffic standpoint. So I don't really have an argument. I can't really argue that low density residential is appropriate here, not only because of the location, but also because of the master plan and the MUD 3 overlay district. And especially, so that's the problem. I mean, the problem is the way it's planned and it's part of that overlay district. To say that something else is appropriate, I really don't have an argument to defend that, and that's the issue.
Okay, Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I guess part of it too is we have the one-year review coming up, and that's an opportunity for folks to really take a step back and look at what really is happening in that area. Just because we did an overlay map 5 years ago doesn't mean that that's not inaccurate any longer on behalf of the county for these folks to have to be dealing with it. We're not trying to say you can't have a business, but it's not compatible and it's too intense. So to me, it makes better sense for you to either withdraw the whole item and come back with something after working with the neighbors as to what's more appropriate as the neighbors work through a new land use component. But it's bothersome to me that we're out here setting up publicly arguments to not allow us to do our jobs for our constituents. Which, just because something is allowed by zoning, I have no personal problem saying, no, I don't like it, it doesn't fit. And I think we should have that right to be able to do that as commissioners. We've denied before. So this is blowing my mind as to why this conversation is being aired in this kind of way, which ties everybody's hands. To me, it's not compatible and it's too intense. And trying to do it from the board or from the floor here isn't going to help anybody in the long run. Yourselves, let alone the neighbors that are out there. I don't get it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager that the design review has been withdrawn without prejudice, and she's approving the zone change. Is that the motion? That is the motion. Any discussion further? Please cast your votes. Motion is denied. Okay.
Thank you.
So there's been no action, so then should we entertain another vote, either to deny or to hold the item or some other action? Is there another, and if the board can't not come up with another action, then we'll just hold it over to the next meeting.
You want to withdraw the entire thing?
We'd rather have a ruling, a full denial then.
Yeah. Okay. Let somebody else.
I move to deny without, do you want to make a motion, Susan, to deny without prejudice, and then they can go back and design and see what happens?
Give me a second here.
Okay.
The county's position here. So you tell me, I understand what Commissioner G is asking for. How do we protect our position and your record, and how do we move forward? So,
in light of that last vote, probably the best thing to do would be to continue it, let them kind of come in with a redesign that's more acceptable, that's less intense. The second alternative would be Commissioner G's proposal that be denied without prejudice. I think the worst thing to do would just be denied outright.
Do you want to let her make a motion?
The whole thing is just not equitable to the owners, to the homeowners, but trying to do something to where it doesn't become more intense because we lose in a court case. Not that he has not said, I'm not making that assumption. They have not said that. He did bring a lawyer, but he did not make that statement ever. Paige has not made that statement ever to me. I think the intent is they have some legal zoning aspects here and was to try to do it to where it's less intense, no semis. He's agreed to all those things. We got a denial. So I guess if I were to deny it without prejudice, what that would do is give you the ability to bring it back to a project that I don't think it would get here while I was here because it would be 2 weeks. Bring it back to a project that can be a little less intense, keeping the no semis, doing those things, making it be a project that can work with the leftovers and the new commissioner.
And in the motion, in the spirit of keeping this moving, he said he doesn't want to withdraw it without prejudice, right?
I'd
Well, I don't know what'll happen
rather
then.
force it to a vote for full denial since we got denied on the zone change, because our intent would be to come
I
back
kinda
with an
hate to do
MD
that.
and a
You
grade
can
level
deny-
only product.
You can deny it without prejudice. You don't have to, he doesn't have to withdraw. You can deny it without prejudice.
Okay. Then I'm going to, for the overall concern of the neighbors and the commission, and for what legal said, so that we're in a protected state, I'm going to deny it without prejudice so that you can then, if Paige wants to, design something that could meet what can happen with what you need to do as the owner.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes. We're going to take a 15-minute break. It is now 1:20. We will be back at 1:35. 1:35.
You're watching Clark County Television. Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
– 45, 46, 47, and 48, which can be heard together. Item 45, ZC 18691, holdover zone changes for the following. Reclassify 7.4 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R3 Multiple Family Residential Zone. Reclassify 28 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Use permit for a residential plan unit development. Waivers of development standards for the following. Reduce setbacks, increase wall height, increase the number of units accessed from a stub street, reduce street width, reduce street intersection offset, alternative residential driveway geometrics, design reviews for the following: an attached single-family residential plan unit development, townhouses in an R3 multiple family residential zone, a detached single-family residential development in an R2 medium-density residential zone, increase finished grade for lots within a proposed residential development, generally located on the south side of Silverado Ranch Boulevard and the east side of Arville Street within an enterprise. Item 46, VS 18690, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Silverado Ranch Boulevard and Joe Ray Avenue alignment, and between Arville Street and Schuster Street alignment, and portions of rights-of-way being Landberg Avenue located between Arville Street and Sherrills Street, and Sherrill Street located between Landberg Avenue and Silverado Ranch Boulevard within enterprise. Item 47 is a tentative map 18500-164, holdover tentative map consisting of 125 attached single-family residential lots and common lots for a plan unit development PUD on a 7.4 acre portion of a 35.4 acre parcel in an R3 multiple family residential zone, generally located on the south side of Silverado Ranch Boulevard. Item 48 is a tentative map 18500-165, holdover tentative map consisting of 200 single-family residential lots and common lots on a 28 acre portion of a 35.4 acre parcel in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
Ms. Lesvich, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today representing Party Homes. On the aerial is in red is the outline of where our site is located. It is just south of Silverado Ranch Boulevard between Valley View and Arville. When we started this process several months ago when we filed an application, this site plan, if you can zoom up a little bit, please. Thank you. This site plan was what we originally filed with your staff and what we showed the neighbors as well as the town board. as part of this process, and although this is a conforming zone change, we have two elements to this project. In the yellow is a single-family detached homes, and then in the orange color area we have a for-sale attached townhome product, and the zone change incorporates both of those items. When we filed this application initially, it was a conforming zone change, but of course we know, and my partner Stephanie Allen worked closely with a number of these neighbors when the Lennar project, which I'm sure many of you may remember, was coming through the system both to the east and south of us. So we did do a voluntary neighborhood meeting. At that particular meeting, we didn't get as many people there as live in this area. They are a little spread out, but subsequent to that, we had 3 other neighborhood meetings. One was in the home of the Misslings, another was in the home of Todd Fisher, and a third meeting was in Benoit's home. And let me just say for the record, I appreciate all of them opening their homes to myself and Party to go in there and talk about this project. Commissioner Brager also had a meeting with the neighbors, and through all of the meetings that we had, the application that we are presenting today has completely changed and flipped. And if you remember from the original aerial that I put up, there is an existing RE home that is located right here. That's the Missling family. And then over in this area is Danny and Matt Malcolm's house. They live right here. So again, conforming zone change, but these for-sale townhomes were located closer to the homes, the existing homes. So what we've done with this redesign is we've moved the townhome product to be right here off of Arville and away from Silverado. In doing that, we lost 13 townhomes, which reduced that density to just over 14, just over 14.8. When we originally submitted, the density of just the townhomes was 17. The yellow part are all the single-family homes, and when we originally submitted that application, we had a density of 7.1, and through the meetings with the neighbors and Commissioner Brager's office, we have lost 39 homes to now have a density of 5.79. In addition to working with the neighbors, we have some very specific conditions, especially around the existing RE homes. And at the conclusion of my presentation, if the chairman can indulge me, I have a long list of conditions that I need to read into the record, both in working with Public Works as well as working with the neighbors. So this is visually the plan, but we have a lot of conditions that go with this. So I don't want to say the final issue, because the neighbors in general may still have concerns about any R3 and for-sale townhomes in this area, but one of their other very, very big issues was the Hinson as a public street going through to Silverado Ranch Boulevard in this location, and Sherrills going through to Silverado Ranch in this location. Both of those public streets would have taken traffic immediately next to the existing RE homes. So I'd like to take a minute and thank Commissioner Brager's office, Public Works, and Planning. Through that process, they came back to us and said that it would be okay for us to prepare a site plan that does not show Hinson going through to Silverado, nor Shrills going through to Silverado. So now we do have a main spine street that comes through our development. It's right here kind of in the middle. And that will be the street that is used for these homes to access out to Silverado. Also, they can use LeBaron, and they can also get out to Arville. So there's a number of ways to get in and out of this project. It's not only on this street, but it solved one of the neighbors' big concerns, which was taking traffic next to both of the existing RE homes. So I want to thank staff and Commissioner Brager's office for working with us on that issue. So for the list of proposed conditions, again, bear with me. The first one is provide an 8-foot tall decorative block wall on east and south sides of APN 17730502002. That would be for this location. Provide an 8-foot tall block wall on south side of APN 17730502005. That would be for Danny and Matt's home, which is right here. Lots 1, 2, 3, 14, and 94 shall be a minimum of 10,000 square feet and have single-story homes. So essentially what we've done there is our lots that are immediately adjacent to the existing RE homes will have a 10,000 square foot lot next to it and a condition for a single-story home. Install 36-inch box trees on the north side of lot 94 at the time the lot is sold. That's for this lot right here. That's the side yard to Danny and Matt's house. So the landscaping would be on our side of the wall. Provide notice to home buyers that there are horses and livestock in the area. Construction hours during daytime as defined in Title 30. And then we move to the actual application itself, where we had a number of waivers. When we redesigned this site and moved the townhomes, the waivers went with the townhomes for the most part. When we redesigned the site and pushed it over here, we actually made those waivers, some of them go away and some of them reduce. So waiver number 3 should be modified to permit up to 8 dwelling units to have access from a stub street, where a maximum of 6 dwelling units are permitted. In the original application, we were asking for 10, so we have reduced that to go to 8. Waiver number 4 allows for a reduction width of local streets from 60 feet to 48 feet. We just want to note for the record that Hinson is now included in what can be reduced. As I mentioned, Hinson will no longer now go all the way through to Silverado. And I should just point out, for the Commission's benefit, Hinson has previously been vacated further south of this project and further north of this project, north of Silverado. So I think, and obviously your Public Works staff can talk a little bit more about that, but I think that that might have played in a little bit as a factor into why we didn't need Hinson to go through to Silverado any longer. We can now withdraw waiver number 5 without prejudice, and we can withdraw waiver number 6A without prejudice. So both of those waivers will go away. We are asking to have the Commission approve a new waiver, and that would be a new waiver is approved to reduce private street width to 32 feet where 37 feet is allowed. We worked with Public Works on that, and I do want to point out all of these lovely cul-de-sacs. I know how important that is for a couple of commissioners up here. So we do have a number of cul-de-sacs, but we are asking for some of our streets to reduce down to 32 feet. And then one clarification before I get to the conditions that I need to read in from Public Works. We just noted in the staff report that the separation between townhome buildings in the staff report was 21 feet. In reality, our plans have always shown it at 20 feet. I don't think that's an issue. That's not a waiver or anything like that. But I just wanted to point that out for the record. As it relates to conditions specifically from Public Works, we're going to add the following conditions. Subdivision shall not be gated. Chrisman Ridge shall act as the north to south connecting road and be a minimum 48-foot wide private street with 5-foot wide sidewalks on each side of the street, but shall not be blocked in any manner. That deals with some property that's over here. Hinson Street, north of LeBaron Avenue, shall be dedicated and developed as a minimum 48-foot wide public street unless APN 17730507002 is acquired by the developer, in which case Hinson Street shall be mapped as a private street or vacated if necessary to become a private street. Hinson Street dimensions, improvements, and ownership south of LeBaron to be coordinated with Public Works Development Review Division. Final new condition, apply for a vacation of right-of-way for Hinson Street adjacent to APN 17730503005 and for Sherrill Street adjacent to APN 17730502002 prior to the submittal of an applicable subdivision map, with the vacation to record with the subdivision map that eliminates the potential for either street to continue south to Landberg Avenue alignment. And let me just pause on that one for the benefit of the neighbors who are in the audience. So that would mean that Party Homes would be the one processing the application to vacate both Hinson Street and Sherrill Street immediately next to the existing RE homes. So the neighbors wouldn't have to do that on their own. We would do that. We would go ahead and as a condition of approval with this, we would process that vacation. Just a couple final little tweaks in application ZC 18-0691, bullet point number 5 under Public Works. That is now going to read right-of-way dedication to include 35 feet to the back of curb for Arville Street, 24 feet to 48 feet for Landberg Avenue, 24 feet to 48 feet for LeBaron Avenue. County-approved turnarounds as necessary where public streets continue as private streets, and all associated knuckles and spandrels. For VS 18-0690, bullet point number 2 should read right-of-way dedication to include 35 feet to the back of curb for Arville Street, 24 feet to 48 feet for Landberg Avenue, 24 feet to 48 feet for LeBaron Avenue. County-approved turnarounds as necessary where public streets continue as private streets, and all associated knuckles and spandrels. TM-18-500164 should read, bullet point number 5 under Public Works should be revised to read, right-of-way dedication to include 35 feet to the back of curb for Arville Street, 24 feet to 48 feet for Lamberg Avenue, 24 feet to 48 feet for Barron Avenue. County-approved turnarounds as necessary where public streets continue as private streets, and all associated knuckles and spandrels. And the final change is on TM-18-500165 under Public Works, bullet point number 5, revised to read, right-of-way dedication to include 35 feet to the back of curb for Arville Street, 24 to 48 feet for Lamberg Avenue, 24 feet to 48 feet for LeBaron Avenue. County-approved turnarounds as necessary where public streets continue as private streets, and all other associated knuckles and spandrels. That concludes my reading of a long list of conditions and clarifications. I appreciate your patience with that, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. That completes your presentation on all 4 items, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 45, 46, 47, and 48. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Todd Fisher. I live at 3995 West Joe Ray. I also own about 8 other acres around that parcel. Includes 4 other lots. So one that's 3 3/4 acres, the rest are 1 1/4 acres. I'm really here on behalf of my neighbors more than myself. I'm not directly affected by this, but it does set a dangerous precedent that's been going on for a while. I do appreciate, by the way, everything that's been done to mitigate what is a really badly drawn map reuse of the land. I was not in the area when these maps got redrawn, but many of my neighbors were. And it affected everybody very badly. And you can tell, by the way, everybody's having to scramble to make these, we'll call them buffers, before you get to somebody's home with a 3-story building. Lennar was very cooperative. Susan, you've been great. Thank you. And everybody's worked hard to come up with solutions to make this work. So taking a bad situation and making it as good as it can be seems to be what we're stuck with. I do have to go on the record as saying I do not understand for the life of me how a lot of these maps have been drawn the way they've been drawn. It looks, and it's in the prior, I sat through the last several hours and listened to the hearing just prior to this, and I listened to all of you say, wow, you know, how did this little spot zoning occur where this guy's got this, and how can we approve this type of land use over here? But you know what? We have to because of these guys that drew up these crazy maps. So a lot of people have come up here before and cried about this, and I want to join the club. But I have an appointment back on planet Earth, and as you guys do, and so we want to do the best we can for our neighborhood. We bought land where we thought we could have horses and trails and a lifestyle that would look very similar to 1 home per acre, 2 homes per acre. So I can only say that I appreciate everybody's hard work. My neighbors are going to have a lot more to say about the technical aspects of this, but as a landowner in the area, I feel like my neighbors are being even more unfairly treated than I was. Lennar did a brilliant job, of making the best out of my situation. They've done a pretty good job here, it looks like, of helping them, but I think my neighbors will have a lot more to say about the 8-foot walls around their house, when you think about what it looked like when they got there. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker. No one else? Oh.
Hello, my name is Carl Missling. I reside at 4245 West Silver Ranch Boulevard. So I guess I just have a few concerns. One, going back to the master plan, which apparently was developed in 2004. That master plan, none of us got any kind of notifications on. I can bring up 12 of my neighbors who were never notified. So that was the first issue. The second issue is, when it was done, you put R3 right smack around my home. All this. I mean, why would you do that? I mean, I've been in that home for almost 2 decades. I built it up. I paid my taxes. I mean, where was the county when I needed electricity? That was $30,000. Where's the county when I needed water? That was another 20 grand. Where was the county when the monsoons came and I had rivers thrown through my backyard and down Silverado Ranch, which back then was Gomer? I did all those repairs. And yet you felt it was okay to sit there and put R3 completely surrounding my building, my homestead, which I find just absolutely unforgivable. And now moving forward, okay, this new plan is slightly better. Do I want to live with that? I don't want to live with that. So if it gets to a point where this is getting slammed down my throat and I have no say, which I probably don't, then at least move this further south. There's all this open land. There's like a couple of 100 acres south of my property where you could have put the R3. But no, somebody in their infinite wisdom threw a dart and said, let's put it around the Missling home. So I respectfully ask you to take another look at this and change it. It's not right. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker. No one else? If you want to speak, sure.
My name's Matt Malcolm, 9738 Henson. I really don't have, I mean, Susan's been great, and she's worked with us, and so has Lennar before Pardee. It's hard for us to go any farther with it. With my only complaint has been is with the land use. I think it was 2009 was the last time we've got anything in the mail to be a part of it. That doesn't, I guess, doesn't get us off of anything, but it gets back to what Ms. Chris was saying earlier about the problems. It seems like I've been down here for the last 2 years with Lennar and everything else, and listened to all the other plans that come through. It seems like it all has to do with the land use plan and what's conforming to that, as opposed to what's conforming to the land use that's there now. And where I feel, and I think everybody else has, even with the larger group that was here before us, it was just north of us, doesn't feel like we're a part of that land use plan. And it seems as if there's a legality there of even you guys wanting to tackle that. That's, I think, is the biggest thing out of all of it. I mean, if I was somebody that is there, I would do the same thing. I mean, they've been accommodating, but I just think that R3 is not what that, it doesn't conform to where we are now. Maybe it will 20 years from now, who knows? But that's been my argument, and I wish you were staying where you are. You've been great for us personally, and I appreciate all the hard work you've done with the county. Same with you, Steve. I know you'll be gone. Hopefully you keep us in your pocket up north. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? You've been talking about all morning. Yes?
Hi.
Okay. Hi.
Ruth Ano, 3900 West Landberg Avenue.
Could I ask you to come a little closer to the microphone, or else pull it down? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, how's that? Hi.
That's better.
Ruth Ano, 3900 West Landberg Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89141. I'm here with my neighbors. We are opposed to this development. We think the density is really high. I think that's the biggest thing that we don't like is the density. I know we've tried to work with some people to lessen that, and that's my thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Anybody else? Last chance. No. Okay. That being said, I'm going to close the public hearing on 45, 46, 47, and 48. Mr. Lazarevich, did you want to respond to briefly to any of those concerns?
No, I mean, we've had honest discussions. I know a lot of their neighbors' frustrations occur with the land use plan, and I'm here saying I've got a conforming zone change. So I'm not sure I have a good answer for that, other than to say we've tried to do the best we can on behalf of Pardee Homes to really buffer, especially the existing RE lots with 10,000 square foot lots and single-story homes, which I know you've done around both of your areas when you have RE homes, and R2 comes in next to it. The only other technical comment I wanted to make is that everything that I read into the record I had previously provided to your staff, so they're not being caught by surprise by what I read this morning. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Brager. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mind if she
Go
wants
ahead. Commissioner Giuliani.
Could you just point out on the map that's up there or whatever you have, I have what I have on the screen, just where the nearest houses, the homes were. I was trying to
You mean
understand.
the RE homes?
Yeah. The Commissioner has his GPS.
So in red is our site, and this is the Misslings home right here, and this is Danny and Matt's, and obviously some other people came from around here, but those are the two immediately adjacent. And then we've talked about Lennar. Lennar is here and here. That's been approved, but they're not obviously built yet.
Thank you. Thank you to both of you. I just needed to visually see. Thank you.
No problem. I wish I could go back to 2004. I don't know what happened at that point in time. I think Commissioner G and I are the longest sitting commissioners, and we got here in 7 or 8. All of a sudden I'm like 7. And have really attempted to protect what's been in front of us. We can't go what's behind us, and that's unfortunate. In this particular case, getting rid of, for some of the things that do not affect you but affect how we feel in the county, is getting rid of all the stub streets and hammerheads, and they did all cul-de-sacs. That's a plus. Having the Hinson not go through, and Shrills, I want to make sure I'm on the right, having that not go through, moving, and I so appreciate what you're saying, and I get that, moving the R3 to where it's still in the land that they own, where you want them to move it, they don't own the land, and I really can't force them to buy the land. This is what they own and what they had. It doesn't help to say it's conforming, because it's not conforming to what you would like it to be. And I feel your pain. Not all, but my items for the last 12 years have pretty much been like this. Some we've been able to change in the land use plan, some we have not. Some are in very other high density areas that are legal. I think helping with the single stories, the fences, I believe you asked for the fences. I want to make sure, because when that was said, I want to make sure. So the fences were asked for, just so Mr. Fisher knows, that's what they wanted. And the extensive landscaping, the single stories were something that I spoke with the times that I spoke to the neighbors. So it's another one of those tough ones, and I don't say that lightly sitting here. I mean, making decisions for what changes people's lives is not something you just go, oh, well, it's a change. And if we didn't care, the townhomes would be back where they were. There wouldn't be one stories. There wouldn't be fences and landscaping. So, and I don't even need to go to legal. I know on this one that, other than Eric, who I think is waiting to speak, I'll let him speak, and then I'll make my motion.
Just real quick, Commissioner.
I'll one comment.
Okay, just on this map, you say they don't own the land?
I've got to ask you to speak in the microphone, because they can't hear you when you're in the middle.
Sorry. Just to make one point, you said they didn't own the land down here. They do own this land down here. So I don't understand why this cannot be flopped down here.
I thought you said somewhere else. I apologize. Okay, I hear you. I had not heard, that had not been asked before, so let me see what Eric says. And
No, just a clarification. Well, and Jennifer accurately explained what the end result was, and we all know there's been many chapters to this story. I just wanted to make it clear that we have 2 cases where, in this case, we're willing to allow 2 aligned roads to be vacated, both the Shrills and the Hinson. And that's not normally the case. I don't want people to think that we go about that lightly. And really, it has to do with, this was a unique situation where the developer was able to offer an equal alignment to that. And with doing that, we were able to take it away from being next to one of the existing RE houses. So those aren't usually options we have, not the normal course that we go about. But with that, originally the developer had that internal road going through the R3. That is not a road that, with all that housing, it becomes more like a drive aisle. With this, along 2 of the largest properties in the site, it does now function as a spine road, as a road that they agree is sized like a public road, and they agree not to gate it or ever block it. So they've given us equivalent, which is how we got to where we are.
And I know we beat you up pretty bad on getting those roads to not go through, and I appreciate that you were able to look at it. I respect that your job is something you do all the time. It's not what any of us do. And so you've been extremely workable on this project where they do not have traffic coming by them and through them, and I thought that was important. Could this map be, I don't know which way to say, to where we can see the whole picture of the project? A little more? Up? Okay, thank you. I see where you're meaning. That has not been brought up before. I don't even know if that, yeah, that's one. I felt that moving the townhomes where they did, keeping it still in a conforming factor, worked well. I don't know what's at the other end of your project then. Who owns
This
that?
is Lennar. Are you talking about south of this
Just-
line?
yeah, right there.
This is where the Lennar homes are. And not to bring up, again, a sore subject for the neighbors, and I understand, but I believe this area is also master planned R3. It's not part of our application. But so, as you then get down this way, it's R2, and then it drops even lower because you get to some more RE homes that are located further south of this.
And the land that's where it's between your R3 and your project, what's in the middle there?
These they're vacant parcels that we do not own.
Okay. And so I would encourage, and I think I said this before, when it gets to be January, I would reach out to the commissioner-elect in regards to the land use plan, as we said earlier. I think for the project that's, I don't know which direction, I know directions super well, but sitting here like this, that way, thank you, to make sure that R3, I don't think it needs to be there. So if I was still sitting here, I would deny that. I think that encumbers you even more and needs to stay, in a better position for all of you, and that you just really stay, it's coming, either go on the website, if it's a matter of giving addresses to someone, you need to make sure that happens. And I've done that in a bunch of other areas, even in the years past. When I knew it was coming, I think it'll be important for you to have a say of what continues to go out there. I know that Mr. Fisher said he would be involved in that, in what happens, that he would do that. I would encourage all of you, because we're at this, the word conforming, I know doesn't help with what we're doing, but they did, do some things that made this not what you want, but better than what it was. And I think it is better. It's not 100%, and it's, whatever happened in 2004, I apologize for, but I can't change it and go backwards. So I would be making a motion for all the items that Ms. Lazovich put on the record, with the 1-stories, the 8-foot fence, the landscaping, the cul-de-sac streets, the other Shrills and Henson, going to this design, moving the townhomes to where they're moved. You reduce those, you reduce the houses. I would make a motion for approval. And I don't say it lightly.
We have a motion. Commissioner Gibson.
What's the distance between the backyard or the fence, the property line of the Missling home, and the townhomes? What's that distance?
You mean from here down to here?
Yes.
330 feet.
330?
South. Yes.
And what is the grade out there? How does the grade change? Does it fall to the north or does it fall to the south? Falls to the east?
west. Or west to east, excuse me.
From west to east?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Is it LeBaron?
Yes.
The
street?
lower street? Yeah. So who owns that property just
Here?
north of it? Yeah. Yes,
Individual
please.
owners.
Individual owners
Yeah.
still at this point? They're not developed though?
No,
At
they're
any
vacant.
point? And so that's another thing, I think, because that becomes almost like a little donut hole that the plan use really needs to be adjusted to deal with that as well. So hopefully in January when that starts up, I would bring that up, ladies and gentlemen, because otherwise you're going to, the gentleman said you're just going to be completely enclosed. Staff was saying that, go ahead, Nancy.
I wanted to clarify, it's not January of 2019 that we're going to go through the 5-year update. We're going through the 1-year update into January. It'll be next year.
Right, but the 1 year, maybe let's make that clear. The 1 year update allows them to do what?
The 1-year update allows us to, with the commissioner's concurrence, allows us to accept applications for land use plan changes, but it's just individual ones. It's not the holistic one. With those, we notify
surrounding
15,
radius.
right.
So that is a place where they could, if they can talk to the owners that are in those properties, they could at least initiate that a year prior to the full land use, and that way they get into the queue faster.
Right. Well,
So
we've cut, our timeframe's been cut off, so that no more applications can come in at this point.
Okay. So nobody has applied to protect this at this point if they're landowners.
no
So
one.
they'll have to get with the landowners and have them prepped for a year after that.
That's
sounds
correct.
like. Okay.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
so it's clear, because it gets confusing to me on what we can do or not do as well. So,
Okay, no, you can't raise your hand from the audience. I mean, if Commissioner Brager wants to recognize you, or Commissioner Giuliani,
all I say
you got to
is
come up.
the notice doesn't go out now. I don't know what the 1 year was. So if you want to hang around afterwards, we can clarify that for you all as far as when that initial one went out and when the next one will go. So you went to from 37 feet to 32 on several streets, if I recall. on your list.
Yes.
How many houses less did you now do with your changes?
It
37?
was
30-something.
in the
30-something?
townhome area. We lost 13 townhomes, and in the single family lots, we lost 39.
39. Did you make that up, though, in density by getting, I hate small roads like that. 32 feet is not a road, in my opinion. Kids can't play and you don't have sidewalks, but that's your product, and it is what it is. So do you then, even though you had a net loss based on your original map, do you then get to add more, did you add more housing in?
No, so I think I'll answer your question, and I know where it's coming from, but so from the very original application that we put in to the one that we are showing you today, that's the net loss. We never had a situation where we went back up and ate back into, I suppose, the maximum
The
that
maximum,
we showed.
right. Okay, that was my question. All right, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. This is on 45, 46, 47, and 48. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Next are items 49, 50, and 51, which can be heard together. Item 49, ZC 18774. Holdover zone change to classify 6.4 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone and RUD Residential Urban Density Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: increase wall height, reduce the street intersection offset. Design review for single-family residential development generally located on the north side of Cactus Avenue, east side of Torrey Pines Drive within Enterprise. Item 50, BS 180772, holdover, vacate, and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Rush Avenue and Cactus Avenue and between Torrey Pines Drive and Mann Street, and a portion of the right-of-way being Cactus Avenue located between Torrey Pines Drive and Mann Street, and a portion of the right-of-way being Torrey Pines Drive located between Cactus Avenue and Rush Avenue within Enterprise. And item 51 is a TM 18500-182, holdover tentative map consisting of 46 lots and common lots on 6.4 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
Slazovich, welcome back.
Good evening. Good evening. How about good afternoon? Jennifer
Almost.
Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. Conforming zone change. Appreciate staff and town board recommending approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 49, 50, and 51. Anyone wishing to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing to over Commissioner Brager.
I make a motion for approval per staff conditions?
We have a motion on the floor. Nancy?
She's good.
Eric has something to ask the applicant.
Real good, Eric.
Hey, Jennifer. Does your client still want to get the finished grade waiver, the design review for the finished grade on the site? It looks like it wasn't advertised, so I just want to make sure if that's still a part of your application that we put it on the record so it's not missed.
Yes, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yes, we would.
Okay. We have a motion for approval per staff conditions with that addition by Mr. Denman. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. You do understand the motion, right, Ms. Lesvich?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you
Thank you very
very
much. I like how you moved that along. Thank you.
Next are
I need, could I interject? 54, 55, and 56, if we could trail just till the end unless Mr., I just went blank. Unless the Borgel, thank you, isn't back, then we'll have to hear it anyway. But it should be fine, even without him. Okay. I'll save you some money. Go
Do we
ahead.
have anybody here? What numbers are those?
54, 55, and 56.
Do I have anybody here on 54, 55, and 56 to speak?
Other than Mark.
Other than Mark? Go ahead, Commissioner. Call the items. Go ahead, Nancy.
Items 54, 55, and 56 can be heard together. Item 54, ZC 18833, zone change to reclassify 2.9 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waivers of development standards for the following: increased wall height, increased building height. Design reviews for the following: proposed single-family residential development, Hammerhead Street design in conjunction with the single-family residential development generally located on the east side of Jones Boulevard and the south side of Joe Ray Avenue within Enterprise. Item 55, BS 18834, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Jones Boulevard and Duneville Street alignment and between Joe Ray Avenue and Pyle Avenue, and a portion of the right-of-way being Jones Boulevard located between Joe Ray Avenue and Pyle Avenue. Item 56, TM 18500-198, tentative map consisting of 22 lots on 2.9 acres in an R2 medium-density residential zone.
We're not trying to put you on the spot. We're good.
Just don't ask me hard questions.
No.
Okay. Mark Dunford, 250 Pilot Road. Pleased to be here this afternoon. This is actually a fairly easy request. We were able to pick up 2.5 acres here on this corner, and so that we can complete the community. We're matching exactly.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on items number 54, 55, and 56. Anyone wish to address the board on any or all of those items, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Make a motion for approval per staff's conditions.
We've already reviewed this stuff already. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
Hey, deduct some of Mr. Borgel's pay.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'm going to miss you guys.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Next are items 57 and 58, which can be heard together. 57, ZC 18835, zone change to classify 9.8 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waiver of development standards to reduce street intersection offset. Design reviews for the following: proposed single-family residential subdivision increase for finished grade, generally located on the west side of Rainbow Boulevard and the south side of Ford Avenue alignment within Enterprise. Item 58, BS 18837, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Rainbow Boulevard and Rosanna Street alignment and between Ford Avenue alignment and Torino Avenue alignment, and a portion of the right-of-way being Rainbow Boulevard between Ford Avenue alignment and Torino Avenue alignment.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard, representing the property owner. We're requesting a conforming zone change. Staff recommends approval of our zone change. We have a couple of waivers that staff's recommending denial of. The one that is in particular is the offset from here to here. We're only off of it a few feet. It's supposed to be 125. We're about 117. With that, there's several conditions that staff's recommending on it that I would like to discuss. Specifically, full improvements for Rosanna. Rosanna is adjacent to homes on the other side that are half-acre lots on the south portion here. We'd like to put in rural standards on Rosanna if acceptable to the commissioner. That was something that was brought up at one of the meetings that we had. With that, we'd be happy to answer any additional questions or further discuss it. That will conclude my presentation.
Thank you. Any? This is a public hearing. This time I'm going to open the public hearing. Items over 57 and 58. Anyone wishing to address the board on either both those items, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn it over to Commissioner Brager.
Okay, I have one question. So one stories are going to go against Rosanna in that area that we discussed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that
I'm
if
just
I
going
can.
to go ahead.
There's
And then Eric, while he's doing that, we are good with Torino?
Yeah, so that was going to be my question. So they're going to flip the site to dedicate Torino instead of Ford?
That's what my understanding is, correct, Robert?
We would like to leave it as is, but if you guys would like to have us flip it, we certainly can. Torino was vacated on the other side of this giant RMP at Durango, and so Ford actually would go through the whole entire RMP from Rainbow all the way to Durango.
So there's pluses and minuses to both.
What do you want?
Your concern was I could live with either because neither one's perfect.
but it was the park site that you referenced.
Right.
Due to not wanting Ford, but I can go with either one.
I felt, and I was ready to do this, I thought we discussed that we didn't want to impact the park, so.
That's fine. We're fine with either way.
Okay, then the one that is less,
So if you don't want to impact the park, Torino would be not dedicate Ford, dedicate Torino.
okay, that's what, and then the 1 stories.
right,
Where we
so-
discussed the 1 stories, because then they're across from the larger homes. We felt that would be good for them. Doing a 6,000 square foot lots.
Okay. There's homes here. I was just wanting
Right.
clarification. What we discussed was just adjacent
Correct.
to the existing
That's fine.
homes.
With
Okay.
6,000 square foot lots. I'm meeting you in the middle.
Okay.
Okay, that would be my motion. My motion would be to accept with those items clarified and staff's conditions.
Do you understand the motion?
Just for one clarification, the 6,000 square foot lots are just adjacent to
Correct.
the existing homes as well.
Yes.
Yes, that is correct then. I understand. Thank you.
Are you going to speak?
No. You understand the motion?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, we have motion on the floor on item number 57 and 58. Is that right? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item is item 60, NZC 18517, holdover zone change to reclassify 5 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Design review for proposed single-family residential development, generally located on the southwest corner of Cactus Avenue and Durango Drive, alignment within Enterprise.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Ellen, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, and my plans are upside down, sorry. The applicant, Lennar Homes. We're here actually on this item and the next 2 items. This one relates to a 5-acre parcel at the corner of Cactus and Durango. We very much appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. This is an R2 community with a density of 4.6 to the acre. And we think this will be a nice addition and is compatible with the area. With that said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but again, we appreciate staff, town board, and planning commission's recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This time I'm going to public hearing, excuse me, on item number 60. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 60, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Welcome.
How I get stuck doing this. Okay. Laurel Grantham, 10752 South Dapple Gray Road, basically this area over here. As you can see, these are the parcels in question. This is also going to go with the next 2 that she's going to present. They'll be directly adjoining this current area of critical concern from the BLM. And R2 zoning we do not feel is appropriate in the area. The other rural residential properties in the area are all 1 dwelling per 2.5 acres. I believe allowing these developers to move forward on the draft proposal that the county and the BLM proposed would be a huge mistake. They've made it clear that they do not like donut holes in their plan, either being land or developments. Clearly, this is going to be a donut hole. After the meeting here on June 18th, where the county presented their new draft for the BLM disposable boundary lines, I know that they had originally included this entire area to put up for disposal. My neighbors and I met with Marcy Henson with air quality control after that, as well as representatives from the Desert Conservation Project, and they agreed that that area should never have been included in their plans for disposal, and they redrafted this area for us to what they were then going to put in as their proposal for boundary lines. As you see, these properties that she's referring to will still be within the disposable boundary lines that they were going to propose, but they are still bordering these ACEC lines. Now, last November 7th, Las Vegas Review-Journal reported that the BLM has now completely squashed their plans to redesign these lines at all. So whether it be now or 2 years or 10 years from now, I think the commission has to look at what is here currently, which is back to this. The non-disposable boundary lines are still within this blue area. They will still be bordered by the art and historical sites. And I believe the RE zoning that has been held up by the properties on Rainbow behind the new Walmart, those developments are beautiful, and they're adding to the value of the land in the area, and we would be happy to see an RE development in continuation with what is already happening in the art and historical sites over here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Anybody else wishing to testify during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Brager. Did you want to respond, Ms. Ellen?
Sure, just briefly, Mr. Chairman, if I could, direct your attention. The staff reports are actually different because this property, because it's at the corner of Cactus and Durango, your planning staff recommended approval of it. They had the same concerns that this lady mentioned on the record with respect to the next two applications, and that's why the recommendations are different, and I think the commissioner may have different opinions about these two parcels, but this particular parcel, I understand the policy has been if it's adjacent to two major arterials right next to Mountain's Edge, staff is in support of it, and the infrastructure is already there. There's no issues with respect to getting that infrastructure to this parcel, so that's why the recommendations for approval, and we would very much appreciate your approval today as well.
Commissioner Brager.
Just so the board knows, the one that's further down is not being discussed right now.
We're not dealing with that parcel right now.
Correct, so I didn't want that to get confused.
So why don't you just cover that up for right now, if you just put something on top of it. There you go. Your hand is good.
Okay.
There you go.
So
okay.
With the one that we're dealing with that was given staff approval, I would make a motion for approval for that one per staff conditions.
We have a motion on the floor on item number 60 from Commissioner Brager. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Just the map that's behind there, Stephanie, where is this little parcel then on that? Is that?
It's this corner right here. So you can see everything in orange is R2, which is what we're requesting, and we're at a very low density of 4.6. So immediately adjacent to it, as well as everything in the area has been developed as R2. Understanding the boundary is further to the south.
Okay, so that's why you've withdrawn for now the lower one that was on that drawing?
The lower one's the next item on the agenda, and staff has differing opinions on this too.
And then where the blue box is next to your pen, what is that currently?
I believe that's a school.
Oh, it's it's already built?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
I need to learn how to do what Larry's doing. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see what was in relation to what. Thank you so much.
We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Brager. Any further discussion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Next are items 64 and 65, which can be heard together. Item 64, NZC 18560, holdover zone change to reclassify 12.6 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to R2 Medium Density Residential Zone. Waiver of development standards to reduce street intersection offset. Design reviews for the following: single-family residential development. Allow a hammerhead design cul-de-sac in conjunction with a single-family residential development. Generally located in the northwest corner of Durango Drive in Erie Avenue alignment within Enterprise. Item 65, BS 18558, holdover, vacate, and abandoned easements of interest, Clark County, located between Levi Avenue and Erie Avenue, between Durango Drive and El Capitan Way alignment, and portions of the right-of-way being Durango Drive, located between Levi Avenue and Erie Avenue, and Irvin Avenue, between Durango Drive and El Capitan Way within Enterprise. As was noted, staff and the Enterprise Town Board recommended denial of both of these, and Eric has an additional note.
I don't even think you can, but I'm going to be denying the project, so if you want to say anything, you can.
If you were going to deny it, I will let you do that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, would you like to make a motion?
Let me we have to open the public hearing.
Yeah, let me open up the public hearing. Is there anyone besides Ms. Allen that wishes to testify on this? Well, no, just restate your name for the record, and then that way we've got it on the record.
Laurel Grantham, 10752 South Dapple Gray Road.
And we'll just note for the record that her comments previously on the other item would be noted for this as well with regard to the ACEC. Stephanie, do you want to make a presentation?
No, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, would you like to make a motion?
You know, it is early and we discussed it. To me, it kind of hurt my head in the beginning. I get it because it is outside the boundary, just to say and understand your concerns, because I worked with the neighbors out off of Cactus and now I'm going to forget the name of the street, past El Capitan, and really feel like their area does need to be protected. They have 2-acre properties. We wanted to make sure that boundary didn't go any further so that they could keep that area. So please bug the next commissioner because that needs to stay like that. And then Ms. Allen knows that in the future this would be an area that would be opened up that they could probably do other things, so I'd make a motion for denial.
Motion's been made. We close the public hearing, and all those, please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for reasonableness.
Next is item 71, UC 18718, appeal use permits for the following: proposed minor training facility of physical fitness and proposed recreation facility senior activities in conjunction with an existing office facility. Waivers of development standards for the following: allow commercial access onto a residential street, alternative landscaping, design review for modifications to an existing office facility on 0.8 acres in a CP office and professional zone generally located on the west side of Jones Boulevard and the south side of Palmyra Avenue within Spring Valley. This was approved by the Planning Commission and appealed by a neighbor.
Sorry, I was just reading it. Good afternoon. We'll open up the public hearing. Would you like to state your name, please, and address for the record?
My name is Ruby Chang for 3111 South Jones. And good morning, because I was here at 9 o'clock.
Chang, this is
Go ahead.
property. I believe this is your property and someone has appealed it. So do you want to talk a little bit about?
I don't need to appeal. I mean, I don't need to speak. I don't know whether the person who's appealing is not here.
Is the appellant here? Okay, Commissioner Brager, you want her to make a presentation? We're going to handle this like another.
Well, she'd like to, but I'm going to. Now I always want to get this backwards. I'm happy with what she wants to do, so just remind me. We always hurts our heads up here. So I'm going to deny.
No, move to approve the application.
I'm going to
Yeah, I
approve
think
the
it's easier if we say motion to approve the application.
Very good.
Okay,
Because we always want to do it backwards.
I'm going to open the public. Did you open the public hearing? I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 71. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 71, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. 71, Commissioner Brager, you have a motion?
So I am going to approve the item. That's all I need to say.
We have a
So you're
motion to
gonna be
approve
good.
per staff conditions. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
May I say something to Commissioner Brager?
Sure. I would think it
Sure.
depends. No.
I sincerely hope your retirement or in the next future years of service is full with body, soul, spirit, and breathing in health and everything. That's good.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I'll
you.
have to come by your project and
Yes, please.
wander
How about
around.
the rest of us? Could you give us?
And Governor-elect, I hope you get this message to the rest of the world. Not every Chinese that comes to your presence or to the government to apply for anything is for massage parlors.
Right.
That's what he.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good message. Okay.
Next is item 73, WS 18642, holdover appeal waivers of development standards for the following: reduced side street setback, reduced setback from a street in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 0.9 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the south side of La Madre Way and the west side of Canoe Lane within Lone Mountain. This was approved by the Planning Commission and appealed by the applicant because they feel they agreed to a condition that they didn't want.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Richard Zeitlin, 7815 West La Madre Way, 89149. I'm the homeowner.
Is the appellant here on this one?
He appealed it.
You appealed. Okay.
I guess.
Okay, go ahead.
I spoke with Commissioner Brown's liaison. I guess there was some conditions to grant my setback, and I'm willing to accept those conditions that we spoke of a little while ago.
Commissioner Brown, you want to help him through here?
Did you state your name for the record?
Yes, I did.
Beautiful. 5.5 hours. How'd you enjoy
I got here
your-
at 10:30, so it's okay.
okay.
Actually, it was. I feel my little shed. You guys are dealing with big stuff here.
Your shed is important to Commissioner Brown. He's
Well, no, and I
he's
appreciate
a detail
that.
guy.
I
He's a
appreciate
detail-
that. He's not too far from my house, so.
So here are the conditions, and I think we talked about it, just make sure we're clear on them, that sheds, both sheds that are attached to the garage need to be permitted per our building.
Yes, sir.
That would be condition number 1, legally permitted with the building department. The Connex box, although by itself is okay, but if you're going to continue to use it and the electrical, you need to get that permitted.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And
Whenever
then
you're ready, Commissioner Brown.
the shed to the west, can we put, because that faces the cul-de-sac community?
Yes,
Can we
it
put a
does.
couple trees there?
Absolutely.
That would be condition number 3. And condition number 4, just continue to work with your neighbor and the HOA if the wall becomes an issue. We seem to think that there was damage to it, looks okay, but just continue to work with them so it doesn't fall down.
No, I've already repaired it quite a while ago, and I'm happy to work with them anytime.
And that will be, it won't be a mandatory, but it'll be work. But the permitting, absolutely. Let's put 90 days on it.
Yes.
The
Matter of fact,
two-shed-
I'm going to be permitting for my casita and other things, so I'll get it all at the same time.
All right, will that be within the 90 days?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are my conditions. I thank you for
Okay,
joining us
wait,
for the
before
day.
you do that, did I open the public hearing on this one? Yeah, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 73. You're a little quick here. Anyone wishing to testify on item number 73, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Line up down the rail, please. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn over to Commissioner Brown. Is that your motion?
That is my motion. With
The
those
motion from
conditions.
Commissioner Brown. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. 4 hours later. Motion approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next item.
Next item is 74, AG 189000762, is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners approve a list of parcels to reserve on Bureau of Land Management administers land for future affordable housing developments. Authorize the Director of the Department of Comprehensive Planning to submit the revised land reservations to the BLM and direct staff accordingly.
Item 74. Do we have a motion on item number 74? Commissioner Gibson moves approved. Line discussion on the motion. Please cast your votes. Moving along. I'm getting it back. Motion passes.
Item 75, ordinance 189000634 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with CFT Lands LLC for a single-family development, Torrey Pines and Frias. We request this be set for public hearing for December 19, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for December 19th, 2018.
Item 76, ordinance 189000635 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with CFT Lands LLC, HLI LLC, and Game Day LLC for a single-family residential development, Joe Ray and Jones. We request this be set for public hearing for December 19, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for December 19th, 2018.
Item 77, ordinance 189000787 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to update various regulations in the Clark County Unified Development Code, Title 30, and direct staff accordingly. We request this be set for public hearing for December 19th, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for December 19th, 2018 at 10 a.m. 9 a.m. 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 9 a.m. No.
Item 78, ordinance 1890078A is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to amend sign regulations in the Clark County Unified Development Code. We request this be set for public hearing for December 19, 2018.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for December 19th, 2018.
Item 79, ordinance 189000604 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing of an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Torrey Pines Heights LLC for a single-family residential development. This is a public hearing.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing, item number 79. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 79, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this over to Commissioner Brager.
I'm sorry.
Turn this over to Commissioner Brager for a motion for approval.
I just said that.
Commissioner Brager moves approval. Any discussion on the motion? Please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Items 80 and 81 can be heard together. Item 80, DA 18852, a development agreement containing an outline rules and guidelines for the orderly development of a recreation facility, event center, music venue on 34.6 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the MUD 1 overlay district. Item 81, ordinance 189000701 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing of an ordinance consider adoption of a development agreement with MSG Las Vegas LLC for a recreation facility.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number, I'm going to open item the public hearing. We don't have one on 80, but I do on 81. Anyone wishing to comment on 80 or participate in the public hearing, item number 81, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Chris Kemper here on behalf of Madison Square Garden. I just wanted to convey, they wanted me to convey to you their great appreciation to staff for working so hard with regard to this particular item. And I personally wanted to convey to Commissioner June Kiliani that when this is up and operating, I want you to be able to go by and say, that was approved by me, all right? So all of you were involved in it, but I just want as kind of a going away present that this will be on your watch, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all excited as a board about this piece. It's just a very creative response and an infill project in an area as well. And I'm glad yesterday that the item with the monorail was held because it has nothing to do with what we recommended as your conditions of approval. So I didn't want anything held up on that part of it. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 81, the comment on 80. Turn over to Commissioner June Kiliani.
I move approval.
We have a motion for approval from Commissioner June Kiliani. Discussion? Seeing none. Please cast your votes. Motion passes. This is the second time, believe it or not, set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item, please step forward and identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Any item. You want to speak? Sure.
Matt Malcolm, 9738 Henson again. It was on your recommendation on the, I guess for the master plan application or something. It's already passed, so we're confused at what to do.
I would talk to Mario Bermudez. He will give you the dates and the process.
That gentleman over there is our future planner. He plans everything into the future. This would be a future planning item, so he can deal with that. Mario, you want to raise your hand here? A little higher so we can all see it. There you go.
He probably gets a lot of angry people.
He gets some.
No.
He's got a good disposition. He can handle it.
Thank you for hanging out this long
Thank
to
you.
find out.
You're good.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm here for item 12.
Okay, first off, you got to identify yourself for the record. We did item 12
This
about
is
6 hours ago.
my name is Ed Mum, and I'm with Dig This here in Las Vegas.
Item 12 was 6 hours ago.
We were here and we weren't called. I don't
Well,
believe.
we had you were on the consent agenda, is what you're called. We don't call you up by name. You know, we addressed all the items on the consent agenda, and I believe item 12 was approved. That was mine.
It was approved? Oh, awesome.
Were you for it? You want me to reconsider that one?
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that was a dig this type thing, yeah. Do you want us to talk about it again? Take another shot? No, okay. Thank you. What is it? It's a recreation. So you ride the truck. And... Anybody else? Hearing, seeing no one. This meeting is adjourned.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
I think I'd be locked up right now if it weren't for the harbor.
Fighting drug or alcohol use and changes in behavior are all warning signs that a youth may need help.
I got in a fight and got expelled from school, and my mom took me to the harbor for help.
The harbor is a safe haven for troubled kids and their families. The goal is to give them resources so problems don't escalate. We know kids in crisis can become adults in crisis. Prevention and early intervention work.
They helped me get my life back on track. Sometimes you just need a fresh start.
The harbor offers hope and second chances.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton, Administrator of the Clark County Museum System. Welcome to Barnstorming, Nevada. Formed after World War II, Pacific Southwest Airlines eventually outgrew California. When it did, it became a significant carrier to southern Nevada. Today we will look at the history and impact of PSA. Kenneth Friedkin created Pacific Southwest Airlines in 1945. Often referred to only by its initials, PSA, it became a major carrier for the Las Vegas market throughout the late 1970s and 1980s, when it finally merged with US Air and was lost as a separate carrier. Friedkin was originally a fixed-base operator in San Diego. He had created a charter airline, which he called Friedkin Airlines, but soon changed the name to Pacific Southwest Airlines. By 1949, Friedkin decided to expand his offerings. PSA became a scheduled intra-state airline in California, offering flights between San Diego and San Francisco, flying one lone DC-3. Using the original flying school building at San Diego's Lindbergh Field as its office, and a bathroom scale to weigh luggage, the new airline was definitely a startup. The airline used many ex-Navy pilots, earning it the sobriquet of Poor Sailors Airline in the early years. Its routes grew during the 1950s, as did its fleet. By 1955, DC-4s had been added, purchased from Capital Airlines, and by 1959, 3 98-seat Lockheed Electras had been added to the fleet. During the 1960s and 1970s, the airline continued to serve California as an intrastate carrier. It was known for its friendly service and low fares, and mini-skirted flight attendants. With the advent of deregulation in 1978, PSA decided to branch out, beginning flights to Las Vegas among other destinations. PSA had great success with its routes to Las Vegas. It quickly grew into one of the major carriers in the Las Vegas market, eventually building its own terminal at McCarran International Airport. In the early to mid-1980s, PSA was the fourth largest carrier of passengers to Las Vegas. Its planes, with their distinctive smile and accidental holdover from a commercial shoot that became one of the most distinctive parts of the airline's livery, were a familiar part of the lineup at McCarran. In 1986, as part of the mania of mergers that happened during the mid-1980s in the airline industry, PSA was purchased by US Air. The merger meant an end to the brightly colored aircraft with the smiling nose. PSA, the Poor Sailors Airline, was no more. But for its few years serving Las Vegas, it was an important part of the commercial airline market here.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the 100th anniversary of Armistice Day is honored with Allied exhibitions. A Nevada native gets an identity check. We're the one stop for all those New Year's resolutions. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 1918, a peace treaty between Allied forces and Germany was signed that ended World War I. Well, now, 100 years later, the Springs Preserve and the Nevada State Museum are allied in celebration of that historic occasion, with an exhibition spread across 3 locations on our property. This is the first time these neighboring institutions have collaborated on an exhibit marking the importance of remembering the historical significance of Armistice Day.
The Springs exhibit is about over there, and that's what we were kind of calling the exhibit. Our working title was Over There, Over Here, kind of based off of the old World War I song. The Springs focuses on what it was like overseas for the people fighting there, and then our exhibit is more about the Nevada home front, meaning what people were doing back home in terms of fundraising and knitting sweaters and buying Liberty bonds.
And we also knew that most folks did not know much about World War I. So we set out to tell the story of the war, what led to the war, how that happened, where it happened, what countries were involved, and then moving on into what happened with the Nevada troops that were serving overseas during the war.
The State Museum exhibit features actual documents, letters, postcards, and posters from the era. And a highlight of their exhibit is actual uniforms worn by veterans of the war.
The uniforms are real uniforms. While we were getting this exhibit ready, we actually discovered that the name of the person who wore the Army uniform, we rarely have a complete picture like this in a museum, but from research that I did at UNLV Special Collections, I was able to find the name of the person who wore that Army uniform, and I also found a picture of him in the uniform.
It was also impossible to ignore another element to the war that followed troops home.
The Spanish flu actually started really developing just at the end of the war, and one of the reasons it spread so quickly was because of troop movements overcrowded on trains and ships. And so as men were coming back home to the United States and elsewhere around Europe, the flu spread very quickly. And in Nevada, it wasn't as bad as it was elsewhere. Luckily, we didn't have a very big population, so that helped.
In the Big Springs Gallery in the Origin Museum, the exhibit focuses on the overall global significance of the war and the effect it had on the world at large.
It was important to reinforce the idea that it was a world war. And one thing that we did is we got the declarations of war of many of these countries and present them in the native language. So there's a lot of countries involved in the war that folks didn't quite realize were. China, Japan, Thailand, and then of course Russia, Germany, Serbia, England.
The exhibit also provides some insight to what was happening on the home front, including music that was popular and what our troops were facing on the war front, such as the new threat of chemical weapons and how they prepared and what equipment they used.
And then we wrap up with some stories of women during the war, African Americans, the home front, and a little bit on an honor roll recognizing all those from Nevada who lost their lives during the war. And at Boomtown, we just decorated the cottages to welcome the boys home. That celebration would have not have been a one-day thing. Troops would have been coming home over months. So it was a process that took a very, very long time.
These 3 locations combine to effectively tell a powerful story of this tumultuous time, a story that is global in scope but made very personal in its local impact.
Nevada's contribution to the war was relatively small in terms of persons and money, in terms of war savings bond money that was raised, that type of thing. Not so much that Nevadans don't care. In fact, we hit our quota for troops and war bond contributions faster than any other state, but we only sent less than 2,000 service men to the war effort. And a lot of that had to do with Nevada's very, very small population at the time.
World War I isn't necessarily an American war. However, even though it's not really part of our collective memories as much as World War II, I would say that it is representative of who we were as a country at the time. And I just wanted people to have a sense of what it felt like to be alive at that time.
We encourage everybody in the community to come and check it out, learn about World War I, maybe learn more about who we are as Americans and where we kind of fit in the history of the world.
Getting lost in learning is the likely result in our latest traveling exhibit, Numbers in Nature, A Mirror Maze. Presented by the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry, Numbers in Nature reveals the mysterious mathematical structure behind many elements in the natural world. From the radial symmetry of a snowflake to the Fibonacci spirals of a pine cone, these geometric patterns adhere to specific mathematic formulas. Numbers in Nature shows us these patterns exist even in our own bodies. As the centerpiece of the exhibit, the Mirror Maze is a dizzying array of mirrors that is in and of itself a pattern. Mirrored surfaces all around reflect the pattern so that it repeats and appears infinite. Like most of our exhibits, Numbers in Nature makes learning about math playful and interactive. And as always, this exhibit offers something for everyone to enjoy. Numbers in Nature, A Mirror Maze is featured in our Origin Museum through January 6th. We might be partial, but we think a Springs Preserve membership is one gift that keeps on giving. To help us share this holiday spirit, we asked the members what the Springs Preserve means to them. Community, family, history, education, culture, and fun were heard on repeat. And with this much variety all in one place, there's something for everyone on your list.
When I bring people to the Springs Preserve who've never been here before, they're amazed at the wealth of information, the experiences that are so not Las Vegas.
Family can't come without coming here, and I've brought friends. Recently, I brought friends who have grandchildren and that's really fun because you can see the kids really enjoying it.
And there's just a lot of variations, a lot of different things for a lot of different people, a lot of cultural events. So it's not just a single focus of here's a great place with a lot of plants. It's a lot of opportunities for cultures to come together and have events here as well.
Plus all of the ethnographic and cultural things that it tells me about Las Vegas, and all of that in one place is truly amazing.
I know archaeologically it's very important, historically it's important, and right in the center of Las Vegas, it's incredible.
It's great, it's educational, it's fun, it's all of it. It's the whole package. Where else can you walk through gardens that are authentic to our desert and learn about our home and about the cultures of our home? And that's what I've loved about it the whole time, is the energy of it.
It's extremely important for our community because this place, it actually lets you escape from the urban life.
If anything, it hopefully brings families together to do things. Very important.
This is a family place. You can bring everybody and anybody and they're gonna love it.
Coming to Springs is when you meet other families, you meet other kids and their parents. You know, you get to see Vegas from a completely different perspective that is more natural.
It brings the whole family. You can bring dad, you can bring the kids, you can bring friends. So the places you go, you cannot take the kids or the dads are bored, and this is a place for everybody, for the whole family.
The history is so important when you're teaching your children, you know, what, not only, you know, where they come from, but what their place is in their own current community. You know, we've moved quite a bit, and so to finally call a place home and settle there, it's a big deal for us because that means it had to have everything that we were looking for. Not just for, you know, our work and for each other, but for our family.
I want them to have a place to come and be and learn about their home in a way that's nurturing. So it nurtures our family.
Especially for people that have children, this is the place to go. It's like it's outside and they get to see what Nevada, what Las Vegas is made out of. It's all here.
And this is one of those places where I can let them be free to run around, they have a good time, and they really, really enjoy coming here.
Springs Preserve is a really cool place where you can learn, like, you don't just have fun here, you can also learn, and you get to learn about animals, and at the Solar House you get to learn how things are powered by energy. You get to enjoy nature, see what's out there, and see the animals, birds, and life. I think it's important because it brings value to kids' life. And that's how our world becomes better and better growing, like the Springs Preserve.
And they've been adding on. I mean, now there's the water exhibit, and there's the train, and then there's...
And Boomtown.
And Boomtown, thank you. There's all different kinds of things that they're continually adding to the preserve. So it's not a static thing, it's growing. So, and it's been growing as we've been growing.
I watched her come in here as a 3-year-old, just, you know, walking around, and as she grows and as she has learned to read, now she's reading all the labels, you know, on the exhibits.
There's history here where they can learn about, you know, civilizations and other things when you go into the other exhibits that they're just not going to get by reading a book. It comes alive here in a way that I think more places should have.
That naturally teaches sustainability and caring for your earth and being responsible just by its existence alone. It's infused in every single turn that you make here about celebrating and honoring our history and our culture here in Nevada.
We really support the preservation of nature facilities within Las Vegas, because a lot of people think that, as I said, Las Vegas is just casinos or gambling industry, which isn't true. So we really love this place, and we also want people in future generations to realize what Las Vegas really is all about. It's not only playing, but it's also nature and making connections within family.
Our award-winning Springs Preserve gift shop is an attraction unto itself. We've gathered the best selection of locally created, sustainably produced items found in Las Vegas. Here you'll find one-of-a-kind jewelry, art, books, clothing, and much more. Many of these items are created by local artists and are exclusive to our gift shop. It's worth a trip on its own, or now you can buy Springs Preserve swag online. Our new online store features some of the most popular items from our gift shop. So stop by or get more information at springspreserve.org.
Well, it's that time of year again. Time to trot out those annual resolutions to perhaps exercise more, take up a new hobby, or even enroll in some continuing education programs. Well, what if I told you there was one place that could help you make sure all those resolutions stick this time? Biking, gardening, art, science, whatever you're resolving to improve your life with, we've got it all right here at the Springs Preserve, starting with physical fitness.
The nice part about here at the Springs Preserve is we've got miles of walking trails. It's a good place to go ahead and once a month meet with physicians for our walk with the doc. You can get free medical advice. And also once a month we have the Audubon Society that comes out for a bird walk. So it's a great place to go out and get in nature and get active and get fit.
If you're interested in more of a mental workout, we conduct a wide variety of classes and workshops covering a number of topics.
The nice part about the Springs Preserve and our educational programs is we try and be new and creative every year. So this year we've got a brand new garden series that will be teaching people about soils, what grows here in the valley, natural plants. We'll have some new classes on how to start your own garden.
Maybe you don't have a particularly skilled green thumb, but you wish to incorporate green living into your everyday. Well, we can help you with that too.
We are Platinum LEED certified here, so the nice part is we show how the different buildings were made, show how you can be more sustainable. We have our NV Energy Foundation Sustainability Gallery where people can learn how to compost. They can go ahead and see the garbage truck recycling theater truck. They can go ahead and learn more how to go ahead and be more sustainable at home as well as in the community.
For some additional incentive to stick to those resolution goals and perhaps expand your journey of discovery, we're offering a new Done in a Day badge program. Much like a Scout Merit Badge, the program provides a great way to explore all of what the Springs Preserve offers, then rewards you with a nice souvenir of your visit.
So we'll have different things located throughout the Springs Preserve that people that are typically not natives to Nevada, that are one-timers from out of state, that'll come in, and we'll lead them throughout the Springs Preserve. So we'll give them a brief history on what we're all about, and then they're able to go ahead and bring that back to the Nature Exchange and collect their badge.
Maybe you don't want structure in your visit, and that's okay too.
Well, the nice part about that is we do offer a lot of different classes. But if somebody wants to come in and they just want to learn a little bit about the Springs Preserve in general, we've got our Miracle in the Mojave movie. It's very informal. You can go in, you can watch the movie, and then you can go into our gallery, our Origin Museum, and look at all the different things like the flash flood exhibit, the live animals. There's a lot of things that you can do at your own pace. So you don't have to sit in a formal classroom setting. You can wander around the Springs Preserve. We've got 180 acres to go ahead and explore.
We've got the whole family covered with our core programs for the kids. And this year we continue with our enormously popular spring break and summer camps. Starting with junior camps for 5-year-olds all the way to the counselors and training program for 15 to 17-year-olds. The school year is an active time at the Springs Preserve with our ever-popular field trips filling up quickly. But this year, we've decided to advance those experiences to the next level.
One of the new things that we're going to be starting this year is our backpack program for self-guided field trips through CCSD schools, charter schools, private schools. They'll be able, for $20, to come in, reserve a backpack, which is going to have GPS, educational information on it. There'll be one for the history of the Springs Preserve. There'll be one for animals that are local to the Springs Preserve, and we'll have a STEM-related backpack. They'll be able to go ahead and check that out, and then they'll give them all the tools to go ahead and give a little bit more advanced self-guided field trip.
Self-improvement takes commitment, but it doesn't have to be grueling or boring. With all the exciting programs we have coming up this year, you can make the Springs Preserve your one-stop resolution solution. One of the most exciting features of the Springs Preserve is the endless variety of earthly wonders that are always being brought in and sought after by our dedicated traders at the Nature Exchange. For our more sophisticated traders, our Nature Badge program awards a whole series of badges to traders who are ready to advance to the next level of collecting and studying objects from the natural world. Stop by our Nature Exchange and complete a new booklet each month to show what you've collected and learned. The range of badges perfectly represents the world within the preserve property, but also inspires the curiosity of students about a whole universe of scientific subjects beyond our boundaries. The lessons are suited to all kinds of learners, from those who want a crash course to those who want to immerse themselves thoroughly in the material. For more information, see springspreserve.org.
Many animals call Southern Nevada home, but there's one who's frequently prone to a case of mistaken identity. Today, we'll take a closer look at one popular but often misidentified desert dweller.
If you've ever been out and about in the Las Vegas Valley, you may have seen this little guy running around, but that's no chipmunk. In fact, this critter's bigger cousins include prairie dogs and woodchucks. But if it's not a chipmunk, what is it?
So there are over 200 species of squirrels in the U.S., and ground squirrels are native to the southwestern United States. And here in Las Vegas area, we do have 3 different ground squirrels that we find. We find the white-tailed antelope squirrel, the round-tailed ground squirrel, and the rock squirrel. And right here on the Springs Preserve, we have the white-tailed antelope squirrel.
Like a chipmunk, the antelope ground squirrel has cheek pouches, but you might be surprised by what's in them.
Ground squirrels are omnivores, so they eat plant material, they really like seeds, and they will also eat insects or carrion if it's available. So they eat kind of a little bit of everything. So they're really good at stuffing their faces full of food and then caching it in their burrows.
This animal only weighs about as much as a deck of cards when fully grown. But despite its diminutive size, it's tougher than you'd think, hunting arthropods like spiders and occasionally going after small lizards. Unlike its chipmunk cousins who live in cooler forested areas, the antelope ground squirrel is able to survive body temperatures of over 104 degrees Fahrenheit and has other special behaviors to help it live in our desert heat.
The ground squirrels handle our hot summers really well. They actually are diurnal, which means they're active during the day. So during those hot summers, they'll kind of hide out in their burrows during that hot part of the day, and they're more active in the morning or the early evening. They do not hibernate in the winter, but they are maybe a little bit less active. They are active all year round, and we see them out foraging for food, just kind of scurrying around.
So if they're not hibernating in the winter, what are they doing?
We'll see them diving back into their burrows if we get too close, or if you sit back and watch, they'll come out and kind of look around, and you'll see them go on off scurrying for some food or looking for more snacks.
And maybe a date?
Breeding season lasts from February to about early June, and they tend to have between 5 and maybe 16 or 17 babies, and the average is about 8 or 9. And then they stay with mom for the first year. They are sexually mature after a year, so mom is a grandma after their first year.
A good burrow is a great survival tool in the desert, and the antelope ground squirrel, ever the survivor, isn't shy about getting itself one, even if it is slightly used.
Ground squirrels create their own burrows, but they also will take advantage of other burrows. Like if a kangaroo rat has built a burrow, they'll kind of take over, or they'll take that burrow. But they create really extensive burrowing systems, and when they have their young, their babies, they create a little nest chamber in there, and they line it with fur and twigs and maybe some vegetation.
Besides making a cozy home, burrows provide essential protection from predators. They can dive into one of these nearby shelters to escape. Otherwise, their only defense is to outrun their hunter. This leads to one of their cutest looking behaviors, which is the ground squirrel equivalent of the neighborhood watch.
They are on the menu for a lot of different animals. So they exhibit this behavior when they come out of their burrows or when they're kind of hanging out looking for food. They will stand up and look around. And what they're doing is looking around to make sure there isn't anything that is coming for it.
With their omnivorous diet, climbing abilities, cool burrows, and large litter sizes, the antelope ground squirrel thrives in our desert. In fact, it's so self-sufficient, it doesn't need any help from humans.
It's a good idea to not try to attract them or feed them in any way. This makes them dependent on humans, which if they are ever stop being fed, then that's really detrimental to their lifestyle.
It's a better idea to see these tough little cuties out in their natural habitat. The Springs Preserve has 3.5 miles of trails winding among our 110 acres of pristine desert. So whether you hope to spot an antelope ground squirrel, a migrating hummingbird, or another amazing desert neighbor, the Springs Preserve has got you covered.
Now that the days are nice and cool, it's a great time of year to fire up the oven and prepare a great seasonal dish. Chef Cicely shows us an easy and foolproof way to turn a common gourd into some delicious winter comfort food.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and thanks for joining me here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. As that weather starts to cool down outside, it's nice to get into some dishes that are a little bit roasty and toasty. And one of my favorite dishes or ingredients to use when I'm in that sort of mode and the weather's in that sort of mode outside is squash. Here I've got some butternut squash, and these can be a little bit, well, difficult to work with or to cut. They're very firm, they're very stiff. I have a huge, really sharp knife, and even I struggle to really slice that guy open. If I want to do anything easy with this, I'm going to take that squash and just throw it right on a parchment paper lined sheet pan and roast it completely whole at about 275 or 300 for probably about an hour, hour and a half. And now this squash that was once super difficult to peel, and I get quite a good amount of waste on it, now slices just like butter. You'll notice I didn't cut off any of the ends before I roasted it. I simply left it whole because then the inside steams. And you'll see how easy this is to just peel that skin right off. And then I've got two great parts that I can use. This first part, I'm going to slice up and saute. This guy now, I can slice him into a perfect medium dice little square. And that is just super elegant. I'm going to end up taking this portion and I am going to saute it with some butter, a little bit of salt, a little something sweet, and a little something spicy. Part two, now this guy's a little bit more daunting because when I cut into this side,
I've got all these seeds in here, but now they just scoop out. Super easy. If I want to make another dish with this, I absolutely can. I just throw it right back in the oven, right back on that roasting pan, bake the little flesh off those seeds, and then they are good to go. You can season those with a little bit of salt, a little bit of butter as well. I'm going to make my second favorite dish. These go great in a compost pile or a vegetable stock. These guys are going to end up going right into a blender with a little bit of milk, a little bit of salt, and you can use an alternative milk, or you could just use regular, normal, heavy milk, and a little bit of spice. Puree that, reheat it, and I'll have a most wonderful bisque in no time. All right, we are over at our stovetop, and we are ready to saute our butternut squash. Slide some butter in there. Got it nicely melted, and I've got a good simmer going on that squash. I'm going to add, as I said, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and then for a little bit of spice, some cayenne. For a milder flavor, you could use a mild cayenne, you could use a super spicy one, or even paprika. Now, because this squash is already cooked, I don't want to stir it up too much. It'll start to break apart. So I'm just going to let it sit there and melt. I'm going to turn the heat up just a bit. Make sure those spices are nicely and evenly coated. I'll do one more little batch of spices after it's done cooking when I'm ready to get it on the plate. But what I really want in the saute is for the caramelizing to happen. So that means I need to add a little bit of something sweet. One of my favorite sweet things is honey. So I'm just going to drizzle some honey right over the top. Listening here, I can hear how the sizzling kicks up. That sound. As the honey does its magic. Stir that in well to incorporate. There we go. Here's a perfect little example of the color I'm going for. If I can snag him right there. Nice browning going on. That is perfect. And now here we have butternut squash prepared using as much of it as we possibly could, creating two beautiful dishes. We have nice spicy and sweet butternut squash saute and also a beautiful soup. So when the weather gets brisk outside, get to cooking something warm inside, or come on down and visit us here at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve.
Even after all the holiday packages have been unwrapped, there's still a chance to give one last present to the earth by donating your live Christmas tree to a valley-wide recycling program that will chip it into a life-giving, water-saving, sweet-smelling layer of mulch that will cover our community parks and gardens. From December 26th through January 15th, drop off your Christmas tree here at the Springs Preserve or at one of more than 30 drop sites across the valley to be recycled and reused at no charge. See springspreserve.org for details.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where the Allies of Armistice, the Gift of Membership, and Resolution Solutions mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors.
Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information, or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television. the best access to your local government.
Heavy equipment is hauling soil as heavy as concrete from 40 feet down to make room for a retractable field. It's a massive project on 62 acres across from the Mandalay Bay, and none of this could start until crews could rip out an existing flood channel under the proposed stadium.
Day one, we knew box culvert. That was just ingrained in our heads of something that we knew we needed to, account for. It was always a priority, and I think being one of the first projects we kind of dealt with the stadium, we really saw that the amount of time and effort that brought everyone together to make sure we got this taken care of really gave us the foundation that we were going to be doing some special things here, because that really got accelerated, and just by the progress of where it's at now and how fast it's gone, it really set the tone for really the project and how we got started.
The Raiders worked with contractors Mortenson McCarthy, the design team at Kimley Horn, and the Regional Flood Control District to figure out how to move the channel to allow the stadium to be built and keep flood control in place.
Every challenge has a solution, and I would tell you that the team has huddled together as far as the local communities, the local trade partners, the politicians have all come together and have really, and the local agencies have all, had the main focus of building this project and bringing the Raiders to Las Vegas, and I think it's been everybody's main goal. The existing culvert that spans from basically Polaris through the project site onto the connector road is actually in the way of the future stadium. This all happened, there's some setback requirements for the stadium that had to move the project stadium away from the interstate. When that happened, the outline of the stadium was in the way of the existing culvert. We worked with the Corps of Engineers, Regional Flood, Public Works to relocate the culvert, and so it's about 375 feet away from the stadium in its new alignment.
The original channel was built in partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As a result, the Army Corps has been highly involved in approving design plans, and it recently visited the site to make sure everything was being built as approved. The old channel has already been demolished, and the new channel has been built. Crews are finishing up the concrete top on the reinforced concrete boxes.
So one of the main concerns that we had and that the Corps of Engineers had was what's going to happen during construction if a storm event were to hit. And so the Corps in particular required the contractor to come up with almost like an emergency action plan to determine what would happen, what their practices would be if a storm event were to hit.
Some challenges are this is a Tropicana detention basin. It fills up with water, and it fills up to 4 feet high when you have a 100-year flood. And not knowing when that next 100-year flood was, we had to do a lot of mitigation planning with the Corps and Regional Flood on how to build this project in different phases.
Emergency plans were created to divert water in case of flooding. The flood channel carries water from throughout the southwest part of Las Vegas during rain events. Luckily, permits were in place to allow construction to occur during mostly a dry winter and spring.
Then when we went to construction, there was some very large NV Energy conduits in Polaris that had to be relocated, and again NV Energy came to the table and did their part and expedited everything and kept everything moving. And as you mentioned, the box culvert got out of the way of the foundation of the stadium in time.
Every construction project has its shares of unforeseen circumstances. Moving the culvert just 300 feet led to one unexpected find: a Nevada Energy electrical conduit that wasn't on the existing plans.
We had some utility conflicts in the field, so we've had unknown utilities that were in the proposed alignment, and so we've had to work with Nevada Energy and Regional Flood and the Corps to reroute the culvert for a temporary bypass. we've done that work this far, and now Nevada Energy has moved some of their alignment of their poles and their lines, and we're now installing some new utility alignments, and which will sink underneath our culvert and will allow us to proceed forward with the original planned culvert.
Another issue that arose during construction was the length of time it took the concrete to strengthen after it was poured. The concrete did not reach the desired strength after 28 days. Instead of ripping out all of the boxes, the county and the contractor waited, and after 45 days, the concrete exceeded its strength. Now it's just up to the contractor to put the finishing touches on the channel.
It keeps the same size and alignment, so there is the same ultimate protection. And another design challenge was making sure that while the culvert was being relocated, that we were protected during a flood event, should that happen while the box culvert was being relocated. So there was a lot of thought put in by the Mortenson McCarthy team of during construction how they could make sure that everything was protected in the interim. In the end, it will be the same channel operating the same way, but the interim piece is something that has to be considered from an engineering perspective and a construction perspective.
Now that the flood channel is all but finished, the stadium can really take shape. In just a few months, the Las Vegas skyline will have a new prominent feature. Mortenson McCarthy is using local staff who have worked on projects in Southern Nevada.
So Mortenson McCarthy is a joint venture. Mortenson has the sports group, history and background and knowledge on the project, and McCarthy brings the local presence. And we align in a lot of our core values and the culture that our employees embrace out here. And Mortenson McCarthy has done other projects together as joint ventures, so it made sense on this project to combine again. You're always under the microscope, which is good. We take pride in keeping a clean job and making sure that we keep everybody to the high safety standards that we have for each project. And so we're looking forward to the successful project with the local community and everybody that has something to offer for the stadium, because there are a lot of proud Raiders fans out here, and they deserve the best.
When you see all of the work that's going on in the stadium right now, it's hard to believe that just a couple months ago, the whole project was in jeopardy. It took a lot of cooperation to get the ball rolling in time.
On paper, it's relatively simple to move a flood control channel. But when you're moving a flood channel paid for with federal dollars, the feds want to know exactly what you're doing. And it's common for a federal review to stretch into years.
Because there was federal dollars involved in the construction of that project, that means that the federal government, or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers in this case, has to permit that modification. Anytime there's a modification to any facility that was built by the Corps, it has to be approved through the Corps through what we call a 408 permit process. So generally when you're getting a 408 permit, it can take 12 to 18 months, which is quite a bit more time than we had in terms of the schedule for the Raiders trying to get their stadium open by the 2020 season. And so we had to find ways to try to accelerate that.
Yeah, it was a little bit expedited. The way that we got this permit in record time was strictly partnership and teamwork. That's the only way we got it done. And from the very beginning, Clark County Regional Flood Control District, the Board of County Commissioners, the Raiders, the contractor Mortenson McCarthy, the environmental consultant and the geotech consultant, and obviously the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And our team of Kimley Horn, we had partners from all over the United States that were experts in what we needed to do in structural and H&H and civil. All of these people came together, and in the very beginning we set the tone with a meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers in May of 2017 and said, we need a permit by fall or the stadium schedule's in jeopardy.
It was a really quick turnaround on the permit. Again, it usually takes 12 to 18 months. We got it done in about 3.5 months. I think we can thank the LA District of the Corps for stepping up and really getting on this permit and recognizing the importance of this permit for the Las Vegas Valley.
Simply put, everyone had to work at the top of their game to get the stadium started. Regional Flood couldn't have done it without Kimley Horn. Kimley Horn needed Mortenson McCarthy, the contractors needed the Raiders, and everyone needed the Army Corps.
There were other pieces, you know, the Army Corps permit was one piece of the puzzle. The plans, the box relocation plans also had to be permitted through all the agencies and through flood control, through all of the utility agencies. So we had to have a permit by December 15th, 2017, or the entire project was in jeopardy. And it was really the first milestone of the project from a construction and engineering phase. So it felt really good as a team for us to make that goal, and so many people who helped us get there. And it's teamwork, and it's all of the engineers at Kinley Horn and outside of Kinley Horn and the consultant team that really just came together and got it done. But it is a community partnership.
When the federal fiscal budget ran dry, Regional Flood entered into an agreement with the feds to fund the review and go into a separate agreement with the Raiders to pay for it.
We entered into an agreement with the Corps wherein we could provide funding to the Corps to allow the permit to be expedited, the review of the permit to be expedited. At the same time, in parallel to that, we entered into an agreement with the Las Vegas Stadium, LLC, for them to provide those funds for us. So we basically took the funds from the Raiders organization and passed it on to the Corps so that that permit review could be expedited. And it wound up trimming the review time down quite a bit. Once the agreements were in place at the end of August, we wound up getting the permit issued in the middle of December. So it took about 3.5 months.
When we came into Las Vegas, I think our main priority was to, create a relationship built on teamwork. That's kind of the organization. That's kind of something that we're really proud of the way we operate. So when we came down here, just understanding that we're all working towards one common goal, the stadium, which really has an impact on the entire Southern Nevada area. So when we came in and, really understanding that we're all, each of us have different areas of expertise, but at the end of the day, in 2020, when we get the stadium, it's going to be something we're really going to be proud of.
I was born and raised in Las Vegas, so I know how great Las Vegas is and how great our partners are, and it was great that the Raiders and everybody got to see that. I think it was fantastic. I'm also a two-time UNLV grad, so one of my other favorite things, and I think it's going to be great for the school. It's going to be a great community partnership, and they've also come to the table as a partner in this whole thing, so I think it's going to be great.
Any NFL stadium or any community you go to, you really need buy-in from everyone. And when we decided to make the move to Las Vegas, we kind of knew that this was a special market, and since we've been here, we've really seen the community, even with the Golden Knights success and kind of, just seeing the amount of Raider logos in the community and just some of the events that we're doing, we're really seeing that people here are really passionate about sports, they're passionate about football. People might be fans of other teams, but we're kind of seeing that the Raiders are really doing a lot of stuff to kind of bring people together, and the stadium really is going to create a lot of opportunities that can further that community bonding and things like that.
Clark County has more square miles than New Jersey, and keeping tabs of weather in all corners of the county is more than a full-time job for 3 district staffers.
As of 2 months ago, we just installed our 200th gauge within Clark County, plus a couple others in Lincoln County, one in Arizona. But we do maintain all 200 sites twice a year. We do preventive maintenance in spring and fall when the weather is more comfortable. And part of our process is to come up with a list every day of gauges that are relatively close to each other, so we're not driving too far. And one at a time, we'll approach the station. We will check the battery. We actually remove the battery, which will be tested back in the shop, and replace it with a fresh battery. We will test the solar panel for sites that can maintain a solar panel to make sure that the batteries will continue to be charged over the next roughly 6 months until the next visit. We will check the radio to make sure that the radio is putting out enough power so that we can receive the data. We will also check the antenna and the antenna cable to make sure we're not getting anomalous reflected power that could damage the radio. And if that's the case, we'll change them out as needed. And we will replace the tipping buckets annually. The tipping buckets are what are used to monitor rainfall. And the tipping buckets we pull from the field. We take them back to the office to recalibrate.
Sometimes, gauges that were easy to maintain become very hard to access. 6 months ago, crews were easily able to drive this rocky road located off of Power Line Road, just about 4 miles off Interstate 15 near Jean. But on a recent December day, the road was not just bumpy, it was impassable. And the gauge is 4 miles away at the base of McCullough Hills. On this morning, the road won.
The road has been rutted out gradually over the years, just from frequent use, not just by vehicles like ours, but it's a popular road for off-road travel. Road races have been held over there, and that will impact the road over time, of course. And plus, Mother Nature is another concern. After a heavy rain near the McCullough Hills occurs, it's very common for the nearby gullies to wash out that segment of road as they cross the road itself.
In addition to 200 gauges, the staff also maintains 6 repeaters. The repeaters are located high above the desert floor and carry signals from far away, back to the district's offices. One of the repeaters is atop Mount Potosi.
We drive up to the peak, we take it out of its protective canister, and maintain it similarly to a weather station where we change the battery twice a year. We test the solar panel to make sure that the battery is charged. A repeater uses more power than a weather station. For example, a weather station's radio will typically put out 5 watts. A radio repeater will use 20 watts, but the radio repeater transmits far more frequently than a weather station. So it's even more critical for us to maintain the solar panel and make sure the battery is going to be doing its job over the next 6 months.
One of the repeaters on Virgin Peak can only be accessed by helicopter. Others are so off the road, it's hard to sometimes remember exactly how to get to them.
If the roads are properly maintained and it hasn't rained in a while, getting to and from a site's usually not a challenge. After a heavy rain, especially during the summer monsoon season, dirt roads can easily wash out. And if that's the case, then we have to evaluate our choices. If the segment of road that's washed out isn't washed out too badly, sometimes we can use hand tools and patch up the road ourselves and be on our way. Some gauges, we deliberately place them far enough off the road so they're not easily visible from the road because vandalism can be an issue. But at other locations where vandalism is not a problem and we have secured permission to do so, we can drive up to those gauges, and the ones we can drive up to are far more easily serviceable because we don't have to carry a lot of equipment, and we can work out of the back of the truck, which minimizes the amount of climbing we have to do on a ladder. It's over at our Fossil Ridge location. We park the truck and we have to walk 4/10 of a mile to the gauge, and of course 4/10 of a mile back. And if we happen to realize we need to replace a part, or worse yet, we forgot to bring a part on our initial trip, guess what? We got to do that trip all over again. You know, it did rain in the area, and the site did not report any rainfall. We would come out here and try and figure out why, and that would certainly be a reason to not report rainfall. So we get paid the big bucks to come out here and maintain these things. There are things you have to be mindful of course. Any cactus in the area, you don't want to kick that. They'll definitely leave a mark. And don't want to step on any holes. You never know what critter dug them or might be living in a hole. In the 11 years doing this job, I have not come across a snake in the desert. I've seen a few desert tortoises. But the one thing that will freak out a novice on this job is if you're carrying your gear to a site and a bush will suddenly rustle as a large rabbit bounds away. If you're not expecting that, that will cause your heart to jump.
Because the Wetlands Park is first and foremost a floodway to get all of that water from the watershed out into the lake, it does bring a lot of trash. So any trash that falls anywhere within the valley, those floodwaters can bring that trash into the various washes, then in turn enter into the Las Vegas Wash. So after any rain event, we find all kinds of trash in the wash, which is within the Wetlands Park. So unfortunately, you can see mattresses, you can see surfboards, you can see stuffed animals. We found tons and tons of balls, basketballs, any kind of ball you find out here. So it really is a problem. So we try very hard to go out and clean after these flood events, but it's always happening out there, and it's something that people need to be cognizant. You know, when you throw that piece of trash out your window, it can make its way into the Las Vegas wash. You know, what you do upstream affects us downstream. And so it's really important, you know, just to put your trash in the proper place, because otherwise you will see it at the end of the line.
Wetlands Park was created by stormwater and urban runoff. Its main purpose is flood control, but it's also an amazing place to walk, bike, or see something you might not expect to find in the desert.
So the Clark County Wetlands Park is located on the eastern part of the valley. It's about 2,900 acres in size, about 7.5 miles long, and it really is a wonderful place here out in the valley. We've got more than 2,900 acres of wetland and riparian habitat. You can see wildlife out here that you can see nowhere else in the valley. We've got raccoons, beaver, kit foxes, coyotes, and more than 300 species of birds that can be seen out here on any given day. What's really great about the Clark County Wetlands Park is it's built in the floodway, and so all of the water from the watershed flows through the Clark County Wetlands Park and the Las Vegas Wash, and that's what brings water to the Clark County Wetlands Park. That's why the Wetlands Park was built. And with that, as it makes its way through the Clark County Wetlands Park, it can create all this wonderful wetland and riparian habitat. It brings plants and animals here that you don't see elsewhere. And so we have built more than 14 miles of trails through the Wetlands Park. We've got more than 210 acres within the nature preserve of really nicely manicured trails that you can come out and hike on. They're all ADA compliant. And so it really is a great place to come out and visit.
This park is at a much lower elevation than the rest of the valley. This is where all the water comes down. Unfortunately, there's also a lot of trash with that. Everyone can do their part to keep stormwater clean.
Another is to keep trash and debris picked up in your yards and in your facilities. Another thing is to make sure that your vehicles are well maintained so that you get oil leaks or other fluid leaks of your vehicles fixed promptly. Those kinds of things. Always take your vehicle to get changed. If you do your oil changes yourself, never dump the oil in the storm sewer system. Always take it to a recycling facility or get your oil changed at a reputable oil change facility. A source of pollutant that a lot of people don't think of is pet waste. And so you always want to make sure that when you take your pet out, you have some doggy bags with you to take that, to be able to pick up the pet waste and take it back with you and throw it in the trash appropriately. Don't just leave it on the streets, because ultimately that again ends up in the storm sewer system. Lots of community facilities, parks, and trails have doggy bag stations along them so that, to make it easy for residents to be able to manage their pet waste, but we still see quite a bit of that.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The district gives presentations to elementary school students throughout the county, from large schools in the middle of the city to small rural schools. like Ute Perkins Elementary in Moapa.
Our presentation is about safety, so whoever said that was right. So whenever you guys hear anything about safety, make sure your eyes are open really wide and pointing at the presenter, and your ears are open. There's no one else's voices in them, because what you learn today is going to help save your life or the life of someone else. So today's presentation is about flash floods. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of a flash flood or seen a flash flood. Flash flooding happens when there's really, really hard rain. How many of you guys have ever heard it rain while you were in your classroom, in the ceiling, yeah? So if it goes really, really hard, that means there might be a flash flood.
Flooding has hit the Moapa Valley in a big way in recent years. In 2014, a storm wiped out a portion of Interstate 15 and blocked access to and from some rural schools.
The flooding was just crazy. It washed out the freeway. The kids here were trapped. They couldn't get home, and a lot of teachers couldn't get home to the other valley, and there were quite a few houses that their basements were washed out, and there were some cars trapped. It was pretty crazy out here. We have quite a few streets down in Overton. A lot of times when there's a big rain, you can't get out to like Lake Mead, to Valley of Fire, because there's a huge dip, and it floods and you can't get through.
Should you guys ever go in those washes when it's raining? Absolutely not. Never, ever, ever go into washes or channels or detention basins. You'll see one in the video. Detention basins are like a big bathtub. We use these big bathtubs to catch the water, because sometimes, remember how it rains up in the mountains? That water is sliding down fast. So we have to catch it, and we put it in that detention basin, and we hold it and slow it down. In fact, in the next couple of years, you guys might see it, we're going to build a detention basin not too far from your school, so that when it rains on top of the mountains near your school, we catch all that water.
So several of the kids out here, they, after that big flood, they will bring, at the beginning of the year, like a big bag full of food and water and like a blanket in case they're trapped here again. So just being prepared. This valley is great at stepping up and helping each other, but we really try to be prepared.
Flash flooding happens when there's really, really hard rain. How many of you guys have ever heard it rain while you were in your classroom, in the ceiling, yeah? So if it goes really, really hard, that means there might be a flash flood.
It's extremely important because a lot of these kids, they play outside all the time, and when that water hits, there's no warning. You don't hear it coming, it just comes, and they really need to know safety, to know what to do if they see that flood coming, how to get out of it, and just all those safety precautions.
Over the past 2 years, the district has reached more than 20,000 students with messages to be remembered.
It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dirty. It's dirty. It's dangerous. It's dirty. Don't drive. Oh no! Great job.
It's time for the Firefighters Annual Fill the Fire Truck Toy Drive. Clark County's fire department and community partners help collect thousands of toys each year to give to local children for the holidays. Now, through the first 3 weeks of December, you can drop off new unwrapped toys at any county fire station. Donation hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week. Also, watch for weekend toy drive events outside participating Walmart stores. The firefighters work with local charities to distribute the toys to kids in need. Contact the Byrne Foundation for more information.
On the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, the new James Regional Park will give soccer players a great place to get their kicks. An extensive overhaul and expansion at Winchester will ensure that place remains the best cultural center in all of Clark County. And the construction of a new pedestrian bridge will make life smoother for motorists and walkers on Las Vegas Boulevard. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
From washing your car to buying a home, the SNWA wants to help you reduce your water footprint. Cooler days and nights mean you should water less, a lot less. And if your water bill is suspiciously high, become a water sleuth to track down hidden culprits. Learn all the ways you can save here on Waterways. With Colorado River water levels at their lowest in recorded history, our community is being asked to conserve more than ever. The Water Authority encourages residents and businesses to explore all the ways they can save water, offering the tools to make it easy and convenient.
It feels good to conserve water and know you're doing your part. It feels even better to conserve some cash, too. The SNWA knows this. That's why we offer residents and businesses Water Smart programs to make saving water and money even easier. Conserving water in the desert isn't just smart, it's vital. Thanks to community conservation efforts and compliance with mandatory watering restrictions, we've reduced our Colorado River consumption by 36% between 2002 and 2017, even as the population increased by more than 660,000 residents during that time. And still, more can be done, and you can do your part. The Water Authority offers a variety of rebates and programs to help everyone in Southern Nevada conserve our most important natural resource, water. Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is where residents have the greatest potential to conserve. The best way to save? Convert thirsty turf to Water Smart landscaping. The SNWA recently increased the rebate incentive for its Water Smart Landscapes program by $1. Customers can now earn $3 for every square foot of grass replaced with water-efficient landscaping, up to 10,000 square feet, and $1.50 for each square foot after that. $3 is the most the SNWA has rebated since the program launched in 1999. To date, Southern Nevadans have replaced more than 187 million square feet of grass with colorful, desert-adapted plants that use far less water. Doug, how does a desert landscape compare to a typical landscape of the same size with grass when it comes to water use?
Well, our research shows that you'll save 75% of the water use. And that can vary by which plants you choose and how you maintain them and the density of those plants, but you're definitely going to save on water. So that's one thing. But one of the other things I really like about it is the color and the diversity that you can bring to your landscape. So there's nothing wrong. Grass is great where people need grass, but if you really want to diversify your landscape and make it pop, these plants are going to do that for you. The other thing that's great is grass commands your attention, meaning you've got to mow it, right? I mean, if it gets out of control 2, 3, 4 weeks, you go on a vacation, somebody's either got to mow it or you're coming home to a big chore and something of a mess. These other plants, they need maintenance, but they're very tolerant of long maintenance intervals. So you can leave these plants alone for months at a time and do the maintenance when it suits you.
Products that help you conserve water in your landscape and even your pool are another way the SNWA helps residents save. Visit our website and print out instant Water Smart coupons you can easily redeem at participating retailers. Coupons are offered for pool covers and smart irrigation controllers.
Well, everyone's familiar with the thermostat in their home, right? You just say, what do I need? And it'll take care of it. It'll make it warmer or cooler automatically depending on the conditions. And in a lot of ways, a smart controller is similar to that. It basically feeds weather data to the controller and says, gee, it's cooler or more humid today. I don't need to water as much, or I can leave more days between waterings. So it automates some of that process to give your plants what they need, but not too much. And so it's just amazing. These devices 10 years ago were sometimes more than $1,000. And now you can go get one of these devices for about $100, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority will rebate half of that.
So what about pool covers? What are the water savings potential there?
Well, about 1 in 5 households in the valley has a swimming pool, and it's important those people know that up to 20,000 gallons of water can evaporate off a swimming pool over the course of a year. So using a pool cover judiciously, we think can save more than 10,000 gallons. It doesn't mean it has to be on every day, but trying to put it on whenever you can. And especially here in the wintertime or the shoulder seasons, if people are trying to extend their pool time, they need to know that when that water evaporates, it takes heat with it. And so putting the cover on can make you more efficient in your energy use if you find yourself heating that pool going into the winter season.
In the market for a new home? Buy a house that's designed to help you conserve water without sacrificing all the comforts of home. A WaterSmart home can save as much as 85,000 gallons of water each year compared to homes built before 2004. WaterSmart homes include high-efficiency appliances and fixtures, such as washers, toilets, faucets, and shower heads. Participating builders must meet standards for hot water delivery indoors and a water-efficient irrigation system outdoors. Businesses are important partners in our efforts to save water in Southern Nevada. The SNWA's Water Efficient Technologies program, also known as WET, offers financial incentives to commercial and multifamily property owners who incorporate water-efficient devices and technologies into their business processes. Since 2001, participating businesses have received more than $4 million in rebates, saving more than 14 billion gallons of water. Restaurants, for example, can help conserve water through the SNWA's Water Upon Request program. The program encourages restaurants to only serve water when requested. Through this small action, restaurants can save approximately 3 gallons of water for each unserved 16-ounce glass. Those savings add up when you consider the number of patrons a restaurant serves each day. Through the SNWA's Linen Exchange program, hotels can conserve water by cutting down on laundry. Participating hotels can save 50 gallons of water per day when they only change linens and towels once every 3 days during a guest's stay. Finally, take your car to a WaterSmart car wash. These businesses recycle water on site or send it to a treatment facility where the water is treated and returned to Lake Mead, our primary drinking water supply. Find a list of participating car washes on our website and print a coupon for your next trip to the car wash. With the Water Authority's many programs and rebates, there's no reason not to save water. And it's more important than ever as we continue to face the worst drought on record. To learn more ways to save and find additional resources, visit us online at snwa.com.
The SNWA's Board of Directors authorized staff to file a petition for judicial review of the state engineer's recent ruling on groundwater applications associated with the Clark, Lincoln, and White Pine County Groundwater Development Project. These groundwater resources represent an important long-term water supply option and will reduce Southern Nevada's reliance upon the drought-stricken Colorado River. The river provides 90% of our community's water resources and is likely to experience its first federally declared shortage within the next 2 years. The ability to maintain access to these available unused groundwater supplies within our community's 50-year water resource planning horizon is contingent on completing the legal and permitting processes.
Honey, what are you doing?
Preparing for the future. The drought is still out there. I'm keeping the outfit.
There are better ways to prepare for the future. Change your watering clock to 1 day a week to save water.
The SNWA wants you to help us plan for the future. In its new TV ad, the SNWA reminds Southern Nevadans to limit landscape watering to one assigned day per week. While winters here in the desert aren't as bitter as other parts of the country, the days do get cool enough to water your landscape less, a lot less. Winter watering restrictions are in effect November through February.
Watering one assigned day a week in winter isn't just mandatory during our valley's prolonged drought. It's also a smart way to keep a close eye on your outdoor water use. As landscapes go dormant in cool weather, they need far less water to stay healthy. You may see less color and slower growth rates in winter, but that's how plants manage cold, with less resources and less water too. All Valley residents and businesses are assigned specific watering days. To find your one assigned winter watering day per week, check your monthly water bill. You also can visit snwa.com and type in your address to find your watering group and schedule. Next, set your irrigation clock to water one day a week. Sunday is not an optional watering day. While most irrigation clocks are user-friendly, you can head back to our website for how-to videos that offer quick and easy tips for adjusting your settings. You may want to make a few additional updates, since the key to watering smart is all about maximizing the water you do apply. These tips can help ensure winter water efficiency and landscape health. So Toby, should homeowners who have grass water their landscape any differently in the wintertime?
So in the wintertime, obviously you're only allowed to water one day a week. So it is like that for all of your landscaping. The other thing though is in wintertime, because it can get really cold, you want to water later in the morning. So where in the summertime you can be watering at 4 a.m., 6 a.m., something like that. In the wintertime, you're going to push that back to probably like 10 or 11 and then kind of a little bit later. Just because of freezing and stuff, you don't want to deal with, having issues with water on the sidewalks and freezing and anything like that. So you are going to adjust it slightly, but not significantly from the spring or fall. You also want to continue to cycle and soak like you do other times of the year, which means, you're breaking your watering up into 3 durations or 3 times of like 4 or 5 minutes each time.
For plants and trees watered by drip irrigation, run a single drip cycle of 30 to 90 minutes, also on your assigned watering day.
Now, if you have a drip irrigation, obviously it's a little bit different watering. So you have a longer duration because the water has to get deep down into the soil, but you don't change the duration of the watering. So if you've been watering for 30 minutes or 45 minutes or even an hour, you continue to do that in the wintertime. You're just lessening the number of days.
Cacti and succulents need less water than traditional plants, and that's especially true in winter. While you may water them a few times each month in most seasons, many cacti do well with a soaking in November, followed by little to no water until February. Succulents outdoors will do well with a once-a-month watering in winter. With both cacti and succulents, avoid sitting water at the roots, especially when it's freezing. This may kill plants with low water needs. As you look out on a dormant winter landscape, you may worry about areas that look a bit lifeless. If you think some plant areas are dead and not just dormant, sit tight until early spring. Watch for buds and small signs of life. Plants usually bounce back and bloom when the weather warms. Keep an eye on your irrigation system too. It's working less often, but water waste can still occur. So what's considered water waste?
A couple things make up water waste. First of all, if you're watering in days that you're not supposed to be, that's water waste. So if your assigned day is like a Wednesday and you're watering on a Thursday or Friday, that could be considered water waste. Also, water waste is if water is going off your property, so into the street. So it could be from overspray on grass or misplaced spray heads or drip heads, but basically water leaving the property. So there's kind of 2 different things. It's your schedule, you got to stick to the schedule, and then the other thing is having water leave your property.
Curved or narrow lawn areas, or lawns that sit on a slope, can be a constant headache since water runs off and sprays over. To eliminate this type of water waste, replace these areas with plants watered by drip systems, along with ground covers and mulch. For more winter watering tips, visit us at snwa.com.
It's easier than ever to report water waste to the Las Vegas Valley Water District. The water provider launched a new form to report water waste online or from your mobile device. See someone watering outside their schedule or a broken sprinkler wasting water? Visit lvvwd.com, click on the Report Water Waste form, and simply enter the address and your email. You can also upload photos. The Water District's water waste team will send you a confirmation email and investigate the report. Contact your water provider directly if you see waste in Henderson, North Las Vegas, or Boulder City. A higher than normal water bill could indicate overwatering, a break in your irrigation system, or a hidden leak. If you're unsure about what's causing abnormally high water usage, the SNWA can help. Our conservation team shows you how to put on your detective cap and track down the culprit.
If you've ever experienced a high water bill and don't know why, you're not alone. For the past year, I've been trying to figure out why my water bill has trended upward. Is there a leak I can't find? Am I watering too much? Am I using too much water indoors? Or is there another issue that I'm unable to detect? Toby, since we bought our house about 1.5 years ago, we've had really unusual high water bills. As a homeowner, where do we start? How do we help kind of track that down?
So the first thing is on our website, snwa.com, we have a great tool that you can use to kind of figure out how much water you use. It's called the Water Use Estimator. So you go onto the website and you put in, actually your address goes into the information, and it just asks you some basic questions like how old are your appliances and toilets, or just if you kind of generally know how old the house is, how much landscaping is grass and desert landscaping. So you put all that kind of information in, and then it will give you information on how much water you should be using. So that'll give you the ballpark, you know, and if you're way above that, then maybe you need to kind of go to your house and kind of see what's going on and why you're using more water. And so a good example is taking a look at the meter. And so what you want to do is when you first come to the house, you want to have all your water off, indoor, outdoors, nothing running. And then you want to look at your meter. So most of them are labeled, it says water, and you take basically the meter, the lid off. And what you're going to do is you're going to look at the dial, and you want to see no movement on the dial at all. So there is actually a big dial, which is in the hundreds of gallons, but the little dial is in tens of gallons. So the little dial will actually capture any type of small leaks. So if you have a toilet leak or anything that's happening, it will show up on this. So that's what you want to do to start off with, is look at your meter and see if there's anything going on. And then after that, you can kind of start looking at other stuff to see where you may have a leak at.
So our initial home inspection did identify some broken sprinkler heads and even an underground irrigation leak. So we had those repaired. But as a homeowner, what are some things that we should be looking for regular maintenance in our landscape?
I think one of the things that people need to understand is so much water goes outside compared to inside. People tend to not want to go around just doing a walk when stuff is running. And so what you want to do, there's a handful of things to look at, and it starts with your valves. So they're in the valve box. It's where there's bugs and all the critters and things that people don't want to mess with. But that's really where all the irrigation happens, and that's where most of the leaks happen. Then after that, you just want to kind of walk around your yard when things are running. And so when your spray system, if you have grass is running, you want to make sure all your heads are aligned, that they're actually watering on the grass, not on your walls in the house. Or if there's broken heads, which means there's water shooting straight out. If you have drip systems, sometimes that's under the ground so you don't see it so much, but you do want to look for wet spots, you know, where there are places that they shouldn't be.
So another thing that we discovered was that we were watering for too long. So we adjusted our clock to water for a few minutes at a time rather than 15 minutes. How does your watering time affect your water bill?
So scheduling through your irrigation controller is like one of the most important things with your irrigation system. So, I mean, by just changing from, say, watering one of your zones from 4 minutes to like 8 minutes, you could all of a sudden be doubling, obviously, in the amount of time, but how much water is going out. So it's really important to know how to schedule through your controller. It's also key because, you know, we have our watering restrictions where you can only water certain days a week, and so obviously you have to control that through the controller itself. So you really need to know how to operate the controller. So one of the things I always tell people, if the controller is too complicated and they don't know, you know, intuitively how to work it, go to your hardware store, spend $50, $75, buy a new controller that makes sense, because then there's a better likelihood that you're going to get in there and change the controller.
For us, we actually realized that we were changing our clock and we thought we were changing the time back, but it wasn't communicating with our irrigation system, and we had a faulty irrigation clock. How often do you have to check up on your clock, or do they have a life cycle?
It kind of varies. I mean, it depends. Obviously, if you have an outdoor controller versus an indoor controllers will last longer than the outside ones because of weather and things. But it's just one of the things you need to check on. There is a battery in there as a backup, so you can make sure that's up to date. You know, you have a good battery. But it's just, you just kind of monitor it. I mean, if it's not running when you're telling it that running, or if things are not going off when they should be going off, or going on when they're not should be, then it's time to get a new controller.
During some routine maintenance, our landscaper actually noticed our anti-siphon valve was leaking, so he repaired that. But what is the anti-siphon valve, and why is it important to keep that in good working condition?
So the anti-siphon valve, or sometimes they call it a backflow preventer, it serves a purpose on a property so that when there is a fire event or something where there's a giant vacuum occurring, basically of water, it doesn't pull irrigation water back into the drinking potable water. So it actually is a critical component of any type of property around the valley. On residential properties, it can be a big source of leaks though, because what happens is there's constant water in there. And so when we do freeze, it actually will crack the top of that, and then there's a source of leaks. So whenever we have a freezing event, there'll be lots of calls about it. I have this weird device on the side of my house that all of a sudden is squirting water out of the top, and that's probably what you had on your house as well. And so it is something else when you're kind of checking around the property to check it, because there's constant water going into that device. The other thing you want to make sure that you do is in the wintertime, because it can crack, is to cover it. They sell them at the hardware stores, just like a sleeve that goes over it, or you can sometimes just wrap a towel or something that just kind of keeps the temperature of it slightly.
Now that we've covered pretty much everything we can outdoors, what are some of the things I should be looking for inside the house?
In general, there's not as much water going inside and outside. But inside, the key thing you want to check is actually the toilets. So toilet flappers is the biggest source for leaks inside the house. And so an easy way to do that is to put like a dye tablet or food coloring in the tank. You wait a few minutes and see if there's water, the coloring actually coming into the bowl. That tells you there's a leak. Besides that, you can just check like aerators, faucets, just kind of the general things that use water have the potential to have leaks. But there's usually not that much inside compared to all the things that can happen outside.
One thing that was a red flag for my husband and I, we got a letter from our water provider saying they detected continuous water flow on our property. And since we had fixed all the things outdoors, we were kind of caught off guard. We called a leak detection company to come in and do their work, and they found that we had a subsurface leak under the foundation of the house. So we had to get that repaired. Is that something that can be helpful to homeowners also?
Sure. So all the purveyors around the valley will send a letter to customers if there's a continuous leak occurring. However, that doesn't capture all the outdoor leak stuff that we talked about, like with irrigation, because that occurs after the valve. And so it has to do with constant leaks, which is like your main line or under the house. And so in that case, they'll send you, the purveyor will actually get the data, and then they'll send the information to the customer about, you have an ongoing leak.
That was really helpful for me. We hope that you learned something too. But if you still have any more questions, we have lots of videos online. Visit snwa.com.
If your home's fixtures and plumbing system are older, chances are they're not working as efficiently as they could be. The SNWA offers a free indoor water audit and retrofit kit to test your fixtures. The kit comes with a water flow testing bag, low-flow bathroom sink aerators, an efficient kitchen faucet fixture, leak detection tablets for your toilets, and a water-efficient shower head. To request your free kit, fill out an online request form or call the Conservation Helpline. The SNWA's River Mountains Water Treatment Facility has joined the ranks of the elite, earning the Partnership for Safe Water's Excellence in Water Treatment Award. The SNWA is only the 14th community water system out of more than 50,000 nationwide to earn the water industry's most exclusive designation. The Excellence in Water Treatment Award process measures the extent to which water utilities optimize both water quality and the efficiency for their facilities. The holiday season is upon us, and with that, a lot of cooking, frying, baking, and basting. Don't be a pain in the drain. That's the message when it comes to disposing of fat, oil, grease, and grit. Properly dumping these harmful agents will help to keep our waterways clear and protect the pipes in your own home.
Fat, oil, grease, and grit, also known as fog, don't mix with water. Their components are insoluble, creating slime that sticks to the interior walls of sewer pipes. Pouring fog down the drain wreaks havoc on your home's plumbing system and the valley's water supply.
When fog enters into your home's sewage pipes, the sticky buildup gradually chokes off the flow of wastewater to the treatment facilities that treat and reclaim millions of gallons of reusable water each day.
You may not see the underlying damage because cooking oil and grease are usually still warm and fluid when they're poured down the drain. But once the fats and oils solidify, they float to the top of other liquid in the sewer pipes, adhere to the pipe walls, and create blockages.
How How is the flow of wastewater eventually affected if fat, oil, grease, and grit are continuously poured down our kitchen drains?
Well, our collection system is a lot like the arteries in your body. When you are eating fats and cholesterol, you're going to get those clogs. The sewer lines are the same. With all of that fat and oil and grease that gets poured down the drain, you could have sewer backups in your home. And that's pretty bad. It's expensive and it's messy. What's worse is when it happens out in the street and the environment and we have wastewater that then gets released into the environment. Our goal is to keep all of that wastewater in our pipes so we can get it here to treat it.
The Clark County Water Reclamation District and the cities of Las Vegas, Henderson, and North Las Vegas maintain extensive collection systems of several thousand miles of pipeline underneath the streets. These pipes deliver wastewater from homes, businesses, and schools to treatment facilities.
Each day, more than 100 million gallons of wastewater are treated to very high levels until suitable for reuse and safely returned to the environment.
Southern Nevada uses reclaimed wastewater to irrigate many of our community's golf courses and parks. We also receive return flow credits from the Colorado River system for returning treated wastewater back to Lake Mead. This extends our existing water resources. In fact, Southern Nevada is one of the few communities in the U.S. to recycle nearly 100% of its water resources. Recycled water has both environmental and cost advantages, which is why the Clark County Water Reclamation District, Las Vegas, Henderson, and North Las Vegas ask residents to help keep fog out of the community's wastewater system.
We have our Pain in the Drain educational campaign, and that's our big umbrella educational campaign. We have little mini programs under it. And really it's designed to educate our community on what should not go down the drain and what should not be flushed down the toilet. Really, our toilets and our drains are not trash cans, and there's a lot of things that we tend to put down them that really should go into the trash.
Instead of pouring things like salad dressing, sauces, and butter down the drain, the Pain in the Drain campaign encourages residents to just can it. Line your can with paper, pour in your waste, let it cool, and then throw it away.
Don't be a pain in the drain. Keep your home plumbing clear of fog and help to protect our water supply. It's simple, safe, and sustainable. For a list of items to keep out of our sewage system and for information about how to properly dispose of fog and other chemicals, visit paininthedrain.com.
The SNWA's Youth Advisory Council, also known as YAC, kick-started a new year by learning all about our community's water resources, water quality, treatment and delivery, as well as serious issues like the ongoing drought. As part of their orientation, the high school juniors and seniors toured one of SNWA's water treatment facilities, the Springs Preserve, and the Water Smart Innovations Conference. The students will spend the school year learning and developing curriculum for a youth summit for their peers.
I think since we rely so heavily on the Colorado River, I think it's important to sustain it, or else how are we going to not only sustain ourselves, but sustain the future? And I think that if we start teaching kids young and learning throughout schooling the importance of sustainability and especially water usage, then I think that that'll help us with how we act and be more responsible.
So I'm really hoping from the Youth Advisory Council that I just learn about how we conserve water here in Southern Nevada and what I can do personally to help that conservation effort.
By participating on the Youth Advisory Council, I really want to focus on community outreach because that's always been like an ambition of mine to help change the Las Vegas community, and I'm finally in a position where I can take my passions in like environmental science and just science in general and like extend that to the community.
The Water Authority created the Youth Advisory Council to engage high school students in a discussion of water issues. The teens participate in the planning, policy development, and evaluation of water conservation. They also present their findings to the SNWA's Board of Directors. There are more ways to save, so join us next time here on Waterways. If you'd like to share your conservation efforts at home, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. We may feature your story. For more how-to videos and tips to conserve and care for our water, connect with us on social media. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the fire department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
This is Nevada Health. Today we are with Jeff Spar, and he is a Vice President of Specialty Business Development at Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, so can you explain to us what integrated population health is?
Sure. Integration population health management is really, it's taking a vast variety of data from a number of different resources and effectively aggregating that information all together. Applying analytics, looking at that information to gather insights, and then figuring out how to actually use that information to engage, whether that's with a member or a patient, whether that's for a doctor, really anything in the healthcare system that can ultimately impact and improve somebody's overall health, lower the cost of care, and then improve the experience for everyone. So it's really that aggregation of data and using it in a way to really improve health outcomes.
So how is this for the average person who comes in to see a doctor? How do they see this actually play out?
Yeah, so great question. In some ways, they don't see it, and it happens behind the scenes, and that's actually okay as well. But, you know, a couple of real examples. So at Anthem, one of the things that we do, and I think a lot of times people don't realize the connection. One of the things that we're trying to do is put the eyes and the teeth and mental health back into your body and kind of have this holistic view of somebody's overall health. And so we do that by aggregating all of our, all of our products, all of the claims information that comes through those different channels. And so using an example that may or may not be intuitive for vision care as an example, when somebody goes to see their eye care professional, it's the only place on your body where there's an unobstructed view of blood vessels. And so a lot of conditions that impact your circulatory system, most people think, well, I'm just going there because I need a new prescription.
Right.
The reality is they can see things that may impact, so diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, even some types of tumors.
Wow.
Again, things that can manifest themselves through the circulatory system. It's a great early indicator. For us, we partner with eye care professionals to actually get that data back because that's really valuable. The industry in general has really grown up really fragmented and disconnected. So a lot of times that data doesn't go anywhere. For Anthem, what we can do is we can use that. It becomes part of somebody's healthcare record. For example, if they see indications of diabetes, we have tools that then we can do outreach to that member to say, how can we support you on your journey to take care of diabetes? Another example, that's kind of getting information from an eye care professional. The other thing that we did is basic as this is, we really asked providers or eye care professionals, how can we help you deliver better care for our members? And the number one thing they came back with was, how can you help us better understand the health conditions of the person walking into our office? And, for us, we've got a large medical book of business as well. That's something that's pretty easy for us to do. And so what we do is, it's kind of grown up, and we joke around, but it's called the big orange button. And so literally eye care professional offices, when they go and look up benefits and eligibility, they click that button and they're getting diagnosis information, prescription drug information, lab results that may have an impact on your eyesight. And why people don't necessarily understand the connection or why this is important is that, when we went back and looked, 22 out of the top 25 most commonly prescribed drugs can have an impact on your vision.
Oh, really? Wow.
So light sensitivity, blurry vision, double vision. And so the reason that somebody may be presenting into that eye care professional's office could be because of the medication they're taking. And unless, with us sharing that information, it's not something that people intuitively think about.
Right.
or they may have filled out, you know, I always joke around whenever I go to a new doctor's office, there's the sheet of paper that's been photocopied for 7 years. It's a little crooked, but I don't keep that up to date necessarily, and I don't always think, because I don't even make the connection that, you know, the pill I'm putting in my mouth could be impacting my eyesight. So, you know, there's examples across a lot of products. Some of those things, you know, may have a real visible patient impact, and some things may happen and they actually don't know they're happening behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's interesting because, you know, I think you could argue most people are a little more comfortable going into thinking they're getting a new pair of glasses than going in for an annual checkup or to see a doctor, because that can be a little scarier for most people.
Right.
So is that something you guys are consciously like leveraging with this program?
Yeah, I think for us, the beauty is, you think about all the interactions you have in this broader healthcare arena.
Mm-hmm.
I think, again, just the industry's historically been so fragmented that we think of this concept of medical, and we kind of discount these other interactions that occur. But the reality is, we know, you know, people on average, they're going to see their dentist 1.6 times a year. Like 40% of our population will go see their eye care professional in a year.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, if we don't take advantage of those opportunities, we're kind of missing out on the bigger piece of what's going on with that individual. And it's actually a really good opportunity as we continue to partner with doctors, dentists, eye care professionals. They're a really trusted resource. They can actually help communicate back to members. And as they start to become more, I mean, we really want kind of an integrated health team in partnership with providers. They can help influence behavior to ultimately get better health outcomes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way this would work is, let's say I go in for an eye appointment and they see something in my eyes that indicates, you know, I'm at risk for diabetes.
Sure.
It gets put into a system
Yep.
that's sent to you guys, and you guys then contact the patient, or...
So a few different things. So we get we get more than 1 billion claims a year on our population of members, spanning all products. So when you include medical, pharmacy, dental, vision, behavioral health. So all of that data basically gets aggregated, and then we basically run analytics daily, weekly, monthly, and, you know, against evidence-based guidelines. And so we're looking for things, for example, in this case, if it was a newly identified diabetic, then that can be a trigger into our care management program. And so we could have nurses that would reach out to that individual. We would note that for the primary care physician, because, again, they may or may not be aware.
Right.
Because they may not have seen their primary care physician in years. And then we'll also monitor to make sure, now that they're an identified diabetic, are they getting regular eye care, as an example, or dental care? Because, again, the connection holistically, again, people don't always understand, but there's a lot of connections that those things really, if you can manage the whole, you'll get a better health outcome.
And I imagine, I mean, so it's advantageous in a couple ways, because you're catching these things early, which means the patient's going to be better off. But then also for you guys, you can treat it in a way that's just generally less costly, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it goes back to, you know, the more preventive care you can do, the more you can catch conditions early, the more you have an opportunity to hedge those things before they become even more critical.
Do you guys try to incentivize that preventative care, and how does that work?
Yeah, we do. So we have a number of different programs. You know, a lot of times we're selling plans through an employer. So we'll work collaboratively with an employer to figure out what are their objectives for their population, for their employee population. And, you know, we have incentive programs based on what they're trying to achieve. So some folks may be trying to motivate or incent flu shots, as an example, or smoking cessation. You know, those are some of the more popular programs.
Right.
And so, you know, we'll support them in that with programs.
That all makes sense. Which doctors are most likely to catch conditions early? So you mentioned optometrists, but who else do people tend to see that might be able to catch some things?
Yeah, so interesting. So, you know, we see really good information coming from optometrists. You know, what I don't want to mislead is we've taken some really good steps, but I still feel like this is just the tip of the iceberg. And so I think even with optometrists or ophthalmologists, as an example, we can get even more data as they start to understand, because historically they've not all, some of them have thought, I'm in the business for checking 20/20 vision and dispensing glasses or contacts. So I think as we continue that partnership, we'll get even more information from optometrists. Disability claims, as we get disability claims in, that's another good source for identifying and being able to engage somebody early. So just as an example, somebody who's pregnant, and maybe they go out because they have to go out on bed rest. So if they're working, we're going to get a disability claim because they want their income reimbursement. But from a health perspective, on the medical side, we may not even know that that person is pregnant yet because they haven't delivered a baby. And so for us, we can see the disability claim come in. We can identify, wait a minute, this is an early, somebody who's going out early. We can get them into what we call our Future Moms program. So we can effectively refer, and they do a great job working with folks that have higher risk pregnancies and engaging with members. So it's just another example. Where we can, by getting that intervention, we can get a better outcome for the patient, the member.
One thing we were talking about before the show is a lot of times people sort of don't trust the insurance providers, but you guys, we kind of talked about how there's incentive for you guys to help people. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So from our perspective, our long-term incentives are aligned. We want folks to be healthier. Folks that are healthier, they're more productive, and they have lower long-term healthcare costs. And so I think from that perspective, we certainly have aligned objectives. But we also recognize as an industry that the insurance company may not be the most trusted advisor. People tend to view their doctor as that's a trusted advisor, and the reality is we work every single day. That's why we're in business, to earn that trust, and to present and make sure that we're offering products, services that ultimately people value, and we're seeing that movement up because again we have long-term aligned incentives.
When did this idea of integration begin?
It's something. So I've been, I guess what we call specialty, so dental, vision, life, and disability. I've been in that line of our business for about 13 years.
Oh, wow.
And I will say probably, 8 to 10 years ago, there was a lot of talk, people recognizing that your eyes and your teeth and they do impact your overall health, and we should be looking at it holistically. So there was a lot of chatter from an industry perspective, but when you looked around and said, that makes sense, what are people actually doing about it? The way the industry's grown up is you've got companies that have single line products. So they might do dental insurance only, or they might do vision insurance. And, from our perspective, we want to do that, but we're a healthcare company. And so we want to make those connections. I'd say probably in the last 5 or 6 years, we've made the transition from interesting concept to what are we going to do about it? How can we contribute to progress? And this might seem silly. I'm so excited about healthcare. I never would have thought I would say that, but if I think about the next 18 months, the next 24 months, the next 3-year horizon, the reality is technology, data, and our ability as an industry to apply that to truly drive behavior change and get better health outcomes. To me, it's we're pretty darn close to a pretty step change to just the way that we've operated. To what we can ultimately do in the industry.
Yeah, it's almost like how we've watched our cell phones progress, where we used to have 10 years ago these big bricks, and now it's like this little supercomputer.
Yeah, I mean, so this came out roughly 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And at the time when people asked, do you need a device that's people had MP3 players and, Garmin navigation and cameras and their address book and all of those things. And when people asked, hey, how would you like a device? People actually didn't really even know how to react. So I don't know if I need that because I've never had it before.
Right.
And, the reality is, fast forward 10 years, I don't know if you've ever had that experience, but when you leave your house and you start doing the check, wait a minute, where's my phone? And that emotional connection, and and then I start negotiating with myself, well, wait, I'm going to be away for 20 minutes. Can I survive for 20 minutes, or do I need to turn around? So it went from a device that we didn't know we needed to something that's it's just part of our life now.
Yeah.
And I think healthcare, from a lot of ways, if I think about the evolution, it just took basic things that we use every day and packaged them together.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and that's what we're trying to do with integration. Take
Right.
products and services that people are already using and package them together. And then, as this has evolved, it's the way that it uses data. So now when I take a picture, it knows where I was and tags everything. And address book, I can click somebody's name and it'll map me automatically to where they're at and tell me how long it's going to take.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's to me the evolution that we're on from a healthcare perspective, being able to take data from a lot of different sources, apply technology, and start to do really cool things, some of which we can't even imagine probably at the moment.
Mm-hmm. So speaking of smartphones, how are you trying to reach out to patients or get in touch with them via smartphone? Because you had mentioned that before you would send letters or make phone calls, but that a lot of times it's easy to ignore.
Right. Yeah. Just again, as an industry, the way that we would communicate was phone call and mail, and I'm sure I'm a data point of one, but I suspect others are like this too. I mean, people just don't pay attention to mail.
Mm-hmm.
People are busy, and even having a home phone these days, not everybody has a home phone. So, to me, part of that step change that we're encountering from a healthcare perspective is everyone, for the most part, has one of these devices.
Yeah.
And once, as we start to communicate in a much richer way with folks on a two-way basis, again, this will be one of the things that helps drive behavior change. So as we look at this, we think this is a critical part of how we communicate with members going forward. And so we've got a lot of investment in tools like this and just that rich dialogue with members, rather than just, a mailer that may go out, 2 months after, an event that may have triggered that mailer in the first place.
Right. How could you see a smartphone being important in, say, 5 or 10 years? Like, where do you see that going? How important that is for healthcare and what you guys do?
Like I said, I think from a communication vehicle, from and this is obviously with member, opting in and seeing the value, but being able to track. I mean, you think about some of the, the Fitbit trackers and things like that. It starts to give you real-time feedback on where you're at in your journey.
Right.
And I think a lot of times, to get true behavior change, somebody has to be listening. They have to be capable of understanding where am I realistically from a healthcare perspective, because sometimes people don't. They may think they're doing better than they really are.
Right.
They have to be open to want to change,
Mm-hmm.
and then they have to understand what tools are there to support them. And so I think, again, our ability to connect with a member, understand where they're at in that journey, and then provide them tools, it's a great tool for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like if a doctor asks you, are you active? You probably say, yeah, I think I'm active. But if you have that number on your cell phone that says you walk, 2,000 steps a day, you don't, I don't know if our definitions of activity are the same.
My typical annual physical experience.
Yeah.
So I go in there and we have the same dialogue every year. So I'm a little bit older, a little bit heavier. My cholesterol's gone up a little bit more.
Right.
And, the feedback is watch your diet and exercise more. And,
Right.
We have this kind of awkward, uncomfortable silence for about 5 seconds afterwards. And I say, yes, I'll do that. And then we go on. But this will be a much richer medium to track and understand. And again, most importantly, provide tools to help somebody on that journey that want to make a change.
Yeah, and I think it can almost, not only is it a reminder when it's on your wrist or in your pocket all the time, but it's also, there's some incentive. It's almost like you can gamify these things and driving people to,
absolutely.
If you're supposed to get 10,000 steps a day and you see you only have 7, you might be like, let's take the dog for a walk or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just, to me, that's how all these things start to come together is really, that's what gets me excited about healthcare.
Mm-hmm. Is the industry as a whole starting to adopt this idea of integration, or?
Yeah, I think so. I think just, by nature, certain companies are probably positioned a little different just because, I think for Anthem, we tend to manage the whole because we're offering medical, dental, vision. we have a broad portfolio. So I think certain companies are probably better positioned, but I think everybody recognizes, clearly everybody, there's a lot of research out there that shows the correlation. A product that we haven't really talked about, but is dental.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, what I would have known about dental 10 years ago is I need to go every 6 months
right
to the dentist and
get my teeth cleaned.
Get my teeth cleaned and do the little dance about did you floss or not.
Yeah. Question if you're going to lie or not.
Right. But I think what, a lot of the research and what we're finding today, and not to get too graphic, but at the end of the day, if you're not taking care of your mouth, you effectively have bacteria and inflammation.
Right.
And this is where as an industry, we've not done a service to this holistic thinking and it doesn't just stay in your mouth. Our body's a system, just like the healthcare system.
Right.
And so if you're diabetic, if you have any other chronic condition and you're fighting infection that doesn't stay just in your mouth, you're complicating everything. And so it just gives us the opportunity, again, when we identify high-risk individuals, it seems silly because people don't always make the connection, but we will start monitoring, are they getting their teeth cleaned on a regular basis? And if they're not, we will start messaging to them. And again, it's little things like that, again, I don't know that there's any one silver bullet, but when everything kind of works in harmony, and everybody's getting kind of a consistent message from a lot of different fronts, that's the best scenario to drive change.
Yeah, you mentioned an interesting word, silver bullet. It's like everyone with their health kind of wants to do just one thing that's going to fix all their problems. Maybe it's like a certain diet or a workout or whatever, some pill, but it really is like, biology is very complex and it's a lot of little things is what you see works. So how do you guys measure the success of this program?
Yeah, so good question. And this is where, again, I would be very transparent. I mean, I think this is a long-term journey that we're on. And so some of the things that we look at now, we look at activity. So as an example, we've identified 24,000 diabetics through eye exams last year. So we're looking at it from an activity perspective, or we've monitored and engaged X number of individuals that are not getting regular dental cleanings. Where we want to take it long term and where we think has the most value is looking at that over a period of time. Can you demonstrate that, there's evidence out there in the industry that would say if you identify a diabetic and you manage them early, it'll save you $10,000. That's great. We believe it directionally.
Yeah.
But long term, we'd like to do our own studies that help reinforce. And so we can also go in and talk to employers and say, hey, here's 5 things you can do, and here's what we would expect that to be, how more productive your employees will be, because that's really important.
Right.
And then ultimately, from a healthcare perspective, how much we can save them.
Right. And those chronic conditions that many of them tend to be preventable, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Save you guys a lot of money, save the customer a lot of money, and then also just, they're in better health.
Right. Absolutely.
Live longer and feel better. And so how much extra does this program cost a patient?
One of those questions I get all the time. They usually ask it from an ROI perspective. What's the return on investment? So a few things. One is, I go back to, we're a healthcare company.
Yep.
And so for us not to use data we already have to do good, I mean, to me, that is what we do. And so we've made the investments to do that. There's no separate, what we call Anthem Whole Health Connection, which is how we connect all the dots. We don't charge for that. That's just part of the products and services we provide. A lot of times we get asked about the ROI question and, hey, what's the return on investment? And I kind of go back to the same thing and just say, I'm pretty good at math, but I can't calculate a return when we don't actually charge. There is no investment we're asking you to make here. So, but yeah, I mean, we just view that, again, as a healthcare organization, our mission is to make sure that we have healthy members and to move in that direction. So it's just part of who we are and what we do.
What's been the response of your members to the program, specifically maybe older ones that haven't sort of seen this type of thinking?
I'll use one example. So we had a mother who took her child into the eye care professional, and he actually had a lot of issues early on. He'd actually had heart surgery, and he was on probably, I want to say 6 to 7 different medications. And during the course of the exam, the eye care professional noticed that he had a lot of pressure in his eye, which, can cause, damage long term.
Right.
And so, he was able to look up what prescriptions, because, the mother, really good, but again, there's just so many different medications, and knowing what are they on and what's the dosage. The eye care professional can actually look at that, identify, hey, this is, this particular drug is probably impacting, actually called the primary care physician and some of the other healthcare providers and said, hey, is there an alternative? And so that was a thrilled member. I mean, we've got a testimonial from her, and again, it was just, it was a pleasant surprise.
Yep.
That's an example of where how the healthcare system should work.
Right.
That we actually share data and talk to each other to improve health. And so, I think it's been very positive.
Mm-hmm. It kind of seems like there's just going to be this march over time where you have younger doctors that are more data savvy, and
right.
It's just kind of like technology advances.
Right. Absolutely.
Yep.
If you think about population health management and big data, there is a massive opportunity in healthcare to do something that really matters, to do things that are kind of unimaginable today. Just to give you, this is just my view, but we take a lot of what I would call structured data. So we have claims data, but if you look at all of the other things that go into somebody's health or can be an indicator of somebody's health, there's a lot of unstructured data out there.
Right.
And, I think over time, being able to incorporate all of that together, to me, there's a fascinating data science, population, big data kind of concept that, if there's anybody who's interested getting into that profession, healthcare is a great one, because you can actually do something that really matters.
Yeah.
And it will change the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it is interesting because you see some of those companies that maybe we can consider a little, quote unquote, sexier, like Apple sort of getting into tracking health with the study they've started. And, you might see companies like even Tesla or someone start getting into like health products. And
and I think kind of the marriage of the unstructured data and then the structured data, and what, because of Anthem and our size and our breadth of product, we see a lot of interactions in the healthcare system, and just because healthcare is so fragmented, and I tend to travel a lot for my role, and I may be traveling, and I've got to go to an urgent care facility, and pick your state. Again, that's not that data. My primary care physician probably has no idea. Nobody kind of connects the dots, and I think that's we're in a great position to do that.
Yeah. How else have you seen healthcare change in the time that you've been in the industry?
I think, I guess I would say 10 years ago, it was about the benefits, meaning it was about what's the product design of a medical product or a dental product, and what's the network. And those things are all really important. But I think what we're seeing is the benefits are important, but it's also how the pieces come together, and how do we connect back to a member? How do we connect the data on the back end? To me, that's been the biggest change. It's just this philosophy in an industry that's been completely fragmented, and viewing that, hey, we're in the insurance business, and really that transition from insurance to population health management, actually moving towards getting better health.
Yeah, that's interesting. So for the average person, what sort of things do you think they're leaving on the table when it comes to health insurance? Like, what are the biggest things that you see people just don't use that are really cool?
I would say, I guess really cool is a relative word. I guess I do think, I don't think people realize, and again, to me, the journey that we're on is the right one.
Yeah.
So I'm not claiming success or victory by any sense of the imagination, but I do think kind of the mobile tools that some of the larger players are introducing, to me, there's probably resources there that people don't, fully realize are there. And I think over time, I use a great example. Hey, if I'm traveling and, I sat on my glasses on the airplane, I can pull out my phone and how can I get another pair of glasses? Who are the closest 5 providers, and who can get me glasses in an hour?
That's cool.
There's resources there that help. I think just a lot taking advantage of the preventive care. I think for all of us, we're really busy. We tend to think we're invincible, and So I think just going back to the basics around and candidly looking at Anthem or other insurance companies as a resource.
Mm-hmm.
There's benefits there, and we have tools and programs that, depending on what you're trying to achieve, generally we can help in some way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jeff, we appreciate you coming on the show.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Straight ahead on UMC Digest, we'll head into the classroom for a stuffed animal clinic, learning what happens when Jeffrey swallows a penny. Also, how this robot can perform surgical procedures more accurately than even human hands. And how you can help save a life by knowing exactly what to do in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. After the October 1st shootings, many people asked what they could do to help. The number one thing you can do is be educated on to how to literally stop the bleed should another mass casualty unfortunately occur, or even if you come upon someone who is bleeding to death in a car crash or other accidental trauma. UMC offers complimentary Stop the Bleed classes, education that is just as important as knowing how to do CPR. Take a look at a recent Stop the Bleed course taught by UMC for Red Rock Search and Rescue. If you come upon an accident scene or witness a life-threatening injury, would you know what to do to save someone's life?
Stopping the bleeding immediately as it happens. So you're at the scene, you are a bystander, and now you are a rescuer. So you are going to literally stop watching someone bleeding and intervene in stopping the bleeding by applying direct pressure or possibly a tourniquet if you have that, of one of the bleeding control kits that we are advocating.
Knowing what to do before someone is literally bleeding to death in front of you could save their life.
Calling 911 at that time as the blood's pouring out, it's not going to save their life. It's just not. There's not enough resources, not enough time. These guys are great and could be there in a few minutes, but it's not going to happen.
A tourniquet placed appropriately will stop the bleed while emergency help arrives.
And the whole concept of tourniquets and bleeding control is to apply the tourniquet above, more what we call proximal or closer to the heart from the bleeding source. So if the gunshot wound's in your thigh, you obviously want to apply it higher than that to prevent the blood that's coming out. That's hurting. What are you doing?
It's supposed to hurt.
Oh, okay.
That means I'm cutting off the...
Oh, okay.
That means you're not going to die.
It's killing me.
I'm super glad about that. That
Okay.
means you're not going to die.
All right.
I haven't encountered a time when I would need to use this yet, but you know what? You never know. You never know when you might.
Right.
And the thing is, we train for all kinds of scenarios and eventualities, and so that we'll be prepared to help anyone that we might come across.
How do you know you put the tourniquet's on correctly? The bleeding stops.
During the Stop the Bleed course, participants also learn how to pack a wound.
So what will happen is for you to be able to have some basic concepts and basic knowledge that will take you through tonight and be able to just literally stop the bleeding. The number one cause of mortality and deaths in trauma that would be preventable is just hemorrhage, exsanguination. A lot of other things you can't control, and that's unfortunate, but bleeding is one that you can literally stop just by applying direct pressure or a tourniquet.
Those couple of techniques done in just a few seconds could help save a life.
I want every single soccer mom, everyday Joe, every high school kid, every person that works at a golf course, every person that works at a casino, any person at all is able to do this training. We can teach this to young kids. This is something that if you see bleeding happening, you can actually intervene and stop the bleed and save a life.
Here at the UMC Trauma Center, we have a 97% survivability rate, including patients who come to us with less than a 1% chance to live. We are very proud of those statistics and also aware that even with the best of medicine, sometimes patients are given a life-limiting diagnosis or, despite best efforts, are on a journey to the end of their life. UMC's Integrative Therapy and Tranquility Program helps to make those moments more comfortable for patients and their families.
A little bit. Where are you feeling that?
In my stomach.
Your stomach?
At UMC, healthcare is about more than medicine and procedures.
So let's not talk about the treatment part anymore. I just want to find out how you are.
UMC's palliative care and integrative services takes our treatment pathway to a new level.
We're not just going in, just pushing some meds and leaving the room. We're with the family, we're bonding. You find out the whole, for me it's holistic nursing because I'm a holistic nurse as part of the Tranquility Program too. So I like to think of the whole family. So when you go in and you're working with the family and finding out what was that person like, what were their goals, what did they want, what was important to them, who's their family members, who's at the bedside with them.
It guides the family basically with the end of life choices. I mean, a lot of family doesn't know where to go. Most patients come in, doesn't have advanced care planning, doesn't have a living will, and they just listen to maybe one physician or a couple of the residents. Having Dr. Estrada and their team come over here, pretty much explain what's palliative care, what's hospice. It's really needed. I mean, I'm glad that we have it here at UMC.
Patients with life-threatening injuries or life-limiting illnesses such as cancer, dementia, cardiology, or stroke issues that come along with burdensome symptoms can all benefit from palliative care.
The frontline teams are really great at having those discussions. They talk with families. As most of us know, when there is difficult news that is coming up, sometimes you hear a little bit of the news or parts of the news, or you just need some sort of gentle reinforcement. So we are the second line team that comes in to support the frontline team's assessment. We affirm prognosis, and then we let them know from a risk to benefit standpoint what is happening with treatment, what are the best treatments, what treatments may be more harmful than helpful, and what treatments could be contributing to a good quality of life. So we help them weigh the risk to benefit, and we help them make some very difficult decisions together.
Lab tests and clinical observations can help physicians and families with those decisions. Then palliative care is used to care for patients and families.
We're able to help families and patients understand the situation, and we look at how to make these moments the best moments possible for the patient. And if it's pulling back on some of the aggressive treatments to just honor whatever process is happening, whatever journey is happening, it makes for a better journey for them. We don't have to palliate symptoms caused by very aggressive, harsh measures if they're not appropriate. In a true end-of-life situation, they're walking that walk, and my team and I are walking that walk with them.
That walk with Dr. Estrada turns from clinical to very caring.
I can speak for myself and my team when I say that every time we approach a patient and a family, we approach them as if they're our own family.
In a hospital where we are so proud of saving lives, it's equally honorable to create an appropriate end-of-life experience for our patients and their families.
We figure out what they would want, the music, if they would want to be clean and fresh, or what blankets they'd want around in their pictures. And then we do everything we can to make sure they're very comfortable, to make sure that families around and very close, no matter what we're doing, even if we're removing a patient off ventilatory support, we bring everyone close in there, and we make sure they're holding their hand and they're with them, and then we take a step back.
Those are important and sensitive moments for our families.
I've always been very proud of my job and the job our team does. It's quite incredible, although death and dying can be devastating, as I mentioned. It's happening. It's something we can't control. One is being called to a higher power, to a higher place. And there's nothing any of us can really do about stopping that process. I mean, we try to sometimes, but there's also a way of honoring that process, so it's a change in thinking. It's a change in culture.
That change in thinking, when everything possible has been done from a curative standpoint, honors the process of life and death.
When you think about it, when it's going on a certain journey, may it be a very difficult, burdensome journey with a serious illness or an end-of-life journey, the journey's happening. They can walk this walk with us or walk it without us. And luckily at UMC, they have the option to walk it with us. And if we do our jobs well, and we work so hard to do that, under our watch, they will not suffer. So because we can alleviate suffering and enhance one's quality of life, no matter what the situation is, it makes it the best job in the world.
When we come back, we'll take you to UMC's newest primary care location, where you can have your own personal physician. That's coming up on the other side of this break.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. We're glad you're with us. UMC offers the full range of health care for your family, from our quick care locations where you can get in, get out, and get better quick, to our main hospital and primary care, your own personalized physician to take care of you even when you're feeling well.
Hi, Kim. Hi, good afternoon.
Dr. Tan has been Kim's primary care physician for 5 years.
So is it here? Right here.
Primary care physicians serve as the overall director for your health.
The primary care is the one who would treat the patient as a person rather than a disease.
And preventative maintenance, just like you do with your car, is key to your overall function and health.
Let's give an example about the 50 years old and above. So everybody, as in everybody, when they reach 50 years of age, needs colonoscopy. All female, when they reach the age of 40, they should have a screening mammogram.
Blood pressure screenings and cholesterol checks can help catch the signs of cardiovascular disease before it's too late.
But they are making a gamble in their health. That's certainly. If you are not seeing your primary care, then you are missing the benefits of a health screening.
Sharing your medical history, having up-to-date screenings, and yearly visits with your primary care physician helps build a meaningful partnership in your overall well-being.
Patients can feel when they can trust their provider. Their demeanor, the way they interact with you. When you say things to your provider and then they pull through with their promises that I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to help you get to your goal in terms of your health. When everything gets fulfilled, I think that's how you build that bond.
A bond that has helped keep Kim healthy for years.
Dr. Tan always sits with you, always, make sure that before you leave the door, that we both understand that this is our goal, we're both going to reach it. And you agreed, you put your opinion, I put my opinion, and then it's a collaboration between the patient and the doctor.
UMC's new electronic medical record called UMC Connect helps you further stay connected with your health. You can easily view lab results and upcoming appointments. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC is the only children's hospital of its kind in Nevada. We're home to Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center, offering the highest level of care available anywhere in Nevada. Last year, we saw a devastating rise in child abuse deaths, children coming to us with fatal injuries at the hands of a caregiver. So now we're reaching out and speaking out, educating our community on how to prevent child abuse. Dr. Jay Fisher is the medical director for Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC's Pediatric Emergency Department. He cares for the sickest of sick, those with life-threatening illnesses. But the most heartbreaking patients for him are the ones who suffered their injuries at the hands of someone else.
These young children are defenseless and at the most vulnerable part of their lives. They deserve the right to grow up.
Shockingly, child abuse rates have doubled from 2016 to 2017.
Any number above zero, of course, is too many, but we cannot stand by idly as a community or at the Children's Hospital of Nevada and see this number continue to rise. So we're calling upon all of you to help us to address this difficult problem.
Oftentimes, it's a little-known caregiver creating a pattern of abuse.
You should know that child abuse fatalities typically aren't an isolated incident. It isn't usually just one event. There's typically numerous events that have antedated these fatalities.
Signs of abuse include malnutrition, poor hygiene, unexplained or odd bruises or burns, delayed development, or when a child appears frightened of a parent or caregiver. Be very careful who you ask or hire to watch your children.
I would say specifically, obviously, that anyone with a substance abuse issue should not be caring for children or babies. That substance abuse can be alcohol or any of the other substances that you see abused in your community today.
And all parents can always use a reminder about the importance of a timeout for themselves.
We also ask caregivers to take a moment when they individually feel overwhelmed in their role as a child caregiver. We all here at UMC are mothers and fathers and aunts and uncles of young children. And we know that raising children is a 24/7, 365 enterprise. And that these stresses can make each and every one of us, no matter how strong, have points of weakness. We ask you to pause during those times and step away so that you don't become embroiled in a situation that could lead to a child death.
When we come back, we'll head inside the OR for an up-close look at the Da Vinci robot. That's coming up on UMC Digest next.
You never know when you can't really see whoops, coming. And sometimes you just can't avoid the old. Life is full of surprises. So when life pulls up, get to UMC Quick Care. For life's bumps and breaks, sneezes and wheezes, one of our Valley locations is ready and waiting to save the day. So you can get in, get out, get better, quick. UMC Quick Care.
Mom, we're out of cereal. Can I go to Jennifer's tonight? No, you said you were going to take me to dance.
There's no time for downtime. Better get better, quick. UMC Quick Care has 8 locations, and you never need an appointment. So get in and get better. UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. UMC is home to the most advanced surgical technology with robotic surgery that allows for faster recoveries and better outcomes. Now UMC is one of the only places in the West to offer robotic surgery for children. This is the Da Vinci robot, capable of performing surgical procedures at the hands of a skilled surgeon, actually sitting steps away from the patient.
One of the nice things is when you put your head into the console is actually when the robot gets activated. So if I'm out here talking, the robot's not going to do anything, even if my hands are here.
And when a surgeon is at the helm, surgical procedures can be done with shorter hospitalizations, less pain, and less pain medication for adult and pediatric patients alike.
The Da Vinci system translates the surgeon's hands at the console to very precise and fine movements on the patient. And by doing so, that decreases the tremor, decreases any abnormal manipulation, kind of increases the efficiency of a surgery.
Which all leads to decreased complications.
So with less bleeding, less inadvertent injuries to other structures, the ability to do more complex surgeries with the robot in more precise fashion.
Removing pancreatic and lung masses and kidney transplants can all be done robotically.
Compared to open surgery, there's no comparison. Open surgery, you have big scars.
And UMC is one of the only hospitals offering this caliber of surgical care for younger patients. 2 local Las Vegas families have gone above and beyond, donating so generously to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Jerry and Jenny Shear know too well what it's like to have premature babies in the neonatal intensive care unit, and it was important for them to give back. Over the past 2 years, Jerry and Jenny Shear have donated more than $500,000 to Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC. Part of that donation was used to buy state-of-the-art incubators called giraffes for our tiniest patients. The critical care beds support healthy neonatal growth while protecting neurodevelopment.
This is really useful for resuscitation, so it's all integrated in one. You don't have to have any extra equipment.
That very kind donation helped us to purchase 3 of the giraffe care stations.
You see now that they have state-of-the-art equipment to help care for children in the NICU, in the emergency room. It really does our heart good to know that other parents are going to have the best opportunity to see that positive outcome for their own children.
In addition to that equipment, another donation from the Shear Family Foundation helped buy infant car seats for our babies going home for the first time and treated our patients, families, and staff to a big holiday celebration.
My wife Jenny and I could not be happier to see this equipment here at Children's Hospital at UMC being put to good use. The team here is so amazing. The doctors, the nurses, the entire staff, the outcomes that they have with the children is just excellent.
Since then, the Shears have donated several $100,000 more to providing more innovative equipment and recently donated the funds to create an important video message about child abuse prevention.
I'm glad it's here, but thank you so much because we've been wanting new stuff for our hospital for so long. We provide excellent care here, but we were somehow not having the funding to be able to get the latest and do the best for our children in Nevada. And with you guys coming on board and becoming our partners, it has really helped us a lot.
Today is a very happy day for us, but it's a happier day for the hospital and the Las Vegas Valley, and that's what's important to us.
The Shear family donation is entirely appreciated by UMC staff and our patients and their families who benefit from your generosity. Thank you. Children's Hospital of Nevada at UMC hosts a stuffed animal clinic at local schools to help give children an inside and very fun look into the world of healthcare. Take a look at how Jeffrey the giraffe became our patient and how these students might become the next generation of doctors and nurses.
Can you hear that? Yeah? Now let's listen to your giraffe's heart. Do you hear that? Does he sound okay? All right, you're my expert.
A first look inside healthcare for these students is a bit less intimidating thanks to Children's Hospital of Nevada's team who takes the stuffed animal clinic on the road.
So we get the penny, we put it in a bag, and we send it to the lab. Alright? So now he's fine. He's good to go.
In this particular case, Jeffrey has swallowed a penny, which sends him to the hospital. Then all is well. Well, until he snaps his giraffe limb.
So I took the picture. Now we come over here and that sends it to my computer so we get to look it up. And let's see if it's really broken. What do you think? Where's the break? Yep, that's it. That's a broken leg, all right.
No worries, though. Jeffrey gets a quick cast, and he's on his way.
Probably feels better now, huh? There's that, and then you're going to go over to the pharmacy.
Toys R Us generously donated the giraffes for our clinic, and this little guy sure seems to get into a lot of mischief.
He was really hungry, and his mother accidentally put a penny in his dinner plate, and he accidentally swallowed it, and now he needs need to go to the hospital.
We're hoping to introduce the kids in their own little atmosphere to the healthcare. So they'll be going through different departments, for instance, triage, respiratory, radiology, to kind of get them the feel of what a hospital visit would be like. And at the same time, these kids are our future. So hopefully we could get them into our healthcare and get them into being future nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists.
Thank you for joining us for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on all of the stories you've watched, please head to our websites. We have two of them, umcsn.com and childrenshospitalofnevada.org. You can also find us on social media. We'll see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
Welcome to Club Ride. Club Ride is a free employee benefits program that encourages and rewards the employees that would like to or currently carpooling, walking, biking, taking transit, or even motorcycling to and from work.
Club Ride has excellent programs and services for commuters,
such as Guaranteed Ride Home, Club Ride discounts, Easy Rider, and the monthly price drawings.
Club Ride Rewards is a program that rewards commuters every month for clean, green commutes to and from work. As a Club Ride member, you can win cash and prizes every month. It's a great thing.
Oh, we love winning the awards. We've been carpooling over 11 years now.
We were doing it before it was the thing to do.
I think I'm the better driver.
No, I'm the better driver.
Carpooling was just kind of a natural thing. We could ride to work, we could talk to one another on our way, and saved us time and gas. But that extra prize makes it extra fun.
I was carpooling before it was cool. And before we got the Rockstar parking for carpooling. Club Ride has this really cool website. You go in and you log your trips each week, and it calculates for you how much money you've saved, how much of an impact you've had on the environment in terms of less emissions and so on. So I know for a fact I've saved $300 each year carpooling.
After 20 years of driving in Las Vegas traffic, I think I'd had enough and I was ready for a change. I currently commute by taking the new transit buses. There's a new park and ride in my neighborhood, so I just drive over there and hop on the bus.
I commute with this bad boy right here. My employer not only supports it, she lets me park my bicycle right in my closet at work. I love the Club Ride discount program because I get to use it at Jason's Deli, Cold Stone Creamery, and then I'm even able to use it at my bike shop, Bicycle World. I wish I would have learned about it earlier.
One of the great benefits for employers is the outreach that we do. We set up a table, we give away free t-shirts, we talk to them, we educate them about the program, and then of course the incentives that are available to them. Once employers realize what we do for them, they love it.
Club Ride is extremely successful at Bellagio. We've been a partner with Club Ride since 1999, and currently we have about 1,200 employees enrolled. We provide our employees with reserved parking, bike racks, motorcycle area, as well as pre-tax payroll deduction for the passes.
I think the Club Ride program is very well thought out, very well engineered. Cox is really committed to being a Club Ride partner. We have swipe machines at every entrance where employees can log their commutes. We also have bicycle racks. We have the ability for employees to work compressed work weeks and flexible schedules. And we have pool vehicles that are available for those employees that commute who need a vehicle to use to visit a customer or to go to another office.
Having a strong commute options program is really important to the city of Henderson. Currently, we have over 400 of our employees that are enrolled in the Club Ride program. We have lots of prize winners every month, and I really make a big deal about it. I hand deliver all the prizes. They're just really excited, especially if one of the other employees sees that they're getting this prize. That kind of motivates them and they want to be part of that.
I'm Joan with Cox Communications. I'm proud to be a carpooler, and I think you should be too.
Less traffic and cleaner air, and that's a good thing.
Less traffic, cleaner air. Carpooling is a good thing.
I'm Joey over at the Rio, and I love being a Club Ride member.
I'm Bill with Cox Communications, and we're a proud partner with Club Ride.
Commute options are a good thing. Partner with Club Ride today.
To find out more, visit the Club Ride website.
Or call 228-RIDE or go to your HR office and speak to your transportation coordinator.
That's a wrap. That sounds good. That's a wrap.
Or can I do like Janis Joplin? That's all, folks.
Find a dock in my neighborhood.
The nearest dock is the Port of Long Beach, 284 miles away.
Find a dock. Doc!
Calling Doug.
Finding a family doctor in your neighborhood is as easy as visiting a UMC Primary Care. Locations valley-wide, there's one near you.
Find nearest Thai food.
Typhoons occur in the North Pacific Ocean.
The Clark County Fire Department responds to thousands of calls for help each year. The key to saving lives in any emergency situation is education. That's why the Fire Department teams up with its community partners to host open houses at different fire stations. Our open houses are held on Saturdays every other month. We invite you and your family to visit our fire stations, meet our firefighters who serve you, and learn how to stay safe and healthy. For more information, visit Clark County's website.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, the new James Regional Park will give soccer players a great place to get their kicks. An extensive overhaul and expansion at Winchester will ensure that place remains the best cultural center in all of Clark County. And the construction of a new pedestrian bridge will make life smoother for motorists and walkers on Las Vegas Boulevard. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. 2018 was another banner year for Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department with a number of high-profile openings. The recent ones include a multi-million-dollar renovation of a beloved cultural center and the opening of a massive new soccer park in the Valley Southwest.
Somebody want to count us down?
Commission Chair Steve Sisolak and District F Commissioner Susan Brager led the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the brand-new James Regional Sports Park. The first phase consists of 61 acres with 9 full-size turf soccer fields, and the immense complex will soon become even larger.
I've been on the commission 10 years, and I think we've been planning and waiting for this day to come for the last 10 years. You're currently seeing phase 1 of this project with 9 soccer fields. There will be 7 additional soccer fields built in the next year or two in this park for a total of 16 premier soccer fields, which will be the largest soccer complex in the state of Nevada.
Located adjacent to Sierra Vista High School, the James Regional Park will host regular league play in addition to soccer tournaments all year long. 3 local teams, the Las Vegas Heat, the Downtown Soccer Club, and the Las Vegas Sports Academy, took right to the pitch, firing shots and perfecting passes. Youth soccer is a growing sport in Clark County, and the fast-growing Southwest area is a perfect location for this fantastic facility.
This is a great addition to let these kids play because it's very difficult for parents to drive them around city trying to go to either east side or west side of town for practices. So this is going to be very nice, and also for our events that we bring in a lot of teams from out of state, it's going to bring a lot of revenue to the city, as well as going to improve what we offer to these teams to come to this town.
Highly efficient LED lights will make this a premier facility for nighttime play, and more than 4,000 games are already scheduled or planned for the next year. More than just a place for soccer stars to get their kicks, Clark County's Parks and Rec proudly installed their first ever completely inclusive accessible playground, designed for wheelchair use on the rocker, swings, slide, and splash pad.
One of the unique amenities here is our very first all-inclusive playground structure. So it's family-friendly for all children of all ages.
all abilities, so we're really excited about having that here. We have a new splash pad that's coming in here, and on a day like today when it's really warm, it's going to be a great thing for the kids to take advantage of. Restroom facilities, we're going to have areas for concessions. It's going to be a fantastic place to come.
I always say it's the best cultural center in all of Clark County, and now the Winchester Center is even better, with a brand new multi-million-dollar building addition and an additional name that pays tribute to a legendary trailblazing local woman.
2, 3.
Commissioner June Kiliani and State Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop help open the extensive expansion at Winchester. The celebration was twofold: to showcase the $2.9 million addition and to honor Thalia Dondero by permanently adding her name. This place will now be known as the Winchester Dondero Cultural Center.
Well, Mom was always a huge supporter of the arts and culture, but I think one of the things I was thinking about was when we were kids, you know, everybody came to our house. It's just where everybody hung out after school, and Mom would feed us and we would do things and play basketball and cheerlead or whatever it was, but we were kind of the cultural center for the neighborhood. And I think it's really kind of a cool idea that now the name Dondero is on here, and it's once again a place for the community to come to.
The 4,300 square foot addition includes a new fitness room, an art studio, and other rooms for music and general purpose. The Winchester Dondero has long been the heart and soul center of performing and visual arts in the community. The gallery displays an array of thought-provoking exhibitions featuring the works of local artists throughout the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Winchester Cultural Center's very own Star Catchers.
Performers young and not so young hit the stage in the theater. In addition to acting lessons, the calendar is filled with programs and concerts featuring national and international acts.
Item 56 is to approve the name change of the Winchester Cultural Center to Winchester Dondero Cultural Center.
Thalia Dondero died 2 years ago, and the Board of County Commissioners approved Commissioner June Kiliani's petition to make the name change to honor and recognize the renowned community leader.
Long overdue, recognizing Thalia Dondero, who was the first woman county commissioner in the state of Nevada. I mean, we should be proud. But she also lived just down the street, within a couple of miles. Thalia was all about community and culture and arts and education. So it just seemed more fitting to me to bring to the board, renaming, as we redid this building, the Winchester Dondero Cultural Center.
You are going to talk about the importance of
the improvements at Winchester will continue as the 274-seat theater will be retrofit with new seats, speakers, and lighting. Expect that work to be completed by late next year. The country's largest student-run farmers market was held right here at the Clark County Government Center. It offered a bounty of goodness and an abundance of lessons for local school kids.
So over here we have Alibaba watermelons, and then over here we have serpent melons.
Hundreds of eager students are showing their entrepreneurial sides, selling fruits, vegetables, and herbs grown right at their schools. More than 40 local schools took part in this holiday farmers market, earning cash for their crops.
Our best crop would have to be the basil.
Sixth grader Simone Nolan and her classmates from Monaco Middle School used their green thumbs to combine agriculture and education and to learn and earn.
It was actually very interesting seeing how the habitat itself could affect some of the plants that we had did not grow due to the plants, but we had adjusted our garden that way they could grow. So it was very interesting seeing how badly or how incredibly the environment around herbs, plants, and more could change the littlest things.
The hands-on growing and learning concept took bloom a couple of years ago at a handful of elementary schools as students and volunteers planted seeds and began cultivating school gardens. The students take ownership in planting and producing crops, with the resulting harvest sold throughout the year to parents.
$1. Which one do you think I should take?
And twice a year at farmers markets.
In making
A partnership between the Clark County School District and a local environmental group, Green Our Planet, created the Outdoor Garden Classroom Project.
Green Our Planet works very closely with Clark County School District to identify the areas at a school where we can grow, very well, the vegetables and so on. And then we assign a farmer from Green Our Planet, and that farmer works very closely with the students and with the teachers to grow whatever it is they want to grow. And then we have a coordinator who works with the garden team and teachers to make sure that they're out teaching in the garden and that they don't have any issues. We also bring in bankers from all the banks, and the bankers do financial literacy with the students. And then we have chefs from all across Las Vegas who come in and cook the food with the fourth graders.
Stuffing or different things in it.
Commissioner Brager bagged some fresh veggies, and her pick of the crop became a healthy meal.
Thanks to the kids. One of the carrots are from Decker Elementary School, and I had the privilege of working there many years ago, so it was exciting to stop there. The zucchini is from Vasiliadis, a brand new school. This shows you what they can do, and so this will turn into some nice lasagna noodles, but it's exciting.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick took part in the early growing pains of the community garden program in District B.
And you guys grew it all yourself? Yes.
And one school, Lohman Elementary, is now yielding high-quality food.
Lohman's here today. Theirs is a great story. We started out with their garden, and there was a lot of vandalism. We refused to put up fences, but today their garden is 50 times better than some of the other ones that are out there. They have the biggest produce. They put a lot of tender care in it. And we have about 50 members from the community that come to help the kids harvest it on a regular basis.
Helping the homeless during the holiday season is always a good deed, but there are ways of giving and credible organizations that will ensure that your donations are used wisely.
More than 16,000 people are considered homeless in Las Vegas.
A new public service ad urges us all to donate responsibly and to make a long-term change for those less fortunate. There are many reasons not to give spare change, food, or clothing directly to a homeless person on the street.
It's just a temporary fix. It may get them through the next hour, it may get them through that day, but really what we need to do is get these individuals to those resources. Oftentimes the people you see in the intersections are the most service-resistant individuals, and those are the ones who we work tirelessly to get to the resources so that long-term they can have a place to stay, long-term they can have a place to sleep, and long-term they can be well-fed.
The unintended consequences are many, and people are urged to donate to organizations who work on long-term solutions to help the homeless population.
So every day we work to make strides to make it a little bit easier and get them off the streets. Today we're telling you the best way to do it, because what we want to do is actually ensure that they get services so that moving forward we can keep them off the streets for the long term and get them the proper care and the tools that they need to be successful.
This coordinated effort is spearheaded by Clark County and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and supported by our local agencies and organizations that work day to day to combat homelessness. To learn more how you can ensure your donations are distributed correctly and for volunteer opportunities, visit meaningfulchangelv.com. A pilot program that uses an early detection gunfire system is being extended for another year, giving Metro one more weapon in their crime-fighting arsenal.
This is real gunshots that occurred.
The technology is called ShotSpotter, a gunshot detection system that uses a network of audio sensors that captures the sound and triangulates the location. A ShotSpotter technician then evaluates the sound and determines that if gunfire occurred, they alert police with a shots fired call. ShotSpotter is used by police departments in nearly 100 cities across the country, including Boston, New York, Miami, and San Francisco.
I personally just want to say thank you to Metro for trying something new. I am quite pleased myself with the results. There's been a lot of boots on the ground. We have a new community. Kids are engaged. They're coming out. People are playing in the neighborhood. Our transient rate for the schools in the area has significantly dropped. Our employment is up. Our connectability is amazing. So we couldn't have done that without this first component.
In the first year in our valley, Metro responded to 487 gunshot incidents that were identified by ShotSpotter, and about 2/3 of those calls were unreported to police. Metro does rely on the eyewitness or ear witness accounts of gunfire and always encourages citizens to call 911.
One of the biggest takeaways we brought up in the beginning is we are encouraging citizens to call the police when they hear gunshots. One is we don't have this technology in every area. Two is the technology is designed to fill a gap, but it's not designed to replace the citizen 911 calls. Those are critically important, and as I said earlier, even if you're not sure, then you probably should still call the police so we can address that.
The pilot program was situated in 3 undisclosed east side locations that Metro identified as high crime areas. The technology is designed to help police improve response time when investigating shots fired calls.
So to me, it was about building the community, bringing that confidence and trust back in for our police department, but also making sure that we had our officers treated safely. Now they can go, they don't run into something, they can actually target. And so it doesn't put them as much at risk. I mean, they're always at risk, but not as much. It decreases that part. So to me, that was the 2 benefits that were there.
Metro will continue to use ShotSpotter in 2019 and determine if they will expand its use to more locations in the future. When we come back, I'll tell you about a couple milestones here on Las Vegas Boulevard. A new pedestrian bridge under construction and a 5-year celebration. This is Clark County Chronicles.
Thank you for calling the Jury Services Office.
You haven't really lived until you've had a hand in justice. Serve on a jury. Be sure to respond if you get a jury summons and play a role to ensure that justice is fairly served.
If it wasn't for the Homeless Youth Foundation taking me off the streets, I probably would have lost all hope a long time ago. My mom was a meth addict, and I became homeless at the age of 14. What turned my life around was the foundation. You know, basically showed me how to live your everyday life and try to put that past behind you. I have a lot of goals and dreams and desires. They help show me the way to better your life. I will never take having a roof over my head for granted.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
If you're up to your eyeballs in paper, inhibiting your vision and productivity, you may be suffering from shred head. Clear your desk, clear your head, and clear your clutter. Walk-in shredding is now available. Get organized today with the Opportunity Village Paper Pros, trusted as one of Nevada's largest document destruction companies. Good for your community, good for you. For more information, visit paperproslv.com. That's paperproslv.com.
Constructing neighborhood roads are always significant public works projects, including the construction of this one in a fairly remote part of District B. Public Works crews cleared the final barricades, opening Arnona Road near Shadow Rock Park on the eastern edge of the valley.
You know, today is an exciting day. We're opening Arnona Road.
It was on Halloween, obviously, when a Cat in the Hat-clad Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick took part in the grand opening. This road was built primarily to help mitigate the struggle between noisy commercial truck traffic and peace-seeking nearby residents.
On any given day, you can see 10 to 12 trucks every hour going through the neighborhoods. And so all night long, 24 hours, And for most of the residents, they only have a 5-foot setback from where those trucks are. This actually gives almost a 300-foot setback from the nearest resident.
2 travel lanes and about a mile long, Arnona Road connects Lake Mead Boulevard and Alto Avenue. Working with the City of North Las Vegas and the Bureau of Land Management, this new 2-lane bypass will be a treat for the community who endure the often tricky semi-trucks hauling loads of dirt.
Arnona Road is going to take a lot of truck traffic off the main road, specifically Hollywood, and give us residents who try to lead a normal life in our bedroom community out here some respite. Trucks are very noisy. They do travel 24 hours, one of the reasons being Project Neon, so there's a lot of traffic here. Hundreds of gravel trucks, singles and doubles, travel by our homes every single day. So this bypass road is really going to give us some relief.
Celebrating 5 years of luxurious lodging and dining, the Nobu Caesars Palace is looking to the future to expand their brand across the globe.
Do hereby honor and officially recognize Nobu Day on the Las Vegas Strip and throughout Clark County.
Commission Chair Steve Sisolak presented a proclamation and a key to the Strip to an Oscar-winning actor and an award-winning chef for their historic milestone in the hotel industry. Since opening the flagship Nobu Hotel Caesars Palace 5 years ago, the Nobu empire has expanded from Las Vegas Boulevard and continues to grow.
I'm very much proud because the Nobu Hotel is my name, and the finally is over 5 years now. I'm so much proud to the works first Nobu Hotels open with the Caesars Palace. Thanks for the Gary and thanks for Mark, and still to keep continue to success. And we have the great teams. All that.
Chef Nobu Matsuhisha and the legendary Robert De Niro are 2 of the partners in the chef's namesake hotel, located inside Caesars Palace. The ultra-chic Nobu Hotel features 183 rooms and suites, and of course, a restaurant with all of the delicious fare made famous by Nobu. The Nobu Villa Terrace offers a panoramic view of the glitz and neon.
It's been a good relationship and partnership. It's great. I'm very happy that we've gotten as far as we have and are doing so well. And thank you, everyone, and onward and upward. Thank you.
As another community suffered the senseless loss of lives in a mass shooting horror, Clark County and the Vegas Strong Resiliency Center sent love and support to the people of Thousand Oaks, California. Commissioners Weekly and Brager were among the people who signed a banner in support of the Thousand Oaks community after violence ripped through the Borderline Bar and Grill on November 7th. 12 people were shot dead when a deranged gunman entered the country and western bar with multiple weapons. The parallels between this latest carnage and our 1 October tragedy are not lost on Commissioner Brager, and she hopes our unwanted experience can aid in the healing process in California.
I think because of what happened to us, October a year ago, it's very fresh. And every time something happens, we don't want it to be a normal situation. We want these to be never. We want this to never happen again. And so let's bind together and do what we can to make this stop. It's going to be an important factor within our society. I have 19 grandchildren. I want them to feel safe in our world, and I want other people to feel safe in our world. It's very important.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at clarkcountynv.gov. Happy holidays on behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, and we'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, poop already. You're making me nervous.
I was born here in Las Vegas in 1913.
Born in Las Vegas in 1936.
August 1931.
October 1953.
Born here on February 22nd.
I've been here since the first day of 1950.
Came to Las Vegas in 1949.
I came to Las Vegas in 1953.
October 3rd, 1949.
1952 September.
I moved here in 1955.
Came to Las Vegas in 1943.
In 1961.
I was born here in Clark County before Las Vegas.
The mob never ran anything 100% here. There were sure mobs here, but they didn't run the town by any stretch of the imagination.
Senator Kefauver, who was closing the illegal gamblings all over the United States, in Kentucky, in Florida, in Arkansas, and so on. And those professional gamblers had only one place to come.
They were running a legal operation in Las Vegas. Where they came from, whether it was Cleveland or Detroit or New York or Chicago or wherever, it was illegal there, but it was legal here.
It was run by gamblers that were straight shooters.
They took care of the city where the gambling occurred because it was in their interest to do so.
One of the things they wanted to do was to make sure everybody knew that they cared about the community.
They did not wish to draw attention to themselves in the sense of they were disobeying the law or running amok.
And here they were operating a legitimate business, and they appreciated that. Most of them, not everyone, most of them.
Hughes was a very unique person.
Howard Hughes never paid for anything. He never paid for anything at all. The guy came around behind him and paid for him.
First time he came in, he called us from Los Angeles and told us he was coming in. We had no runway lights or anything like that. It's all dirt strips. And so he said, now, if I come in late and it's dark, I've got to have some lights to land with. So we said, well, we'll get automobiles and line them up on each side of the runway and turn the headlights on. And that's what we did.
His stature gave him away, and his tennis shoes gave him away. He wore tennis shoes all the time. It's true.
I'd like them to know what a nice person he was. The mental picture I have of him is him coming in that low-wing monoplane and crawling up out of the top of the cockpit with a pair of white tennis shoes in his hands. So he flew in his stocking feet.
I thought a great deal of him. He was a genius. I think a lot of people didn't understand him.
Howard Hughes did make a fortune in Nevada, but he did it through real estate, not from actually running casinos.
And then he bought the Desert Inn because they wanted to get him out for New Year's Eve or something, and he didn't want to move, so he bought the hotel. And then I heard that the reason he bought the Silver Slipper was that the lights were in his eyes.
We turned it on, and the next day, Mr. Mayhew called us and said that Mr. Hughes wanted to buy the Frontier Hotel because the sign was disturbing him up on his penthouse suite. He bought the Frontier, he bought the Desert Inn, he bought the Sands, he bought the Landmark, he bought the Castaways, and he started to buy the Stardust. And that's when they stopped him.
Howard Hughes never contributed anything to the growth of Las Vegas while he was alive. He bought joints, but the same old guys ran them.
And I was never sure if it was a rumor started by law enforcement or what, that he was arriving to buy out the mob. If that's the case, he didn't do a very good job of that. I mean, he bought out some long-time hotel owners, but there were a lot of people left, including Tony Spilatro, who were on the front scene of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors. Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit GoMountCharleston.com for news and information or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Ma'am, driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride can help you find people to carpool with. Visit their site at rtcsnv.com.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to this next trick. Hard hat. Check. Tank. Check. Building permit. Uh-oh. Never fear, Magic fans. They're in here somewhere. Voila! But don't try this at home. There's no secret to building permits. Even I need them.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County. Get it?
Hello and welcome to Flight Path. I'm Chris Jones, Chief Marketing Officer at McCarran International Airport. From its beginnings as a small airport to one of the nation's busiest today, McCarran has grown into a vital part of the Las Vegas community. This year, the Department of Aviation proudly celebrates McCarran's evolution as it approaches a new milestone, its 70th anniversary. Here's a look back at where we've been and where we're going, with some stories from some of the people who've been here for parts of the journey.
McCarran Field was dedicated December 19, 1948. The site, a privately run airfield from 1943 until 1948, was newly named for Senator Pat McCarran, an aviation advocate who sponsored numerous laws concerning the early commercial aviation industry. When McCarran Field was transferred to county ownership, it served 4 airlines, Bonanza, Western, United, and TWA, and averaged just 12 flights a day. In the 1950s, Las Vegas hadn't yet grown up around the airport. By 1959, the number of daily flights at McCarran had increased to 73, with an average of 2,629 passengers a day.
In the 1950s, the community is growing, the Strip is growing, the airport planners are looking at, can we grow on the Las Vegas side, or are we going to jump the field? And so they decide they are going to jump the field, build on Paradise Road. It was interesting, the media here thinks this is a terrible idea. It's called a white elephant basking in the desert sun. And yet, within just a couple of years, we have to already start planning again for the future.
With passenger numbers on the rise, the 1960s saw the opening of a new terminal. In 1963, daily flights increased to 128, with nearly 49,000 passengers a day. By 1968, annual passenger volume grew to 3.5 million. And while scheduled international flights wouldn't become a major part of operations for several years, the airport's name was officially changed to McCarran International Airport.
We pride ourselves on being an international airport, again, because we want the world to come here. And what we've learned is the world does want to come here.
In the early 1970s, construction began on the A and B gates to accommodate increased traffic. 1972 saw McCarran as the 22nd busiest airport in the U.S., with 4.6 million annual passengers. It was a time before the age of personal private jets, when everyone who flew to and from Las Vegas could be seen at McCarran, even celebrities.
Because nobody had the private jets. That was not a big deal. I remember Lonnie Anderson coming in. She had
sunglasses on, trying to disguise herself. And it was just a day back then, when there's Tom Selleck, hey, there's Burt Reynolds.
In 1978, the Clark County Board of Commissioners adopted the ambitious McCarran 2000 expansion plan. Among other things, the plan called for construction of new gates and a parking garage, as well as expanded baggage claim facilities. Over the years, the airport has been home to a variety of shops, restaurants, and bars.
They had a cafeteria. They had a small bar. Later on, they changed that to Cheers Bar, and they had these dummies sitting there that looked just exactly like that guy Norm. And everybody thought that was real people sitting there.
By 1982, annual passenger volume was more than 9.4 million. As McCarran raced to keep up, work on expansion projects and airport amenities continued.
But as a kid, we used to drive out to park at the end of what isn't Eastern, because the airport didn't go that far out. Whatever road was shorter than that, and we used to park at the end of the fence and watch the airplanes land. That was pretty cool. Lots of people did that. So when we constructed the southernmost runway, we put that viewing area in over on Sunset, and the only mistake we made was not making it bigger, because it is really popular.
In 1987, the McCarran 2000 expansion was complete, and the airport's commitment to the future of the community was apparent. The $300 million project quadrupled the size of the original terminal and added the Seagate satellite concourse. With traffic increasing at McCarran, the county purchased a general aviation airport in North Las Vegas. It would eventually become the second busiest airport in Nevada. In the 90s, a new decade and consistent growth in the number of travelers using the airport meant it was time for another terminal. The Charter International Terminal, later called Terminal 2, opened in 1991. By 1996, McCarran was North America's 10th busiest airport.
Now we have the Vision 2020, which will guide us to what we're going to do for the next 20 years.
It's funny because I recall when working at the airport, there was this McCarran 2020 plan, and that was actually the capital plan and what McCarran would look like in 2020. And here we are today in 2018. And some of the other things that are interesting is, we always talked about the McCarran mauve. That was the color of at the time. Our uniforms were McCarran mauve.
As the 90s drew to a close, Las Vegas continued to draw tens of millions of visitors each year, and the airport evolved along with the community with yet another addition, the D Concourse.
To see it being built, each leg, it was just every time we watched it, we said, here's another piece of history. To see the land before it was a structure, and to see the changes over the years and the technology, and it was just amazing.
The new millennium brought challenges, but the team at McCarran faced them head-on. The terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001 devastated the nation and temporarily halted air travel.
It was a game changer. It changed our airport environment forever. I was actually in Montreal at an annual airport conference. We were all stranded. We couldn't get out of Montreal. So Rosemary was back here with the staff, taking care of what needed to be taken care of. I'm proud to say that she and her team were the first airport in the United States to get recertified to open back up. They did a fantastic job.
Security concerns changed the way people traveled, resulting in the creation of the TSA and new methods of passenger screening. With all the changes, McCarran remained committed to top-notch customer service. Through technology and innovation, in 2003, McCarran became the first U.S. airport to install speed check kiosks, allowing customers to print a boarding pass from multiple locations throughout the airport. In 2005, with nearly 44.3 million travelers passing through, the northeast wing of the D Concourse was completed, adding 11 new gates. Also in 2005, McCarran debuted the largest free airport Wi-Fi system in the U.S.
Wireless was something that our passengers were then, more than a decade ago, and are still very, very excited about. And we really led the world in helping to establish the common use kiosk, and that means that any airline can use any ticket counter or any gate position, and all to the benefit ultimately of our customers.
2007 was a record year with 47.7 million arriving and departing passengers. In April 2007, McCarran's Consolidated Rent-A-Car Center opened.
The key thing that has happened in the time that I've been here has to do with consolidation. And my best memory of the airport has to do with just the opportunities. This is probably my 8th position since I started in the beginning, and I was a temp when I first started. So the thing that gets me excited is the fact that I know that the airport rewards effort.
In 2008, To keep up with increasing passenger numbers, the airport debuted the C Annex security checkpoint and the northwest wing of the D concourse.
1, 2, 3.
Looking forward, never back, McCarran saw the future of this community. In 2012, Terminal 3 opened with 14 gates.
Yokoso, Las Vegas.
2017, an underground tunnel connecting the D gates to T3's Customs Hall allowed for twice as many international gates. Recent improvements in Terminal 1 ticketing and baggage claim demonstrate the continued commitment to the future of this airport and this community.
We are truly the gateway to Las Vegas. The airport has grown a lot. I started in '91, and so Terminal 3 was really probably that defining moment for me that, wow, we're really getting big. You know?
McCarran's transformation continues. Its growth and success over the last 70 years wouldn't have been possible without committed employees, bold decision makers, and a unique destination designed to entice travelers to return year after year.
The airport here in Las Vegas is part of the community. We're part of that economic engine. We can make a difference.
As the gateway to Southern Nevada, McCarran will continue its commitment to passengers, employees, and the community, all while constantly evolving to remain a world-class transportation hub.
Being prepared for an airport emergency takes practice and planning. The team at McCarran trains year-round, so they're ready for any situation. Every 3 years, all those involved in airport safety come together for a full-scale emergency exercise. Here's a look at the most recent drill and how it will benefit the well-being of the airport and its travelers.
Personnel ready at the standby position to bring on units from all sites.
The Federal Aviation Administration requires all U.S. airports to maintain an emergency plan in order to keep their certification. Part of that plan involves emergency response personnel's participation in a full-scale exercise once every 3 years. A mock disaster was created to test the airport's preparedness. Blaring sirens, billowing smoke, and dozens of dazed and wounded people scattered along the airfield, creating a sense of realism. A key element of the drill, known as the triennial exercise, was the need for advanced planning and community-wide participation. Police, fire, paramedics, and other emergency response agencies took part in the exercise.
We do this because it gives us an opportunity to explore how we interact with other agencies outside of the airport. This way, in the event that such an occurrence would occur, we can utilize everyone with multiple communications and equipment.
Nearly 120 airmen from Nellis Air Force Base served as volunteer victims in the exercise. An elaborate makeup process replicated injuries that would likely be seen in an actual aircraft emergency. During the drill, medical responders triaged the patients, determining what level of care was needed before directing the injured to the appropriate medical facility.
This is a full-scale exercise, and we do that because it gives realism and continuity to how the operations would feel in a high-stress environment, where all the players are working in a concerted effort and not just doing a tabletop exercise.
The exercise featured a scenario that limited participants' advanced knowledge of what unfolded around them, a technique meant to improve their abilities to react quickly and correctly under duress. Key personnel from participating agencies watched and responded to the incident from within the airport's Emergency Operations Center as they gathered pertinent information.
An exercise like today's, you go through the exercise, you get the value of the exercise, and then after that you'll see individual conversations going, okay, so you do this, we do that, and it's very valuable.
McCarran staged the full-scale simulation at a location near the ramp area, far enough removed to minimize the impact on normal airport operations. As a result of months of planning and preparation, combined with this realistic practice, McCarran and the agencies that support it are better prepared should there be a real emergency.
McCarran is self-supporting and does not receive taxpayer money. Instead, the airport is funded by various revenue sources, including many outside of the airlines. Here's a look at advertising as a revenue source and some of the unique ways advertisers reach potential customers.
On a typical day, more than 130,000 travelers pass through McCarran, making the airport a great spot for advertisers to reach a broad sampling of both domestic and international customers.
To capitalize on this ever-changing audience, airport advertising companies use innovative methods to attract attention to their clients' products and services.
Ads can easily be seen around McCarran on large video walls, small digital displays, and even the parking garage. Virtually any part of the airport, from baggage claim to taxi queues to buses and trams, can be an advertiser's canvas for reaching a large audience. The revenues generated by advertising help offset the fees the Department of Aviation charges its airline partners, a coordinated effort that's a key factor to the success of the local tourism industry.
One of the major components of non-airline revenue is advertising. We've worked really hard with our advertising company to maximize that revenue, which helps us keep the costs low to the air carriers and helps make it more affordable to come to Las Vegas as a destination.
In a first for McCarran, airport advertisers have wrapped the interior of 4 automated trams with floor-to-ceiling ads. Each car interior was covered with 660 square feet of material that required 8 hours to install, with each piece of high-resolution wrap pre-cut by a custom machine. In Terminal 1, many passengers arrive and head straight to baggage claim. With its high ceilings and ample wall space, the area is ideal for displaying ads.
Currently, we're working with our airport advertiser to replace all the backlit signs with new digital signs. This allows us to replace the advertisement or put multiple advertisements on one sign.
In the coming months, newer Nano Lumens LED displays will allow ad content to change every few seconds or for clients to buy out an entire space for integrated and dynamic messaging that could cover all of baggage claim for a few seconds or longer based on the client's preferences and budget.
Another opportunity for advertising is the Rent-A-Car Center. So we have a lot of people come here that rent a car while they're on their trip, and it's a nice audience to capture, and it's a nice market that we can focus advertising towards.
Airport advertising companies are using technology to reach customers going to McCarran's Rent-A-Car Center, placing digital monitors within the buses that serve the center. With more than 7 million passengers using the bus system every year, the ads are certain to find a large audience.
With unique and innovative methods of attracting travelers' attention, advertisers will continue to be a valuable revenue source for McCarran.
For individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities, airports pose unique challenges. Here's a look at a program aimed at making travel a little easier for those individuals and their families.
For the second year in a row, the team at McCarran partnered with Allegiant Airlines and Families for Effective Autism Treatment to host a Wings for Autism event.
Hi, how are you?
An airport practice run specially designed for people on the autism spectrum and their travel companions. By rehearsing for a flight ahead of time, families can prepare for the real thing, making sure future vacations go smoothly. Autistic children sometimes have trouble adjusting to new situations. Through Wings for Autism, they gain exposure to the unfamiliar, the hustle and bustle of a busy travel hub. At the same time, families and caregivers can see how they react to a variety of airport situations.
This just gives them the practice to hopefully we're being proactive so they can have a successful trip later on. So a lot of stimuli, a lot of lights, noises, sounds, things like that can be hard for a lot of our kids.
Wings for Autism offers a unique opportunity to practice entering the airport, checking in, getting boarding passes,
Good morning. Thank you.
going through security, and boarding a plane.
At this time, we would like to welcome you to board. Hi, welcome.
Once on the plane, children learn about the various sights and sounds they might encounter while in flight.
So being able to show him and practice it so that he can see what it's going to be like and that it's actually okay is the most important part.
This is helping us prepare for the opportunity to get on a plane and see how she's going to do and see what we need to do as a family.
Wings for Autism also gives airport employees a valuable opportunity to observe, interact, and deliver their services in a structured educational environment.
This program kind of allows, TSA and airline staff and airports to, talk with families, learn more about people with intellectual disabilities, and, better ways to support them in air travel.
Aviation professionals learn to anticipate their customers' needs and offer a better overall travel experience.
It's not only a great program for families that have kids that are on the scale that need that experience to get familiar with travel, but it's great for the airport employees, for the TSA, for our crew members to get to learn patience and how to interact with different families and different types of people that they might encounter while traveling.
In addition to the Wings for Autism event, the airport is working with Magnus Mode to offer a customized mobile app that helps people with autism and other special needs navigate the airport. By providing a safe environment in which to learn how to navigate the airport, Wings for Autism can alleviate some of the stress families affected by autism might experience when traveling by air.
Drones have become popular both for recreational and commercial purposes. The Federal Aviation Administration has rules and regulations for the use of these aircraft and for their operators. Here are some of the do's and don'ts that apply to drones.
An unmanned aircraft system, or drone, is an aircraft without a pilot on board.
Instead, the drone is controlled by an operator on the ground. Drones can be small, relatively inexpensive, and readily purchased online and at many stores. Because these aircraft have the capability to fly almost anywhere, special rules and regulations have been put in place by the Federal Aviation Administration to protect public safety.
If you have a drone that weighs between 9 ounces and 55 pounds, you are required by the FAA to register your drone. So the FAA has a website. It's a great website for people to get all kinds of information about where to fly legally, how to get a license, how to register your drone. If you're going to be using your drone for commercial purposes, you are required to get a Part 107 certificate.
Since the FAA's rules for use of small drones went into effect in 2016, more than 100,000 people have obtained remote pilot certificates to fly drones for non-recreational purposes. The majority of drone pilots get certified by studying online materials and then passing an initial aeronautical knowledge test at an FAA-approved knowledge testing center. The certificate is valid for 2 years, after which time it must be renewed.
So the person has to understand there's more to just flying this thing and having fun. There's liability, and that's really what they have to understand. They are dealing with aircraft that operates in the national airspace. You have to follow the rules, so it's a pathway of education.
McCarran International, North Las Vegas, and Henderson Executive Airports are operated by the Department of Aviation and fall within the managed airspace of the Federal Aviation Administration. Without specific authorization from the FAA, drones are not allowed in areas around airports.
One really important message that the FAA wants to get across is drones and airports don't mix. And it's very important that if you are going to fly a UAS in Las Vegas Class Bravo airspace, make sure you educate yourself and make sure you have all the correct information before you go out and fly.
Anyone operating a drone is responsible for flying within FAA guidelines and regulations. That means knowing, before takeoff, where it is and where it is not safe to fly. For information on registering a drone, airspace restrictions, and where and how to fly, visit the FAA's website at www.faa.gov/UAS.
To reach out to our growing number of Hispanic customers, each episode of Flight Path features a segment in Spanish with English subtitles. Here's Gabriela Muro to tell us more about some of the airline lounges that offer select passengers comforts beyond what's available in the airport terminal.
Para los viajeros frecuentes, los salones del aeropuerto ofrecen un escape de ambiente ajetreado del aeropuerto, con cómodos asientos, buena comida y televisores de pantalla grande. Los salones son un buen lugar para descansar y relajarse antes o después de un vuelo. Cuando usted quiere cumplir con un poco de trabajo o ponerse al día con los correos electrónicos, nuestros salones proporcionan Wi-Fi de alta velocidad gratis y los escritorios con fuentes de alimentación permiten a los clientes utilizar y cargar sus portátiles y otros dispositivos electrónicos.
En el aeropuerto McCarran hay 4 lugares que proporcionan a los viajeros un lugar tranquilo para relajarse, descansar, comer o trabajar.
En el vestíbulo D, el Salón Centurion está disponible exclusivamente para los miembros de la tarjeta American Express. Los servicios incluyen comida gourmet, cócteles especiales, listas de vinos disponibles y espacios para trabajar.
You know, it provides people a little bit of privacy and a little getaway from the crowds that frequent every airport. So it's just nice to be able to escape it a little bit.
También en el vestíbulo D está el Club United, que atiende a los pasajeros que viajan en la aerolínea United o en una de sus aerolíneas compañeras. Los miembros pueden relajarse y recargarse en el tranquilo escondite mientras disfrutan del bar gratuito, aperitivos ligeros, conexión Wi-Fi gratuita y mucho más.
Here I could have a little oasis, I could be away from everything. It's great. I could enjoy a drink at the bar, I could enjoy some food.
Si usted no viaja lo suficiente como para justificar el pago de una membresía anual al salón, el Club LAS proporciona acceso para todos los pasajeros con la compra de un pasaje de un día en la recepción. También puede obtener acceso con una tarjeta de Priority Pass. 2 ubicaciones convenientes, una en el vestíbulo D y una en las puertas de embarque E en el Terminal 3. Ofrecen todas las comodidades para que cualquier viajero se sienta como un VIP.
There's actually a shower in the back, which is kind of cool, and I can print my boarding pass.
So it's really, really nice.
Así que la próxima vez que viaje al aeropuerto McCarran, si busca paz y tranquilidad, asistencia personal o un lugar privado para hacer algo de trabajo, piense en visitarnos en uno de estos salones del aeropuerto.
Para obtener más información sobre los servicios y comodidades que se ofrecen en cada ubicación, visite mccarran.com/salones.
For health-conscious travelers, finding good food on the go can be challenging. Master Airport restaurateur HMS Host rises to the challenge by offering a wide variety of meals and snacks to meet a variety of dietary needs and preferences.
Airports are places where customers have an array of food choices, from grab-and-go meals and snacks to sit-down restaurants. McCarran has a diverse assortment travelers can choose from.
For customers who have food allergies or those who simply prefer to stick to a specific diet, airport restaurants offer vegan, vegetarian, and gluten-free options.
HMS Host is really engaging with our customer, and our customer are health-focused. They're really looking for those options.
Customers looking for lighter fare while traveling can visit the PGA Tour Grill, where menu items include the Greek salad, grilled salmon, and a turkey burger. The restaurant also features the popular Power Salad with quinoa, tomato, roasted peppers, garbanzo beans, arugula, avocado, and fresh herbs. To give health-conscious travelers more ways to fuel their journeys, HMS Host recently introduced a new array of meals, snacks, and beverages.
We have developed with several nutritionists is paleo boxes and lunch boxes and protein boxes. They're all under 500 calories, no high fructose corn syrup, no added sweeteners. It's really that experience to be able to go into an airport and eat healthy.
The new Eat Well, Travel Further items are available at Fresh Attractions kiosks. There are food and beverages based on popular wellness trends such as organic probiotic beverages, wholesome snacks like kale chips, roasted chickpeas, and organic dried fruit. Vegan and vegetarian diners can visit Payway, where the menu includes edamame, vegetable spring rolls, vegetarian fried rice, and vegetarian lo mein noodles. For travelers who are craving a burger but still want to eat meat-free, PGA Tour Grill, Sammy's Beach Bar and Grill, Jose Cuervo Tequileria, Las Vegas Chop House, and Burke in the Box offer the Impossible Burger.
For those passengers who are looking for a vegan option, it's a great option to try. It tastes amazing, and it's really a revolutionary product.
For passengers with gluten sensitivities, California Pizza Kitchen and Wolfgang Puck in the D-Gates offers gluten-free pizzas. And gluten-free snacks and salads are available at restaurants throughout the airport.
For more information, visit our website, mccarran.com, for all the available dining options at McCarran.
Las Vegas is one of the top destinations in the world, attracting millions of tourists each year. As a gateway to Southern Nevada, McCarran's goal is to make each visitor feel like a VIP. With the help of a program organized by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, a dedicated group of volunteers at the airport are at your service.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, looking for Delta Airlines.
14 or 16 all the way down.
Oh, 14, 16, thank you.
The Metro Volunteer Program began in 1996 when local leaders saw a need for a volunteer force to enhance the police department's service for the growing community. This unique volunteer workforce serves residents and visitors alike. Dedicated airport volunteers known as Viva Volunteers work exclusively at McCarran. These ambassadors provide a valuable service to passengers. The friendly volunteers are easily spotted in bright yellow shirts around ticketing, baggage claim, and other high-traffic areas.
When I retired about 8 years ago, I was looking for something else to do, and I knew a couple of guys that were part of the program, and they were telling me about it, and I thought, wow, what a cool thing to do. It's just still a way for me to give back to my community, not only representing locals, but also our visitors.
McCarran's volunteers must pass a background check and attend multiple training sessions. Some classes cover police operations, while others are specific to volunteering at McCarran. The airport-specific classes give an overview of common questions from travelers and train volunteers to give much appreciated guidance around this busy travel hub.
Many of our volunteers are travelers, so they know the experiences that people have when they go to different countries or to different airports that they're not familiar with. So they've been there and they want to be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
More than 90 volunteers work a variety of shifts at the airport. They make calls if customers need medical assistance, give directions, and reunite passengers if someone gets lost. The team also serves as additional eyes and ears for the Metro Police Airport Bureau.
I'm retired, so it gets me out of the house. I get a chance to help anywhere between 100, 150 people a day, answering questions, giving directions, things such as that. And then it helps Metro and it helps give back a little to the community.
21, it's right down there.
Verbal communication and problem-solving skills are important qualities of the job. The Viva volunteers are required to serve a minimum of 8 hours per month, but several give more time simply because they enjoy the bustling airport environment. But most say they just love helping people.
I met this family. They were refugees. I don't remember what country. Their English wasn't real good, but they came up to me. They were trying to find their sponsor. Their first time in the airport, first time in the United States. As it turned out, their sponsor was just at the other end of the terminal. But I was able to put them together, and it felt really, really good. You know, it's for reasons like that I'm here.
From locating luggage to locating people and giving directions, this volunteer workforce draws on a rich heritage of unique skills to help people, and it's why this dedicated team of Viva volunteers are at your service.
Now you're ready to pack your bags and fly the sky, so have a great trip. Remember to check us out on Facebook and follow us on Twitter, and use all the resources of our website, McCarran.com. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Southern Nevada's cherished holiday tradition is back. Now bigger and brighter with the all-new Illumination Experience Lighting Spectacular with new rides and carnival games. Enjoy the Magical Forest nightly at 5:30 p.m. through December 31st. Visit magicalforest.com.
Clark County, Nevada, a dynamic and vibrant community where we live, work, and play. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
This is where fun happens. Heritage Street is the location for a very special annual holiday event at the Clark County Museum. Stephen Murray is Vogue's special guest in this month's Poetry Spotlight. And the Ninja Warrior Kids invade the Desert Breeze Gymnasium. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
Where Fun Happens!
Hi, my name is Russell Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different health and fitness programs, and today we're here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located in the west part of the valley, focusing on senior low-impact aerobics.
8, 9, 10, more! 1.
Now, what's great about this class is quite a few things. Number one, it's a great way to stay in shape. Number two, it doesn't matter if you've been working out for a day or 2 days or even a month or 50 years. If you've been working, it doesn't matter. This class is great for all ability levels. What's also terrific about this class is you don't have to feel intimidated by having to get on the floor and do any mat work or anything like that, especially for those who are going through an injury or just starting out their workout regimen. This class is great for all ability levels because you have a chair to help you, whether you need to sit and modify and do certain workouts or perhaps even stand up and use a chair for balance.
1, swing, 2.
Anna Bitterman, she's one of our best fitness instructors here at Desert Breeze Community Center, leads this class every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
5 days a week we come to work out with Anna, and I love it here because of the atmosphere, the people, and of course I love Anna. She's the best. It's actually working. It's working. I've lost about 15 pounds with Anna, and she's toned me up and giving me some confidence. And when people see me, they're like, "You lost so much weight." That's all everybody says.
8, 9, 10, more.
This class is $54 for a 6-week session. This class goes every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Well, I think it's good to maintain your personal health because it's for everyone to do that. Because sometimes people don't maintain their personal health. They get really sick and down, and I try to do the best I can. Well, I like the instructor. She's very kind. I love her. She's very nice. And the friends here, you know, they're very nice. Everybody's really, really nice here, and I love it. And I would not go no place else but here. And then what we learn, it's really nice. We won't forget.
The Desert Breeze Community Center is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. And our telephone number is 702-455-8334. For more information on all of our different parks and recreation facilities, please check us out at our website at www.clarkcountynv.gov/parks. And our main hotline number is 702-455-8200. We hope to see you at one of our many parks and recreation locations really soon.
Hi, my name is Vogue Robinson. I am your Clark County Poet Laureate, and I'm here today with Stephen Murray, who is the author of The Chapel of Eternal Love. Stephen, can you tell us a little bit about your book?
Sure. Thank you first for having me on your show, Vogue. And yes, The Chapel of Eternal Love is a series of short stories about a fictional Las Vegas wedding chapel. And the reader gets to spend an entire day at the wedding chapel with all the couples that come and go. And we learn how we've become to be the marriage capital of the world.
That's exciting.
Mm-hmm. It's fun.
So, I would love to have you read a little bit of it. Would you do that for us today?
Sure.
Sweet.
The background of the chapter that I've chosen is the lady is a widow. Her husband was a hotel magnate, and she's inherited all these hotels all over the world, but she's obviously a little bit lonely now. So Prue always enjoyed playing baccarat when she was in Las Vegas. Often when she was feeling particularly lonely, she would signal downstairs to the casino, leave her penthouse suite, and head for the baccarat room, where a seat was always reserved should she decide to participate at a moment's notice, which was often. Without asking, her favorite cocktail, a Cosmopolitan, was always brought to her spot at the table. One evening she was barely seated when she looked across the table and observed a young man, the epitome of a Giorgio Armani model. Chad was impeccably dressed, with well-manicured hands and a suave, rugged masculinity. He had her favorite combination of dark hair and penetrating blue eyes. As he held her gaze, she was embarrassed by her heartbeat, and tried in vain to ignore the man, who was clearly several years her junior. She endeavored to concentrate on her card game, but felt his focused eyes undressing her from afar. She casually glanced at him and sensed how much he wanted her. She was surprisingly excited, flattered by his obvious attention. He flirted seductively, raising his glass to her whenever she won. She noticed how much he was losing at the table, and admired the nonchalant manner in which he seemed to handle his losses. To lose so graciously exuded class. She had never seen Chad at her hotel before, and her intuition and radar dictated she run a routine background check. The next day, Prue was disappointed, and yet somewhat not surprised with a report from her detective. Chad was very well known among many casinos as a very heavy gambler, whose debts had been covered over the years by a variety of extremely wealthy widows. A knife struck in her heart. He was the sole person with whom she had an ounce of interest since the loss of her husband, and she discovered that he was nothing more than a common gigolo, a man who earned his living off the misery of women. She thanked her loyal detective for his fast work. And then there's more in the story.
Nice. I didn't expect that part. So, like, different people describe a gigolo different ways. Like, that was pretty biting, a biting description. So if someone wants to pick up a copy of your book, where can they find it?
They can visit my website, www.thechapelofeternallove.com. It's also available in the libraries, at all 3 Barnes & Nobles, and several of the Hallmark stores throughout Las Vegas.
It's phenomenal. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your work with us.
Thank you very much for having me on the show, Vogue. It's been a real pleasure being with you.
Cool. And if you want more information about poetry in the Valley or learning more about local writers, you can always go to poetrypromise.org. Thank you.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the Cultural Program Supervisor here at Winchester Center, and we would like to invite you to come. We have a lot of classes and programs. On Saturdays, we have the drum classes, Ignite, and we have drawing. We have dance classes, so there's a lot to do. And before we close the theater, because the theater is going into renovation in January, I want you to come to the special events we have prepared for November and December. On November 18, on Sunday, Maestro Oscar Carrecia will be performing romantic pieces of the classical period, classical music. On Thursday, November 29, at 7 p.m., we have a very special program prepared for you. It will be an Indigenous talent show led by Fan Douglas. During that event, we will have a cultural showcase of intertribal talent from traditional and contemporary performance arts. Also, we will have a few Native American vendors here, so you have a chance to see some of the great art that they bring to Winchester Cultural Center.
Hello, Susie Martinez here from Winchester Cultural Center, and we are happy to invite you to some of our senior events and happenings. One of them will be, if you want some stress relief and relax, come and join us with Dr. Wendy for a little meditation and movement. If you're interested in doing some arts and crafts, on December 7th, we'll have some wreath making. If you want to come and play some cards with us and do a little movement with We on Wednesdays from 10:30 till 12:30, come and join us to play some cards and We. We also have a Cafe Common Ground workshop, which I'll be teaching, and it will be focused on collage and bringing your treasures, putting your treasures inside a sacred secret box. Our final event for December will be going to Cowboy Christmas. Yahoo! So come and join us on December 13th from 10 to 2 p.m. So we look forward to having you over here at Winchester Cultural Center. Stop by and say hola, hello.
Hi, I'm Colleen Duffy here at Winchester Cultural Center with Clark County Parks and Recreation, and I'd like to tell you about a couple of our upcoming events for this December. First off, December 8th at 7 p.m., we have the fabulous Romana Vieira joining us. Romana Vieira is going to be presenting Portuguese Fado music. Her performance is at 7 p.m. and tickets, as usual, are $12 in advance and $14 at the door on the day of the concert. On December 14th, we have our very own in-house Star Catchers, and that is our youth dance company. They're going to be performing their annual showcase of December Flights of Fancy. So please join us, and that performance is at 6 p.m. here at Winchester Cultural Center, and tickets are $8 for that event. I'd also like to welcome you to come to Winchester to check out our new expansion that we recently unveiled. If you didn't get a chance to join us then, please give us a call or come on down to check out our new rooms. We have a brand new music room, a multi-purpose room that's great for meetings or events. We also have a brand new art room with our new art tables that just came in, so those are great to check out. We'll be having many more art classes that we'll be adding to our roster, from drawing and painting to ceramics. So please keep in touch and stay tuned for that. Our other brand new room is a big fitness room with a suspended dance floor. and that we use for our new dance classes. We practice rehearsals. Our Headliners in-house theater company has improv classes and theater classes in there, and we also have Zumba. So again, call us at 455-7340 for more information. We'd love to see you come down here and join us.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center. Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Hi, I'm Steve Carmichael, Senior Administrator for the Clark County Shooting Complex. I got a program I want to remind you folks of. It's this Annie Oakley Ladies Shooting Program. This is one of the best programs that we've had over the last 18 months. Over 2,000 women have learned how to shoot handguns in this program, absolutely complimentary. There's no fees for this program. It's Tuesday night at 6:30 at our Rifle Pistol Center. For more information, you can go on our website and pull this entire flyer up, and it'll tell you all about it, but a great program. For those of you other than that might like to learn to shoot, we've got our Learn to Shoot training programs on Friday mornings. We offer that in handgun shooting, we offer it in trap shooting, we offer it for archery, all minimally priced. So check that out. You can call the Shotgun Center, make a reservation for a 1-hour period for the shotgun portion, that'd be your trap shooting or your archery, or call the Rifle Pistol Range direct to do the handgun shooting. Also want to tell you about a new program coming up November 17th. It's going to be hosted by the Las Vegas Astronomical Society. It's going to be a stargazing program from 6 to 9 p.m. at our Archery Center. It's on Saturday night. It's absolutely free. Come out and check it out. Another reason to come out to the Clark County Shooting Complex, this is Nevada's only 5-star rated outdoor shooting facility.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson here at the Clark County Shooting Complex, giving you an update on what's going on for this month and coming into our holiday season. We still are running hunter education classes up here for this year and moving on into the year 2019. However, you don't want to wait if you haven't taken your hunter education yet, because starting the first of the year, those classes fill up very quickly. And with the holiday season upon us, a lot of our volunteer instructors are spending time out with their families and stuff. So don't delay on getting that hunter education under your belt. You can take classes right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex, and you can find those dates and times at register-ed.com. Now when you come to this class, you're going to need to have one of these workbooks completed. You can pick this workbook up free of charge at our office or here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. If you choose to do this book online, there's a couple different vendors that do charge an additional fee for doing that. You'll need to print offline a certificate that says you completed this book and bring it with you to the class. Now we've still got a lot of types of hunting going on as far as waterfowl and upland game that run into January 2019, right toward the end. So you've got plenty of opportunities to hunt here, and remember, your hunting license is based now on a year-round license. So if you buy it today, it's good for next year on this day, unlike the old license that expired at the end of January every year. So grab a hunting license, get outside, come out here to the Clark County Shooting Complex, take a hunter education course, and I hope to see you out there in the field.
Hi, I'm Aurora Buffington, exercise physiologist here at the Hollywood Recreation Center. Every year, the American College of Sports Medicine surveys fitness professionals to determine the top fitness trends worldwide. It's no surprise that Clark County Parks and Recreation facilities include many of these fitness trends in their current programming. Number 10, exercise is medicine. This is a global health initiative which encourages healthcare providers to include physical activity as part of their treatment plan and encourages referrals to evidence-based exercise programs and qualified exercise professionals. Number 9, functional fitness training. This is training designed to improve balance, coordination, strength, and endurance, with much of the exercises mirroring daily tasks and including core stabilization. These help reduce the risk of injury and improve the quality of life. Number 8, personal training. This can be done in health clubs, work sites, at home, and it's increasingly being done online. This involves one-on-one training, which includes fitness testing, goal setting, and personalized fitness plans. Number 7, yoga. It comes in a variety of forms, such as hot yoga, power yoga, yoga lattes, and so much more. These help build strength, flexibility, mind-body awareness, and relaxation. Number 6, employing certified fitness professionals. These are individuals who get certifications from NCAA accredited organizations such as the American Council on Exercise, the American College of Sports Medicine, the National Academy of Sports Medicine, and the National Strength and Conditioning Association. They will have the knowledge and skills to help build safe and effective fitness programs. Number 5, bodyweight training. These use little to no equipment, trains in a variety of planes of movement, is inexpensive and functional, and can be done almost anywhere. Number 4, fitness programs for older adults. These would include the baby boomers and the older generations, and for good reasons, as we're living longer, working longer, and staying more active. Number 3, high-intensity interval training, or HIIT. These involve high-intensity bouts of exercise followed by short periods of rest, and results in shorter, more effective workouts. Number 2, group training. These would be classes led by group exercise instructors in a variety of class modalities, including indoor cycling, cardio, dance, step, strength and conditioning, and so much more. These help provide motivation and even a little bit of friendly competition. And number 1 fitness trend is wearable technology, such as fitness trackers, smartwatches, GPS tracking devices, and heart rate monitors. These help track heart rate, calories, sitting time, step counts, and lots more. Well, that's all for now. I'm Aurora Buffington, encouraging you to keep up with the trends and move more at a Clark County Parks and Recreation facility near you, where fitness happens.
Hi, my name is Russell Thompson, Recreation Cultural Specialist for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities for people of all ages, and today we're here at the Desert Breeze Community Center where we're having our brand new American Ninja Warrior class.
You can do it! Hi, I'm Natalie here at Desert Breeze Community Center. I'm the instructor for the American Ninja Warrior Junior class, and it's a fun obstacle course that kids get to run, and there's so much fun watching them navigate all the obstacle courses, jump through hula hoops, hop, skip, roller and scooters. It's really fun. And they're off. We did get the idea from the popular television show American Ninja Warrior. We thought it would be perfect for kids to run the course themselves and do obstacles. I know children love to run and climb things and jump through things, so we gave them a chance to do all of that here in a safe environment and play with things that they normally wouldn't play with. Hop like a bunny! Like hula hoops or cheese wedges or jump through chairs, lasers, all sorts of things.
And what's great about this class, it helps with children's motor skills. It gets them involved with working together as a team with other participants, getting to meet new friends. It gets them to also learn how to live a healthy and an active lifestyle. And it's great to get out of the house and have fun. Natalie Gupton and Jamie Holm are the instructors for this particular class, and basically here at Desert Breeze Community Center and all of our different parks and recreation facilities, we're always coming with new, positive, innovative ways for people of all ages to come together, I should say, to have a healthy and active lifestyle.
We started this course because children love to run around and be awesome. So we decided to have this course and give them a place to do that, especially if they have older brothers and sisters who are at school. So you got to do something with these kids. You might as well take them here and get kind of some activity going with them.
Now, this American Ninja Warrior class is $30 for a 6-week session. It meets every Thursday morning from 9:30 a.m. to 10:15 a.m. So again, once again, 6 classes and it's 45 minutes apiece. The Desert Breeze Community Center is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. For more information on all of our programs, not only here at Desert Breeze, but as well as all of our different facilities that we have, feel free to check us out our website at www.clarkcountynv.gov/parks as well. And you can also contact our main hotline number at 702-455-8200.
Hello, I'm Mark Hall-Patton. I want to welcome you to the Clark County Museum. You know, every year we change what you see out here. Sometimes we change it for new exhibits. Sometimes we change it for the seasons. You know, when you come out here and you take a walk down Heritage Street, you go into the various houses, we will always be changing what the interiors and what the exteriors of the houses look like. Now we're coming into the winter season. We've gotten through the summer. It's cooling off a little bit. And we're coming into November and December. And this year, I'm hoping that you'll come out and join us for Heritage Street Holiday. Now, one thing we do every year is one of the houses is set up for Thanksgiving. This year, it's the Beckley house. Let's take a look inside and see what the Thanksgiving feast looks like. As you can see, we have the feast set out for Thanksgiving. You can see the little boy is in the kitchen back here. He's playing in the kitchen a little bit, but we always do this so that at least one of the houses is set up for Thanksgiving, but as soon as Thanksgiving is done, even this house will be set up for the December holidays as well. Christmas or Hanukkah, depends on which house you're in. You'll see what the decorations for the time period of the house would have been. So for example, the Beckley house, which was originally built in 1912, will not have any lights on the exterior of the house because in 1912 you didn't do external electric lights. So we won't have any on this house. But there will be a tree inside and the appropriate decorations on that tree. If you come out and join us for Heritage Street Holidays on the 7th and 8th, remember, 5 to 8 p.m., you'll be able to see those at night. If you come out any other time in December or January, you'll be able to see them as well, but during the daytime. Those 2 evenings, 5 to 8 p.m., yes, I'm going to repeat myself, you'll be able to see them at night. It's really magical at that time. And by the way, you save the $2 those 2 evenings. So when you come out for Heritage Street Holidays, some of our houses, like the Gaumont house here, will have lights on the outside. We will, of course, have our carolers here again. The Madrigals from Green Valley High School are coming back. Even down here in the gazebo, we're going to have Santa back this year. We're going to have our crafts for the kids. We're going to have free hot chocolate. It's going to be a lot to see and do. Remember again, it's December 7th and the 8th. That's a Friday and Saturday evening. It's 5 to 8 p.m. We are free those 2 evenings. Please put it on your calendar. Be sure to come out and join us. Bring your kids out. We've got crafts for the kids to do. Remember, free hot chocolate even. Lots to see and do out here. We hope to see you then.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations, or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
It's time for the Firefighters Annual Fill the Fire Truck Toy Drive. Clark County's Fire Department and community partners help collect thousands of toys each year to give to local children for the holidays. Now, through the first 3 weeks of December, you can drop off new, unwrapped toys at any county fire station. Donation hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week. Also, watch for weekend toy drive events outside participating Walmart stores. The firefighters work with local charities to distribute the toys to kids in need. Contact the Byrne Foundation for more information.
More than 16,000 people are considered homeless in Las Vegas, and the cost of cleanup, hospital visits, and the demands on police and paramedic units is costing more than $48 million a year. Most of us would love to help, but handouts and spare change don't result in meaningful change. This holiday season, donate responsibly to charities that are making a real difference. Visit meaningfulchangelv.com to join us in making this a season of real change.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the people who give our canines, kitties, and other best friends the attention they so richly deserve. Our first story is about a star athlete named George. A thrill seeker, George is especially adept at skateboarding. We spent an early morning back in the cooler springtime with this incredible English bulldog.
George is an English bulldog. Okay, buddy. He just turned 5 years old, and he is just obsessed with riding the skateboard. The most important thing for him is to have fun.
Frank Sinatra was probably first called the chairman of the board, but George truly lives up to that moniker.
Way to go, George. You having fun, buddy? Yeah, you're having fun.
The burly 5-year-old English bulldog's athletic talent is remarkable.
Okay, you gonna sit? Good boy. Okay. Here we go.
Early in the morning, before the shoppers arrive, Marcus and Nadine Single take George out to his favorite makeshift skate park, the massive parking lot at R.C. Willey. The four-legged bully is in complete command on 4 wheels, carving his rides on a custom skateboard created specifically for the Daredevil dog.
Are you gonna buzz us, George? Yes, you are.
Marcus and Nadine have 0 skateboard skill and presented Puppy George with one a few years ago. Since that time, the self-taught shredder continues to be on a roll.
Neither my wife nor I ride a skateboard. And George just picked this up on his own. He is essentially self-taught. Gave him the board, he started playing around with it and just rolling with it, and every day we'd bring him out, he'd do more and more, and we just thought it was hysterical. He's getting his exercise, and You know, we don't have to take him out for walks. He doesn't like to go for walks. Yeah, this is his idea of going for a walk.
Despite the lack of a helmet and safety gear, George has never been injured. The smush-faced dog is fearless, and his thirst for adventure far exceeds his thirst for refreshment.
I could put a bowl of water under his mouth right now, and he would grab his board and go flying away. He will not stop for a drink. We actually have to force him to stop, and sometimes wrestle the board away.
The 58-pound hound is a true ham, showing off is part of George's personality. As a breed, bulldogs are blessed with dogged determination, a low center of gravity, and a generally goofy charisma. All great traits for gifted skaters.
George will ride anywhere, but George loves this in particular because it's wide open. He uses most of the parking lot, and it's a huge parking lot. But he has some obstacles he can ride around. George loves turning. Who would have figured? We were always concerned that he might run into one of these little planters here, and nope, he just swerves right around it. So he loves it here. He learned as a puppy here, so it's kind of special for him.
George is hardly a one-trick pony. His appetite for speed extends to the water and on the slopes. But the stocky dude's passion is most definitely on his skateboard.
Some of the funny things that we've heard when people watch him, you know, a teenager that they're looking at him, and they said they're watching him ride. They says, "Yeah, but can he do any tricks?" I didn't know what to say to that.
Just like any youngster, quitting time is met with resistance. Marcus literally has to take the wide board away and force the skating phenom to slurp down cold water.
I know, that's all. Let's go get a drink, buddy. Let's go get a drink. Let's go get a drink.
To learn more about this amazing pooch, go to georgeskates.com, which has all the links to his social media platforms, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Let's move on. Our desert climate, especially in the summertime, can be excruciating for our pets. But some common sense, coupled with a few extra safeguards, will keep your cat, dog, and other pals cool and comfortable. The Animal Foundation's chief veterinarian, Dr. Ken Saransky, shows us how they keep their guests content and how you can too. Dr. Ken Saransky, thank you so much for joining us here today. And of course, it is one of the first days of summer and fairly hot. Now, us humans, hey, we grab some water, we get into the air conditioning, we get into the shade, but pets obviously don't have that luxury. Tell us how animals sweat differently and what to look out for.
Yeah, so animals really deal with heat a lot differently than people do. Dogs, for instance, their main mechanism of dissipating heat is through panting. So humans we can release sweat all throughout our skin, but a dog really has to rely on panting. They can sweat a small amount through their paw pads, but that panting is really the primary way, so that'll be the first thing to look out for. If your dog is getting too hot, you'll start to notice excessive panting.
Here at the Animal Foundation, obviously, that's you're caring for many, many animals. Tell us about this area where we are here right now and what's happening here.
Yeah, so we're actually in the play yards, and this is where we have play groups for our animals because they do have to live inside indoor-outdoor enclosures. We try to get them out here with our enrichment staff, and they're kind of playing together. And because it is hot out, you know, it's June, so we are taking steps to protect our animals while they're out here. So you can notice here we have, you know, we're in a shady space, it's covered, and we have kiddie pools all around for them to kind of jump in and enjoy.
It seems like it's kind of a tough trade-off, maybe not so much here for what the animals are going through here at the foundation, but at home, your regular dog, what is the trade-off as far as shade and exercise? You don't want your dog just to sit on the couch and do nothing, even during these hottest days of the summer, right?
Yeah, as pet owners, we really have to, in June, July, and August, limit exercise to really probably the early morning hours and late at night. Those are the best times to exercise your dog. Definitely in the middle of the day, it's important for your dog to have a shady shady place to be, a lot of access to clean, fresh water that you're constantly changing out, and maybe even just keeping your pet inside if you're able to. Being indoors in a climate-controlled environment is really the best thing for our pets here in June, July, and August here in the Valley.
Let's talk a little bit more about that then. What are the laws, or what do you, I think you just touched on pretty much the responsible requirements, but what does a person have to do if, say, they have to keep their dog in an outdoor area?
Yeah, so you basically just have to provide your pet with, to be able to get out of the sun. So there really has to be a shady place for them, an enclosed area. And you know, of course, access to clean and fresh water. And one thing that pet owners may sometimes forget is if you're using a metal bowl, the water can really get pretty hot in there. So you have to maybe look at alternatives to that, and probably throw in some ice. And there's a bunch of things you can do.
And of course, it may seem obvious, but maybe it's not. We see some dogs, of course, they do some high stepping when they're on concrete or cement or something like that, compared to grass. Talk a little bit about the difference of surfaces for the coming in contact with the dogs or the cat's paws and feet.
Yeah, that's another really important thing to remember. I mean, sometimes we forget because we're always walking around with shoes, but our dogs, they have their paw pads, they're not wearing any shoes, and some of the asphalt or sidewalk, especially that is not shaded by the sun, can get really, really hot. So usually what I tell pet owners is to kind of use the back of their hand to test that surface before they decide to go ahead and walk their dog on it, because that can actually burn the paw pads. Those surfaces like asphalt and sidewalk will get hotter than grass would.
Let's talk then again a little bit about different types of breeds. Obviously, some smush-faced dogs, a boxer, a Boston Terrier, or a Persian cat, animals like that, their breathing is a little bit different than some of the longer-snouted animals. Is this a consideration depending on what type of breed you have also, Doc?
Absolutely. So you really have to, there are certain groups of animals that can be more at risk. You already touched on one of them. Those would be kind of your flat-faced animals. So you kind of mentioned like pugs and boxers, Boston Terriers, things like that, Persian cats. You also, just like people, we have older people and younger people. It's the same thing with animals. So our older pets and our very young pets are going to be more susceptible. Those pets that are overweight are going to have a harder time in the heat. So these are all factors to keep in mind.
The length of their coat. Sometimes maybe the other dogs and cats will make fun of them with a short, funny haircut, but that's certainly something to consider also during these summer months, right, Doc?
Yeah, you want to consult with your groomer or your veterinarian to see what would be the best to do with your dog's particular hair coat. There are some dogs that you can, with maybe the longer coats, that you can actually trim those coats. You don't want to do it too close to the skin, because if you get rid of all of that protection, it can actually get sunburn. But then there's dogs that have it's not a good idea to shave them entirely because they maybe have a double coat. And so with those dogs, you would pretty much take out, do a lot of brushing, and there's some special treatments that your groomer can do to get rid of that really thick undercoat.
So your best bet is to consult your vet or even your groomer on a situation like that.
Yeah, on what is best to do for your particular pet's hair coat.
Okay, we've touched on a lot of these things, but now probably the most infuriating topic, where we see pets in cars left unattended in these summer months. Talk a little bit first about the laws. What is the law, Doc?
Basically, it is against the law to leave your pet inside a car that's not running. So it's really something that, we know that a car that does not have the air conditioning running gets hot really quickly. So that temperature will be much, much higher than the outside temperature, and that can happen extremely quickly. So that is a absolute thing definitely not to do at all.
How can people get around that, or what should they do? It seems fairly obvious, but tell us.
Yeah, really, you just have to plan to just completely avoid that. that is not an option at all. Just like you wouldn't leave your child inside a car, you should also not leave your pet inside a car that's not running. So whether if you have to run in, make sure you have somebody else with you so that you can keep the AC on, or leave your dog at home. There's a bunch of different options, but having your pet inside a hot car is not one of them.
What would you do if you saw a pet struggling in a car outside here at the Animal Foundation, or just at when you're out shopping at Target? What would you do, doctor?
Yeah, so we would first alert the authorities, you know, because that is an emergency. So I think the most important thing would be to, you know, to alert the authorities as soon as possible so that someone can potentially come and break the window. But I know that wherever you are too, you could try to go into, you know, if you're parked in front of a gym or something like that, you could try to go into the gym and have them kind of, you know, radio everybody that's in there to try to find the pet owner. Those are definitely some of the things you can do.
Doctor, you talked earlier about the most obvious pet overheating symptom is panting. Talk about some of the other symptoms that might not be as obvious.
Yeah, so panting, the excessive panting is really the first thing that you'll notice. And so excessive panting is something like the first thing you should watch out for. If your dog is panting more than normal, your mind should automatically thinking, my dog is too hot. Some of the next things that you'll start to see are your dog may have decreased energy level, and they also may have like a decreased overall responsiveness. So when you're calling them, they may not even look at you. They may kind of just be putting their head down, and then we can start to get into things that are a little bit more serious. So basically the heat affects all of the organs in the body. So you can see signs from any one of those organs basically as you really start to get into signs of heat stroke, which is life-threatening. So you can see signs of like vomiting, seizures, bloody diarrhea. Really all of the organs are affected. So it can really become a fatal condition, heat stroke.
Obviously, when it gets to that stage, what do we need to do?
Yeah, so you need to bring your pet immediately to a veterinarian if you're noticing any of those signs. So if you notice that your pet is excessively panting, what you should do is immediately get them to a shady space, provide lots of clean, fresh water. If you can, maybe put a fan on them. But if you notice any of those other signs, any like vomiting, diarrhea, seizures, any of the more severe signs, you need to bring them to your veterinarian as soon as possible.
Is there anything else we're missing? Any other message we need to get across here, Doctor?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these kiddie pools that we have out here for our dogs are definitely things that pet owners could do at home. So having one of these in your backyard, and your dog knows when it's getting too hot, so they might jump in and then jump back out, and it's a good way to keep them nice and cool.
Terrific information, Dr. Ken. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, the Animal Foundation, which operates LEAD, is the finest shelter in Clark County. Visit theanimalfoundation.com for special events, adoption information, and much more. Our next guest is Jennifer Osborne. Jennifer is the one-woman driving force behind Fire and Ice Horse Rescue. This unique nonprofit organization retrains and rehomes retired thoroughbred horses. We caught up with Jennifer as she was working with her friends out at Bonnie Springs.
So this is the newest horse. Good boy. Oh, you're no. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, baby. These horses, they're kind of the pit bull of horses. They get a bad reputation, but meanwhile, they're really, really, really good horses. His name is
Jennifer Osborne cringes when she's called the Horse Whisperer. But the remarkable founder of Fire and Ice Horse Rescue has savant-like skills in gaining the trust and training the feisty thoroughbreds who come galloping into her care.
Racehorses, thoroughbreds, they tend to be what's called more reactive than maybe say a cow horse or a quarter horse. They're not as relaxed. They'll tend to react a lot more. Through no fault of their own, if they react, they can hurt people. And so where I come in is, I'll come in and do all this training with them and teach the horses how to interact with the people. And then the new step for me that's really helping the rescue, that kind of sets me apart from other rescues, is you can't just rescue the horse, you have to rescue the people too. Just recently, in the last maybe 2 to 3 years, I've been working with people, working with them, and that's been probably the most rewarding thing of all, is getting to watch other people bond with the horse and grow with the horse and really, really, I mean, the look of just relief and just happiness on these people's faces when they finally get to be free and ride with their horses, which they weren't able to do before because they, for one reason or another, couldn't ride them. It's just, that's amazing to me.
Jennifer, I gotta ask, I'm sure when you tell people you have Fire and Ice Horse Rescue, they say you don't look like a typical horse person necessarily, right?
Yeah, most people look at me and they're like, well, what could you know about horses? And the thing is, I mean, I've been riding horses for, I'm 41, I've been riding horses for, boy, since I was 4 years old, so I'll let somebody else do the math on that one. But I have a bachelor's degree in equine science. I've done, I can't even count how many clinics I've done with upper level professionals and stuff like that. And so basically in life, I guess you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, you know?
The horsewoman literally saves these retired athletes from slaughter, and her day job requires life-saving abilities too.
Yeah, so the Fire and Ice name came from me being a firefighter, of course, and also
Clark County Fire Department, of course, right? Clark County.
Clark County, yeah. Clark County is the best fire department out there. So I've been with Clark County for 11 and a half years, and I've been an engineer for 5.5 years. A lot of times thoroughbreds are described as being what's called hot because they're so reactive. So that, in the horse world, they call it hot. And so that's the fire. And then I think of myself as the ice because I come in and I relax them, I make them calm. And so it's like the yin and the yang, the fire and the ice together. I've always loved horses, and this breed of horse was the horse that was popular when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s. And I actually like that they're sensitive and wonderful. And to me, it's just such a waste to see such good-minded, great horses just go to slaughter. Just keep in mind that a couple years ago, a former Olympian was saying, hey, this horse is almost unrideable. He's so crazy and out of control. He wasn't wrong. He was out of control. But as you can see, just from, it seems so simple, just by putting him in the round pen and working with him and getting him to trust me, he's able, I can get on him bareback and ride him pretty much with no reins. But it takes a lot of work. This doesn't happen overnight.
Jennifer's ultimate mission is to get these animals adopted or placed in a law enforcement agency so they can become working animals.
His paper name is Craft Brew. He actually did race. He's 3 years old. 3 years old and already washed up. Not washed up. I mean, he's going to have a nice long life. We're actually hoping to get this horse on with Border Patrol. He'll be a really good addition because he's actually kind of quiet and relaxed, like especially for a baby. Yeah, they would get shipped to either Mexico or Canada, and they would end up just being slaughtered. So, and they found, I know, dude, they found former Kentucky Derby winners at slaughter. There was a horse called Fusaichi Pegasus. He won the Derby, I think, sometime in the 90s. And then he got sold to stud in Japan. And I think about 10 years later, when he wasn't getting any more money for his stud fee, they found him in a slaughterhouse, and that was a Derby winner. And you can't really fault the racing industry because it is what it is. They breed a certain amount of horses every year, and not all of them are going to be winners. It's kind of up to us as a society to then step in and take these horses afterwards, you know, because the racing industry is more than happy to say, hey, just take this horse. But there's not a lot of people out there who have the know-how to really work with these horses and not get hurt. And one of the first things you have to teach horses is how to respect your space. And so I teach them certain cues, how to get out of my space. That's the first thing you start teaching these horses, how to get out of my space. So I need to teach him a cue to say, hey, back up. Now you can do whatever you want, because at the distance he is now, he can't touch me. I can touch him. He can't touch me. And so we teach him several things in order to get him out of my space. So we teach him that one. That's the first one. And then we teach him wiggle the rope. That's the second one. And then we teach him marching. Good boy. Good boy. You're all right. And then after we do what's called sensitizing, which that was, I'm sensitizing him to my movement. I want to desensitize him and make sure he doesn't fear me or the tools. And so I'll take the tool and I'll rub him with it and I'll tell him, hey, look, everything's okay. It can't hurt you. So now it's the same concept with the rope. I'm going to point and he should move off. So now I'll point and I'll cluck and I'll get him trotting off. Once again, I'm just telling him I'm moving him with my body language. I mean, yeah, I have this, but it's more my body language. And so when I want him to stop, I'm going to look at his butt. Good boy. And he should turn and face me. Horses are scared of things that move and make noise. So I'm going to desensitize him to this stick and string because it moves and makes a noise. It took us a while to get to this point. Then we're going to do a little bit of horse yoga. We do what's called flexing, which allows him just to get flexible and lower his head and relax a lot more. See how low his head's going? That's exactly what you want. You want them that relaxed, to where they just lower their head down and just relax. Because the last thing a prey animal, which is a horse, wants to do is to lower their head and offer themselves up to a predator. Because if I was a lion, I'd want to grab on right there. So if you're a horse, you want to get that head up as high as possible. You don't want to lower that head all the way down. And so when they're willing to do that, or do that on their own, I know, I saw you, good job. So when they're willing to do that, that means that they really trust you. And now he's just showing off. Now he's saying, oh, I don't need you to pull on the rope. See, like he knows what I want. So that's the most important thing that you can learn on a horse, is this, the one rein stop. Because once you bend a horse's head around, they can't just keep galloping off with you. And so it's my job to teach these racehorses who just want to gallop that, hey, when I go like this, I need you to stop. Good boy. And I always say they're the best horse. To me, there's no horse out there with a bigger heart and that will try for you more and will really be there for you. But you have to get them to the point where they understand what you're asking them to do. Once they understand, I'm telling you, there's no better horse.
Visit fireandicehorses.org for more information on the organization and videos of Jennifer and her pals. Well, that's our show. Thanks so much to Dr. Marcus and Nadine Single for introducing us to George the Skating Bulldog, Jessica Osborne from Fire and Ice Horse Rescue, and our good friends at the Animal Foundation for their tips on keeping your pets cool. And finally, we leave you with our Critters of the Month, Cleveland and Chanel. These stunning flame point Siamese cats are the love